Pirates, my partner is too unfair. Chapter 1 Paying Money. In the year 1510 of the Highwind calendar, Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village. Hey! Linji, is the fried rice ready today? A little kid kicked open the wooden door of the restaurant and walked in swaggeringly. The little kid was wearing a short-sleeved shirt with an Times pattern and bright red shorts. He was thin and had short black hair. The arrogant attitude appeared on the childish face, which was incongruous and inexplicably cute. This little brat is the grandson of the Navy hero Garp, Monkey D. Luffy. At the front desk of the restaurant, a handsome man in a light blue short-sleeved shirt took his crossed legs off the table. Linji walked past several neatly arranged tables and scolded Luffy with a headache. Luffy, how many times have I told you that this is a restaurant that requires payment, not your home? Luffy patted his chest and made a promise, oh, don't worry, I will take care of all the dishes today. At this time, he did not have the scar under his right eye that wanted to show the courage of a pirate. You said the same thing yesterday, but you ended up going to rob bird nests after dinner. Linji helplessly spread his hands, his words full of deep resentment. You ran away, but you even provoked the red-haired strange bird guarding the bird nest to come to me, causing chaos in the store. Hearing this, the arrogant little Luffy lost his confidence, shrugged his little face, and turned his mouth to one side. He acted like a rogue. After thinking for a few seconds, little Luffy raised his head again, smiled heartlessly, and said, when I become a big pirate like Shanks and the others, I will definitely return the money to you. A little brat like you who can't even rob bird eggs, you will only get beaten up if you become a pirate, right? Linji laughed. You bastard! How dare you look down on my dream? Little Luffy's teeth became jagged, and he clenched his fists, looking furious. Linji brought a glass of juice to him. Yes, here's the juice. Little Luffy smiled brightly, took the juice and drank it all, showing a bright smile. Hee, thank you, you are a very nice person. Thank you 50 Baileys. It's so expensive. In the end, Linji still couldn't resist little Luffy's pleading, and went to the kitchen to fry a plate of egg fried rice and served it to the table. After a burst of gulping, little Luffy disappeared in a flash, and no one knew where he ran to play. Linji naturally wouldn't really care about this little brat, and sat back at the front desk of the restaurant after a chuckle. It was already dusk, and the soft afterglow of the sunset sprinkled in through the half-open wooden door, adding a bit of hazy color to the empty restaurant. Linji picked up a glass of iced cola and took a sip, looking up at the street outside the door that was very much like the pirate world, and fell into a period of contemplation. It has been a year since he traveled to the world of One Piece. From being at a loss at the beginning, he has now settled down in Windmill Village. With the cooking skills he brought from his hometown on Blue Star, he has become a restaurant owner accepted by the villagers. He has also thought about making a name for himself in this sea of heroes with the overall view of the world of One Piece in his mind. But he does not have the courage to put himself in a wine barrel and go with the flow like Luffy, nor does he have the luck to meet Zoro, who is a free three-sword flow, at the beginning. In the world of pirates, strength is respected. It is really a bit beyond one's ability to gain a foothold in a sea of monsters with the advantage of the profit alone. Recalling the many hardships he had experienced before, Linji couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. According to the current income of the restaurant, even if it is counted as borrowed from everywhere, it will take more than a month to save up 3 million Baileys to make a wish. That's right, as a traveler, although he does not have simple and crude binding objects like the panel system, he also has a unique plug-in. It was a wishing well deep in the mind. As long as certain conditions were met, you could summon a strong man from another world according to your own settings. And the condition for summoning the first partner was 3 million Baileys. Thinking that he would have an extremely powerful partner in a month, Linji's handsome face could not help but show a hint of expectation. By that time, perhaps he could leave Windmill Village and start a magnificent adventure in the pirate world. While thinking about it, 3 carpenters in vests walked in from outside the restaurant. "Boss, I'm almost starving after working all day. Do you have any new dishes today? Hurry up and serve them up." Several carpenters found a corner seat and sat down. Obviously, they were regular customers of the restaurant. "You really guessed it. I did develop a new dish today, braised strange bird meat." Lin Ji smiled and stood up from the front desk. After getting the idea that several guests wanted to try something new, he turned and walked into the kitchen to get busy. A few minutes later, he brought up a plate of delicious braised bird meat, along with white rice and a few side dishes. "What a nice smell!" The 3 carpenters drooled as they stared at the bird meat. "Try it, it was just caught yesterday, the meat is absolutely tender and delicious," Lin Ji said with a smile. "Then let's get started." The 3 carpenters couldn't wait to pick up the bird meat and put it in their mouths. They immediately showed satisfied and happy expressions, and felt that all the fatigue of the day was swept away. In fact, the dishes made by Lin Ji were not considered top-notch in his hometown, but they were quite good in the pirate world. If he hadn't captured the stomachs of the villagers and treated people kindly, how could he, as an outsider, be recognized in just 1 year? "Do you need wine? I can get it for you from Makina," Lin Ji asked casually. Makina's tavern, which is the tavern where the red-hair pirates often drink, is just across the restaurant. There is no sale of wine in his restaurant. Although the profit is considerable, he will not do such a stupid thing that ruins people's business. Of course, there is also a reason why the Makina Tavern has a good relationship with the red-hair pirates. After a while, Lin Ji has a good relationship with the Makina Tavern. Shanks's pirates occasionally come here to eat and drink after returning from the sea. Bang! The carpenters were about to answer when the door of the restaurant was suddenly kicked open. "Wine? I'm thirsty, bring us a few boxes." Looking at the sound, a group of bandits in white clothes and bandit scarves came in one after another. The leader was a man wearing a brown coat, a long knife on his waist, with a wretched face and an arrogant look. Under the trembling gaze of the 3 carpenters, the bandit Sig looked treacherous and walked in front of Lin Ji with arrogant steps. "As for the wine money, just consider it as the interest of the 800,000 Baileys I lent you. What do you think, my dear boss Lin Ji?" Lin Ji looked calmly at the aggressive Sig, the guy who was teased as the Bandit King by comic fans. "You are here to collect interest on the money you just borrowed a few days ago. The story started a week ago. In order to summon his partners as soon as possible and not waste time in Windmill Village, he took a risk to borrow money from the bandit group entrenched nearby. If he could borrow 1 million, plus the money borrowed from the villagers, he could collect the 3 million needed for the wishing well and start the summoning directly. But in the end, even if he used the restaurant as collateral, he only borrowed 800,000 Baileys from the bandit Sig, so he had to wait another month to fill the remaining 200,000 gap. Of course, compared to the fierce and brutal Sig, the red-hair pirates entrenched in Windmill Village at this time might be a more suitable borrower, but Lin Ji did not ask Shanks. The reason is simple. If you borrow money from the powerful Shanks, you have to pay it back. I just want to collect interest in advance. What, do you have any objection? The bandit Sig looked at Lin Ji with disdain. The reason why the profit-seeking bandits are willing to lend money is naturally because they value the high interest behind it. With this excuse, they naturally came here to eat a free meal, and they didn't have to worry about making trouble everywhere and raising the bounty. After all, this was what Lin Ji owed them. It's not time yet, I can't pay you the interest. What Zij never expected was that Lin Ji actually rejected his request for interest in person. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? The teasing smile on Zij's lips slowly faded, and his eyes were frighteningly gloomy. He sneered, turned his head and looked at the younger brother beside him. Smash this place for me, and teach this guy a lesson. Understood, boss. The bandit younger brothers immediately understood what he meant, scattered around, grabbed the tables, chairs, and benches in the restaurant and smashed them. This kind of thing is commonplace for them who are cruel and cold-blooded. Bang bang bang! The sound of wooden tables and chairs being smashed to pieces sounded, and the clean and tidy little restaurant was filled with smoke and dust in an instant, and it was a mess. The 3 carpenters who came here to eat before saw this, and they fled in panic, running out of the restaurant along the edge of the corner. Looking at the other party being so reckless, Lin Ji's eyes couldn't help but become a little cold. Under the interested eyes of the bandits, he turned around and swung up the nearest wooden stool. Zij put his hand on the knife, ready to make this fool who dared to attack him bleed, but unexpectedly Lin Ji raised the stool with his backhand and threw it to the ground in front of him. The crisp sound of pop made the bandits who were wrecking the place around them stunned. "Smash it! Why don't you smash it? If you have the guts. Smash this restaurant for me. You want to threaten me, right? Keep smashing it. At worst, I won't do this business anymore, and I won't pay you back." Lin Ji blew his beard and glared, his handsome face full of anger and hysteria, and he shouted at Zij. Zij was stunned, and was confused by this sudden operation. Even the half-drawn blade was suspended in the air. "What are you doing? Want to threaten me?" His voice sounded very creepy. "You are threatening yourself. I rely on this restaurant to make money. How can I run this business if you smash everything?" Lin Ji fearlessly stepped forward. "Stop talking nonsense. If you want this life, take it. We'll be even." "Yes. This guy's only way to make money is this restaurant. Where can he get the money after he smashes it?" After Lin Ji said this, Zij realized that his previous banditry of burning, killing, and smashing seemed to be useless to the guy in front of him who owed money. If he really wanted to kill this guy, wouldn't the 800,000 baileys he lent out be wasted? After thinking about it, letting Lin Ji continue to run the restaurant was actually the safest choice. Looking at this rogue who was not afraid of boiling water, for a moment, Zij regretted why he had lent the money at the high interest rate. "Okay, you'd better pray that you have money to pay back next month, otherwise, he will die." After weighing the pros and cons, Zij finally decided to compromise, put the long sword back into the scabbard, turned around and called his brothers to leave. "Wait!" Lin Ji suddenly called him. "What else?" Zij turned around, his eyes became colder. Lin Ji, who knew that owing money was the boss, raised his hand and pointed at the tattered dining table and chairs on the ground, and said calmly, "Pay money." In order to let the friends who have not seen CHEATING know the high IQ Aqua, the Windmill Village chapter was a little slow in description. Those who have seen CHEATING can read it quickly. Please forgive me. Chapter 2 Damn Aqua. Don't be too greedy, and still want to pay money. I'm a bandit. Zij's anger was finally completely ignited. He drew out the long sword angrily and put it directly on Lin Ji's neck. "Believe it or not, I will kill you now." The sharp blade cut through the epidermis, and a streak of blood oozed from the incision. The burning pain and the strong smell of death instantly enveloped Lin Ji, but even so he did not give in. He just stared at Zij, silent and silent. The attitude was quite obvious: if you have the ability, just chop it down and see who can pay you. The more greedy people are, the more shrewd they are. If Zij really wanted to do it, he would have chopped it down long ago, and there would be no more nonsense. Very good, Lin Ji, I will remember you." Zij Rikshan gritted his teeth in anger. Just as Lin Ji judged, he really couldn't bear to chop it down like this. His head is worth 8 million baileys, but Lin Ji's head, which is not rewarded, is worthless. "Give me money." The younger brother behind him was stunned on the spot. "Ah! Boss, are you really going to give it? They are bandits, notorious bandits. You don't understand what I say, right?" Sieg, who was just worried about where to vent his anger, slapped him directly. "Pa!" The younger brother covered half of his face with grievance, and obediently took out a stack of Baileys from his pocket and put it down. "Let's go." After taking a deep look at Lin Ji, Sig, with a distorted expression, took the lead and left the shabby restaurant that had made him feel embarrassed. The younger brothers behind him followed silently, and no one dared to speak. Soon, the mighty bandit group disappeared at the end of the street in Windmill Village. "Hey, dealing with these vicious guys is indeed risky." Lin Ji breathed a sigh of relief, and when his pounding heart calmed down, he realized that his short-sleeved shirt had been soaked with cold sweat. Just as he picked up the Bailey left by the other party, there was a noise from the other side of the street. It was the 3 carpenters who had eaten here before, and they brought the village guards. Until he walked out of the restaurant, Lin Ji was surprised to find that there were already many villagers holding iron bars, hose, and even spatulas around, as if they would help if the fight really started. "He's out, Mr. Lin Ji is out, fortunately he doesn't look injured." The villager holding the spatula breathed a sigh of relief, and the worry on his face slowly faded away. Before Lin Ji could immerse himself in the warmth of being cared for by everyone, he heard the man couldn't help but sigh, "Otherwise, it would be difficult to get back the 50,000 Baileys I borrowed from you. Brother, this is what you care about." Lin Ji was so moved that his heart was firmly pressed back. Seeing that nothing happened, the guard team told them not to provoke the vicious bandits as much as possible, and then returned to their posts. "Are you okay, Mr. Lin Ji? Are you injured?" A faint fragrance blew across his cheeks in the wind from the coast. Lin Ji looked over and saw that the person was tall, with a yellow floral headscarf tied on her dark green short hair, gentle and elegant. It was Makina, the proprietress of the tavern across the street. "Fortunately, the bandits have been scared away by my momentum, so don't worry." Lin Ji waved his hand calmly. This sentence was said to Makina, and he pretended to be a bitch in front of everyone. "Your neck is bleeding. I have a hemostatic potion here. I'll wipe it for you." The kind-hearted Makina quickly noticed the knife marks on Lin Ji's neck, so she took out the potion and gauze she had prepared in advance and took the initiative to help wipe it. She is such a warm-hearted and casual person. Lin Ji felt a little awkward because of the pretty face that suddenly came over, but he was embarrassed to refuse Makina's kindness, so he could only stand there and let her do whatever she wanted. In fact, he wanted to say that this little injury was nothing. "Okay, next time you pay attention, there shouldn't be any scars." After finishing the treatment, Makina returned to her original position and was very satisfied with the gauze wrapped around Lin Ji's neck. "Thank you, Miss Makina." Lin Ji thanked him sincerely, and his eyes towards Makina were surprisingly sincere. "It doesn't matter, we are all neighbors, it is normal to help each other, and I also hope that Mr. Lin Ji will take care of the tavern's business." Makina smiled faintly in response, and was surprised by Lin Ji's overly sincere eyes. Sure enough, the next second Lin Ji said shamelessly, "Since Miss Makina said so, I won't be polite, can you lend me another 200,000 Baileys?" The bandit Sig is more insidious and brutal than imagined. If he knew that his property is as much as 20 to 30 million Baileys, the consequences will be disastrous. In the next month, there may be some unexpected things, so Lin Ji decided to take the initiative and summon the powerful teammates in the wishing pool today. Makina's smile froze instantly, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Lin Hike had borrowed 100,000 Baileys from her some time ago, and the tavern was planning to buy a batch of new wine recently, so she was really helpless. Even so, the kind-hearted she still asked tentatively, "Yes, is there something important to deal with?" "Yes, very important." Lin Ji nodded heavily. At this time, he didn't care about face. Makina bit his fingernails and pondered for a few seconds. After making a decision, he slowly said, "Okay, wait a moment." She planned to postpone the plan to buy new wine. After that, Makina turned and trotted back to the tavern. Not long after, she returned with a small barrel. After generously stuffing the small barrel into Lin Ji's arms, she deliberately raised her voice by a few decibels. "Mr. Linji, this is the collection of fine wine that I promised to give you yesterday, please keep it well." Linji held the small barrel and instantly understood that she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of everyone, and solemnly thanked, thank you very much." Makina smiled and gave him a thumbs up to represent encouragement. With the expectation and excitement of a powerful partner, Linji said goodbye to Makina and a group of villagers and turned back to the restaurant. As the villagers who had gathered dispersed, the sun outside also completely set over the mountain. The thin night replaced the light and gradually enveloped the entire windmill village. When the moon was high in the sky, the crickets were chirping, and most of the villagers fell asleep. Linji closed the door of the restaurant and found a spacious place to sit down. Perhaps because he was too excited, he ran to urinate in advance, and at the same time couldn't help but sigh that the toilet was a little dirty. After everything was ready, Linji's mind moved slightly, and he saw the light and shadow intertwined, and the wishing pool in the depths of his mind appeared on the ground in front of him. This is a small pool with a diameter of more than 1 meter, without a clear edge. The wonderful and gorgeous light, like a sky full of stars, slowly flows to the center of the pool, exuding a very magical atmosphere. Rather than saying it is a wishing pool, to be precise, it is more like a time and space gate connecting to another dimension. Of course, Linji had tested it many times before. This pool connecting the different dimensional channel is one way and is useless in the pirate world. People in this world cannot perceive or observe it, and there are no other special effects that can be used. Next to the wishing pool, there is an inconspicuous stone slab with a row of small words. Conditions for this wish: 3 million Baileys. After taking a deep breath, without any hesitation, Linji threw all the money he had saved and borrowed from everywhere over the past year into the wishing pool. The calm wishing pool suddenly glowed and formed a light blue information light board. Please make 2 descriptions of the characters you want to summon. As early as when Linji realized the existence of the wishing pool, he had a very clear idea. There is no doubt that the devil fruit ability is the most distinctive power system in the pirate world. Most of the strong people, such as the 3 admirals, Kaido's mother, etc., have reached unparalleled heights with the help of fruit abilities. And the thing that restrains the devil fruit ability the most is naturally water. In the New World, even a soldier can easily use fire attacks, but there are very few abilities related to water. With his insight into the overall power system of the pirate world, the first description of the summoner set by Linji is naturally water power. In order to prevent the summoned guy from being too weak, his strength must be guaranteed. This is the first time Linji has made a wish, and he doesn't know what the wishing pool can do. Although his intuition tells him that it is unlikely to get a golden legend with just 3 million Baileys, since he can write the description features himself, he can also try the rules and limits of the wishing pool. After thinking it over and over again, he still shamelessly finalized the second description: God level. Even if the guy who appears is not invincible when he lands, and needs time to grow, at least this description is the bottom line, and the wishing pool can't make a bad one perfunctory, right? Water type ability user and God level, conditions confirmed, searching the dimension library, search completed. Buzz. As the brilliant light of the wishing pool suddenly accelerated, the dazzling light flashed and illuminated the entire closed restaurant. In order to witness his first step towards the magnificent world of pirates, even though the strong light was dazzling, Linji still squinted his eyes and forced himself to watch the whole process, not wanting to miss it. From this moment on, the boring restaurant chef will become history. From this moment on, he, Linji, will be free and refreshed to venture into the world of pirates. The space inside the wishing pool was slightly distorted, and behind the blazing light, a beautiful girl with a fluttering ribbon emerged, exuding a sacred and wise breath. Ripples appeared on the surface of the wishing pool, and Linji was full of excitement and expectation, and even his breathing began to become rapid. Here it comes. Feeling that the breath full of wisdom became stronger, Linji felt relieved, thinking that the one summoned must be a partner as calm and reliable as himself. Then, he watched with his own eyes as a mentally retarded and cute face emerged from the pool. On the delicate and flawless face, a pair of intelligent aqua blue pupils are particularly eye-catching. A circle is tied on the equally transparent aqua blue hair, and a bead ornament that looks like a H2O scale model is worn on it, which is quite recognizable. Lin Ji recognized the true identity of this guy at a glance, and the expectation on his face was immediately shattered like the ambition that fell to the bottom of the valley. A roar of grief and regret came from his mouth. Damn it! Aqua. Those who have not read Aqua's original work will not affect the reading, but it is still highly recommended to read it. It's very funny. If you don't laugh, I'll VU 50. Chapter 3 The Color of Wisdom. That's right, Lin Ji worked hard and risked borrowing money from the bandit King Sig, and placed infinite expectations on his first partner. It was Aqua, the goddess of water, wisdom, barrier. As the goddess of water, Aquakuya has an extraordinary affinity for water. She can breathe underwater, move naturally in water, use flood-level attacks, and dry water quickly. It sounds awesome, and it completely meets the conditions given by Lin Ji to restrain the devil fruit ability user, and it is even stronger. But with this guy's intelligence that is so low that there is no lower limit, he can completely create a bigger trouble after helping to solve a problem. In a sense, his unreliability as a companion is even more exaggerated than that of Buggy the Clown. Although Buggy is also a funny character, at least his domineering luck points are full, and no matter how bad the things that happen to him can become a great opportunity. And for Aqua, who has both bad luck and intelligence, no matter how great the opportunity is, it will end in a mess. The simplest and most straightforward metaphor is that this guy is a ruthless person who will take out 100 million yuan to buy a bird egg. You are Lin Ji, right? I have heard about it. Don't worry, with this goddess here, you will soon realize your dream of dominating the world. Aqua poked her head out of the wishing pool, blinked her blue eyes full of wisdom, and leisurely put the potato chips in her hand into her mouth. Speaking of which, Aqua is also very unlucky. Because the god realm was always slacking off and deserting when performing the work of the goddess, it caused a big disaster, so she was sent to the pirate world that is different from the original universe to work and atone for her sins. In her opinion, as a goddess who is high above, it is too easy to dominate a different world. Naturally, she regarded this as a relaxing and enjoyable paid trip. What Aqua never expected was that the person who summoned her, after a brief thought, actually stretched out his evil hands towards her noble self. Return the money. Return the money quickly. Just give me something else. In order to prevent his adventure in the pirate world from becoming a mess, Lin Ji, who reacted, quickly pressed Aqua's head and wanted to send this big trouble back. Wait, wait! Don't push me back! Failure to complete the mission will be severely punished. Feeling the force on her forehead, Aqua's calmness on her face, which belonged to a goddess, instantly disappeared. She rushed over and hugged Lin Ji's thighs, panicking. Please, please let me stay. It's really deadly to go back like this. Please, don't drive me away. The water goddess' eyes flashed with tears, pulling at Lin Ji's trouser legs, and telling her bitterness with snot and tears. The image of no bottom line and the sharp and piercing cry not only did not make Lin Ji soft-hearted, but made him more determined to return the goods. He swung his thighs frantically to get rid of the cowhide plaster on them. It was not until this time that he suddenly realized that the so-called wishing well was not really free to do whatever he wanted. 3 million berries, less than half of the value of the bandit King Sig, wanted to exchange for a reliable partner who was both wise and brave and had explosive combat power. It was pure wishful thinking. No. How could Aqua be worth 3 million berries? Buzz buzz buzz. As the two of them pulled frantically, as if to remind them that time was running out, the wishing well on the ground trembled slightly, and the bright light gradually dimmed. Aqua was scared to death. Her face was full of horror, and the amplitude of her struggle became more and more intense. Ah 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 ah! It's going to disappear, the portal is going to disappear, and half of my body is still in the soil, let me out quickly. Driven by a strong desire to survive, Aqua finally broke through Lin Ji's hands, kicked hard, and hit Lin Ji's chest heavily. With a thump, the two fell to the ground in strange postures. It's over, it's all over. Looking at the wishing pool that disappeared in the blink of an eye, Lin Ji, who was lying on the floor, looked gloomy, and his empty eyes stared blankly at the ceiling of the restaurant. Even if the goddess with a perfect figure lay on him, there was no sense of happiness and pleasure at all. Ah ha ha ha! After all, this goddess is better. After successfully getting ashore, Aqua stood up instantly, put her hands on her hips, greedily breathed in the fresh air of the pirate world, and laughed arrogantly. You have been making noises since just now, and you don't let me sleep, bastard! A rough man next to the restaurant shouted harshly. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The arrogant Aqua immediately gave up, waved her hands and apologized sincerely in the direction of the voice. And Lin Ji on the ground was still in a silent state of doubting his life. Oh, don't show such a hopeless expression. I am a very powerful goddess. I can easily kill even the most terrifying undead monsters and demons in the world. Aqua patted her chest to show off her ability. There are no undead or demons in this world. Lin Ji said in a muffled voice. I can also purify water. No matter how seriously polluted the liquid is, it can be turned into pure water without impurities in an instant. Aqua continued to brag. This is a good ability. Lin Ji sat up from the ground slowly, and his eyes gradually regained their shrewdness. Aqua had no way to retreat anyway. In this case, we can only let it play its due role and minimize the losses. Hehe, for the goddess of water, this kind of thing is not a matter of course. After getting affirmation, Aqua immediately showed a proud mask. Please clean the toilet first. Hey! Aqua picked her ears, thinking that she had heard it wrong. She is a goddess doing a meaningless job like cleaning toilets? This is a test of your ability. You can't expect me to believe you just by talking, right? Lin Ji said leisurely. Asshole, you dare to look down on me as the god worshipped by the Axis cult, then open your eyes and see clearly. Hearing that the other party was doubting her ability, Aqua immediately became alert and determined to clean up all the dirt in the toilet. Clean and tidy, without any flaws. After saying that, the goddess of water took a bold step and walked straight towards the restaurant door. The toilet is here. Lin Ji pointed in the opposite direction of Aqua's steps. Hey? I thought the toilet must be behind the door. Aqua smiled awkwardly and immediately changed direction. Who would take it for granted that the toilet should be placed at the entrance where people come and go? It's better to meet than to hear about it. Lin Ji has finally seen why the color of wisdom is blue. However, looking at Aqua walking into the toilet without any doubt and seriously starting to purify the toilet, Lin Ji's eyes flashed with doubt. From another perspective, if such a guy who is so easy to fool and has water power is trained well, maybe he can really become a powerful fighting force for his own use? Lin Ji comforted himself in his heart. At this moment, the wishing pool in the depths of his mind suddenly rippled. The mysterious light board quietly appeared in front of him. The wisher successfully accepts the person who made the wish, and this transaction is completed. You can choose one of the following 3 abilities. In order to let the friends who have not seen CHEATING know Aqua, the Windmill Village chapter was described a little bit in a slow manner. Those who have seen CHEATING can read it quickly. Please forgive me. Chapter 4 This era. You can choose an ability after making a successful wish. I still underestimated this plugin. The sudden unexpected gain made Lin Ji feel very surprised. After thinking for a few seconds and reacting, he couldn't help cursing again. You bastard! I can actually return it. You are so noisy, you are disturbing the instinct of reproduction. Be careful or I will tear down your house. The angry voice from next door came again. Sorry, sorry. Lin Ji apologized quickly. The relationship between neighbors exuded a very harmonious atmosphere. After calming down, Lin Ji put his attention back on the three options on the light board. Powerful explosive magic. After a short period of charging, you can use an explosive attack that can blow away even the top of a mountain. After using it, you will be unable to move for a day. Somewhat perverted theft of holy relics. Gain the superpower of telekinesis. If you are lucky, you can even steal women's panties. Extremely durable defense ability. The health bar is very thick, the armor is very high, and it can withstand attacks that are several times stronger than its own physical fitness. Just a glance, Lin Ji didn't think about it, and decisively excluded the option that looked weird. But the remaining two options that looked more normal made him frown slightly and feel troubled. Relic theft and defensive ability, these two are really not easy to choose. Looking at the wood chips that have not been cleaned up in front of him, thinking about the need to face the bandits to collect debts next, after careful judgment. In the end, Lin Ji still gave up the somewhat perverted theft of sacred objects with pain. Apart from the uncertainty of luck, in the dangerous world of pirates, the defensive power that can save lives is more valuable. The moment he made the choice, a faint fluorescent light lit up on his body. Afterwards, Lin Ji clearly felt that his delicate skin became firm, and his muscles, bones and physique were strengthened. As a result, the strength of an ordinary villager also increased a bit. Not a bad increase, although it is far from the defense of the strongest creature like Kaido, but facing Sig's group of bandits, it should not be too passive. Lin Ji was quite satisfied with the changes in his body. The 3 million Baileys that he had worked hard to save finally did not go to his grandmother's house. Watching the stone slab of the wishing well gradually dissipate, Lin Ji suddenly had an idea and asked, "Can we send the person back as long as this option is rewarded?" Aqua's IQ still made him worried. However, the wishing well is just a tool, without ideology, and cannot respond. No response indirectly explains a truth. No return or exchange of goods after leaving the counter. Helplessly, Lin Ji had to give up this fluke idea. At this time, Aqua had completed the task of cleaning the toilet and was walking towards this side with a brisk pace and a proud face. "Hey! Lin Ji, you can go to the toilet now. This goddess has proved herself efficiently and perfectly." Lin Ji did not have the idea of going over to check, but just casually praised, "Well done, toilet goddess." Before Aqua righteously corrected the 4 words toilet goddess, Lin Ji took the lead and pointed to the wood chips on the ground. "Since we're done, let's clean up the garbage." "Asshole! You asked me to clean up the garbage? I'm a goddess, the goddess of water." Aqua was furious. "Oh, really? It turns out that the goddess of water is a useless person who can't even clean up the garbage." Lin Ji squinted his eyes and sneered, pretending to stand up and walk towards the pair of wood chips, muttering with a headache, "I really can't do anything about you, so I have to do it myself." Before he finished speaking, the aqua blue figure flashed by him, blowing up a whirlwind. What a joke! Cleaning up the garbage is not a difficult thing for this goddess. Seeing Aqua being provoked so easily and cleaning up the garbage with full enthusiasm, Lin Ji's regretful mood suddenly, it was a little less. Although he had been prepared, the low intelligence of this goddess was far beyond his expectations. In this way, maybe he could really control it and make it a powerful force that he could control. Then, the toilet goddess immediately used her strength to completely shatter his overly strong self-confidence. Who? A snoring sound that was so strong that it didn't sound like a cute girl came, but after a few seconds of being stunned, Aqua fell asleep in the wood chips. The slender white palm scratched the exposed belly. The rough sleeping posture could not be said to be unrelated to the image of the goddess, but it could only be said to be completely unrelated. The bright moonlight projected from the window shone on the sleeping Aqua. Looking at the delicate and useless face and the perfect and exquisite figure, Lin Ji, who was a hidden old pervert, had a very pure look. It must be said that the beauty of Aqua in person was far superior to that of the computer screen. But for some reason, he just couldn't have the slightest desire, and his thoughts were cleaner than pure water. Alas! Wanting to travel the world with such a guy in the future, Lin Ji, who had always been strong, finally couldn't hold it in and let out a helpless heavy sigh. He walked into the back room of the restaurant to get a plush blanket and gently covered Aqua with it. It was late at night, but Lin Ji didn't want to sleep at all. He went back to the front desk and sat down with a rough snoring. After taking a sip of iced cola from the freezer, he began to analyze the current situation in the pirate world. The time point he traveled through was 1510 in the Sea Circle calendar, which was 10 years before the protagonist Luffy went to sea. This era when Hawkeye was just called the world's greatest swordsman and Red Hair Shanks had not yet become the Emperor of the Sea was the most chaotic and turbulent period in the pirate world. Whitebeard, who has not yet completely entered the aging period, Big Mom Kaido, who has risen strongly after leaving the Rocks Pirates, and the 7 warlords of the sea. The strong and powerful Navy hero Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, who are still vice-admirals of the headquarters, have already made their mark. Compared to the worst generation composed of Luffy, Blackbeard, and supernovas, in a sense, this era is more dangerous, and it is as difficult as climbing to the sky to make a name for yourself. In Lin Ji's original plan, he wanted to summon a powerful, and intelligent, partner, kill the mountain bandit Sigur Kuma with a bounty of 8 million, and take off directly, and become stronger in the East China Sea, which is known as the weakest. After gathering enough people, he will go to the Grand Line and even the New World, and develop steadily step by step. But the appearance of Aqua directly disrupted all his plans, making his already poor family even worse. For now, he can only pin his hopes on the partner summoned for the second time. Thinking of this, Lin Ji's mind moved slightly, and he entered the wishing pool deep in his mind. The light board floating by the pool showed the conditions for the next wish, 10 million Baileys plus 1 buggy bullet. Neither 10 million Baileys nor buggy bullets seem to be something that can be obtained in Windmill Village. Putting aside the buggy bullets, he worked from dawn to dusk to run the restaurant business, and at most 2 million Baileys a year. At this rate, wouldn't it take 5 years to save up 10 million? What's more, there is now an Aqua who exudes the aura of a spendthrift. After thinking about it, going out to sea to capture low-end pirates in exchange for bounties is the best course of action at present. However, before that, I still have to find a way to take down the head of the Bandit King Sig. The head worth 8 million is not wanted by the garbage collectors in the New World, but it is still very tempting to Lin Ji now. If Lin Ji had the terrifying combat power of the Red Hair Pirates, he could just crush them directly. It's a pity that after being strengthened by the wishing well, his main strength is still his defense that can withstand abuse. Other aspects are very ordinary and he has no substantial means of attack. It is too difficult and risky to confront a fully armed bandit group head-on. Lin Ji's eyes flickered, and he thought about a foolproof action plan. Chapter 5 Lin Ji, you are really a good person. Early the next morning. What did you say? An earthquake man who can cause a tsunami by opening his arms? A supermarine who uses warships as sandbags? And a monster that can launch volcanic eruptions, freeze glaciers, and use laser cannons. After listening to Lin Ji's introduction to the strong men in the pirate world, Aqua pressed her head with both hands in panic, her clear pupils dimmed, and she was scared to the point of emojis on the spot. Isn't this a weak world? Why does it sound more terrible than those other worlds that capture demons? There are far more strong men of the same level than I said. Lin Ji hit her head mercilessly. In fact, it is true. New forces like Hawkeye and Red Hair, who have just risen, will soon stand at the top of the world. Not to mention the Revolutionary Army Dragon, the 5 Elders, and the King of the World, who are super strong men whose strength is still unknown. Ah! As a partner of a useless person like you, won't this goddess be beaten into pieces of skin in a minute? Aqua's distorted cute face was filled with despair. The previous relaxed and happy paid travel was shattered. Being looked down upon by a stupid goddess, Lin Ji's eyes suddenly turned cold. Sure enough, it is safer to sell you to the bandits to recover some losses. Don't. Although I am a noble and extremely sacred goddess, I will definitely not be able to sell you for much money. Aqua became even more panicked, shaking her head wildly, without questioning the authenticity of Lin Ji's words at all. The iconic Aqua blue long hair fluttered with it. Lin Ji couldn't help laughing at her unconcealed sincerity. You are quite self-aware. Asshole! You are lying to me. Aqua was furious. After a few seconds of silence, she calmed down a little and suggested to Lin Ji, let's stay in this safe village obediently. Just as Lin Ji guessed when he made a wish, Aqua, who had completed the dimensional world shuttle, had not fully recovered her power as a goddess, and her best undead purification technique was useless in this world. The only thing she could do was the magic chanting that was comparable to the flood. But this didn't seem to have any advantage in the face of natural disasters such as tsunamis and volcanic eruptions. Not to mention that the guys with these terrifying abilities themselves have monster-like strong physiques, and they are tireless in fighting for 7 days and 7 nights, if Lin Ji is not lying. In fact, you don't have to worry too much. The monsters are basically gathered in the unpredictable New World, which is still far away from the East China Sea where we are currently. Seeing Aqua so scared, Lin Ji couldn't help but comfort her. Don't worry, I'm very familiar with this world. You are my summoned partner, and I will never let you lose your life. Hearing this, the simple-minded Aqua felt relieved and was deeply moved by this sentence. Lin Ji, you are really a good person. Lin Ji ignored her emotional changes, and said seriously, so as a partner who shares honor and disgrace, I'll take care of the debt owed by the bandits on my shoulders. Feelings are asking me to pay off the debt with you. Aqua, who was moved, was stunned for a moment, and her clear pupils exuded great confusion. Hey? Who are you, my friend? Why do you look a little familiar? May I ask if we have met somewhere before? Pretend not to know each other, then go, get your head smashed by the 4 emperors, be crushed into pieces by the navy admirals, and then be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Lin Ji, who had long guessed that this guy would act crazy and stupid, was calm and composed. Ahaha, really, Lin Ji, you are too slow, can't you see that I am joking? Aqua scratched her head, and laughed awkwardly with a shameless face. Fortunately, the door of the restaurant was slowly pushed open, and several guests walked in from outside, breaking the awkward situation. Boss, the old rules, 3 fried dough sticks and soy milk. It was still the 3 carpenters from yesterday. While talking and walking, they looked up and happened to see Aqua, who was wearing a blue feather dress and had a beautiful face. The 3 of them were stunned in place, and they stretched out their arms and rubbed their eyes that had just woken up in a very synchronized movement. After confirming that this was not a dream or an illusion, they couldn't help but exclaimed, "What? Super cute beautiful girl! What beautiful girl! What impolite guys, I am the water goddess Aqua, the god worshipped by the Axis cult." Aqua brushed away the hair that fell on her forehead, put one hand on her waist, and had an arrogant and confident smile on her face. Aku, Church of Acusis. Goddess of Water. The 3 carpenters blinked in confusion. Ahem, this girl is my distant cousin, named Akia. Lin Ji coughed lightly and gave a more reasonable explanation. He didn't want to explain too much about the origin of Akia's identity. Seeing the 3 people looking at Akia in shock, Lin Ji stepped forward a few steps and came to them, whispering, "As you can see, her brain is a little abnormal." The 3 carpenters immediately responded with a look of "We understand, oh. So that's it. Are you the goddess of the Acusis Church?" Lady Akia, we finally waited for you, we are all your most loyal believers. The three carpenters immediately became dramatic and followed Aqua's words very cooperatively. When they were deeply moved, their expressions were even a little pious. In this world, there are also believers who believe in this goddess. The simple-minded Aqua really believed their lies, and her face showed an excited and proud look that could not be suppressed. Linji! Did you see that? The Acusis religion is indeed everywhere, ha ha ha. This poor child is really sick. The three carpenters sighed silently in their hearts, and their eyes looking at Aqua were inevitably a little more compassionate. This look fell into the eyes of the complacent Aqua, which was simply the most sincere gaze of faith in herself. She patted her fairly large chest muscles and said generously, "Since you are all believers of this goddess, then, today's meal is free. This is my restaurant, bastard." Linji stepped forward and gave Aqua a loving hand blow on the head. Aqua felt pain and covered her head with her hands, tears welling up in her eyes. "Really? That's great. Boss, please change the 3 breakfasts to 6. The carpenters did not forget to add insult to injury at this time. "No problem, but after enjoying the gift of the goddess, we have to contribute our own strength. The damaged wooden tables and chairs in the store will be handed over to you." "Ahem, forget it, we think about it carefully, we can't eat so much, so we won't waste food." After just one round of tug-of-war, the 3 stinky carpenters were defeated by Linji, the Zhujiang. Chapter 6. Tell me my name when something goes wrong. Linji, who received the money, was also not vague. He was about to turn around and walk into the kitchen to get the fried dough sticks and soy milk that had been fried in the morning, but he happened to catch a glimpse of Aqua squatting in the corner drawing circles. "Aqua, help go to the kitchen to get 3 servings of dough sticks and soy milk for your most loyal believer. With free labor here, why do we need to do it ourselves?" Aqua, who was in a depressed state, didn't want to pay attention at first, but when she heard the word cultist, her eyes lit up again, and she ran into the kitchen with passion. Linji saw this, nodded with great satisfaction. In order to save money for a wish, he had been running this restaurant alone. Now that there is one more person to take care of it, he can have some free time. Thinking of this, Linji's heart couldn't help but ache again. He had saved money for more than a year, but ended up with such an outrageous thing. Not long after he had some free time, Linji soon realized that something was wrong. Why did it take so long to get a portion of fried dough sticks and soy milk? In Aqua's world, there are potato chips and TVs. It's impossible that he can't even recognize this fried dough stick and soy milk, right? With deep doubts, Linji walked past the front desk and turned into the kitchen on the side. As soon as he came in, he saw Aqua with her back to him, chewing continuously. "Aqua, didn't you run into the kitchen to eat secretly?" The questioning voice that came out of nowhere scared Aqua so much that she turned around and dodged her eyes. "No, I don't think so. I just don't know what you mean by fried dough sticks and soy milk." Her cheeks were bulging with food, like a big frog with a bulging mouth, and the residue of fried dough sticks was hanging on it. "Then what's in your mouth?" I don't have anything in my mouth." Aqua put her hands behind her back, twisted her body, and made an unconvincing excuse with a guilty conscience. Thinking that this poor guy hadn't eaten anything since he was summoned, Linji sighed heavily. "You are my partner. If you are hungry, just tell me directly. This is a restaurant. I will provide you with food." He finally softened his heart. "Woo woo woo, Lord Linji." Aqua was grateful and flew over to save Linji's thigh. The movement was exaggerated, so the fried dough stick residue on the corner of her mouth was naturally transferred to Linji's trouser legs. Alas! Another heavy sigh with confusion. Since summoning Aqua, Linji couldn't remember how many times he sighed. After finally feeding the greedy Aqua, he brought out the breakfast. In the end, he still had to do it himself. What a sin! After successfully sending away the 3 carpenters, in order to reduce unnecessary trouble, Lin Ji directly closed the door of the restaurant and hung a temporary business board. Since the plan to go to sea has been finalized and it has been decided to harvest the bandit Zajiri Xiong, the business of this restaurant does not need to be too concerned. After thinking all night, Lin Ji felt that the most important thing at the moment was to build a sailing boat with the ability to sail. If he couldn't defeat the bandit group, he could always take Aqua away. At sea, the advantages of the goddess of water can play an unexpected effect. During the year of traveling through the other world, Lin Ji was not idle except for opening a restaurant. He has studied knowledge related to navigation technology, ship maintenance, basic physical skills, swordsmanship and spearmanship, rookie level, which are barely enough for sailing in the East China Sea with good weather conditions. In order to summon Aqua, Lin Ji had borrowed a lot of money from the villagers of Windmill Village. In this debt situation, if he still wants to build or buy a ship, he will definitely be labeled as someone who wants to run away and blocked at the entrance of the village. So, is that the only way to go? Lin Ji's eyes gradually became firm. He is not a hesitant person. Since he has determined the next action target, he will not have too many concerns. Aqua, I'm going out to make money next. I will probably be back in the afternoon. You just stay in the store and wait for me. Lin Ji called Aqua, who was doing nothing, to make a solemn explanation. No problem. Aqua agreed decisively without thinking. Such a straightforward answer not only did not reassure Lin Ji, but instead felt super unreliable. Remember, the world of pirates is much more cruel and complicated than the other world you manage. If you cause any trouble in the village, you must stay calm and report my name if something happens. Thinking of the good reputation he has accumulated in Windmill Village over the past year, Lin Ji is also a little relieved. At least the villagers know that Aqua is their relative and friend, and they will more or less take care of her and tolerate her. I know, how could this goddess cause trouble? Aqua Geu was lying on the sofa, gnawing on the fried chicken leg in her hand, and waved her hand impatiently, go and make money quickly. Lin Ji didn't say anything more when he saw this. After a simple packing, he left the restaurant and walked along the alley of Windmill Village into the back of Mount Corpo. That is the hill where the bandit Dodden's family is. According to the current time point, it will not be long before Garp will send the rebellious Luffy over, creating the famous scene of the 3 ASL brothers toasting and swearing brotherhood. Of course, the only one living in Dodden's family now is Little Ace. The purpose of Lin Ji's trip was to target the treasure hidden by Ace and Sabo. In fact, if it weren't for the urgency of time, Lin Ji would not have paid attention to the treasure of Ace and Sabo. Putting aside the special identities of these two people in the pirate world, at this time, they were just children full of dreams of going to sea. The immoral act of cheating young brats who were not familiar with the world has always been the bottom line that Lin Ji was unwilling to touch. Otherwise, he could have done it when he summoned the first partner. So why did he change his mind now? Of course, it was because he lowered his bottom line. Due to the activities of bandits all year round, the road to Mount Corpo is not particularly difficult to walk. After going around, bypassing Dodden's family, and passing through several small forests, Lin Ji came to the area where Ace and Sabo often moved. Because he had come here several times before, combined with the scenes presented in the anime, he soon put Ace and Sabo in the spot. Sabo's treasure hiding spot was precisely locked on several towering trees. Just as he was about to personally verify which tree trunk the treasure was hidden in, a childish voice with strong hostility suddenly came from behind him. Hey! Who are you and what do you want to do here? Looking back, Little Ace and Little Sabo were standing on the huge tree roots that emerged from the ground with vigilance. The shining water pipes in the sun were quite intimidating. Chapter 7 Ace, Sabo. I didn't think about doing anything, I just felt the breath of gold, silver, and jewelry here, so I came to take a look. Lin Ji's eyes were calm, and he was not surprised at all by Ace and Sabo appearing in front of him. "Do it!" The moment the voice fell, Ace, who had been ready for battle, rushed up with a steel water pipe without saying a word. The treasure in the tree trunk was the wealth he and Sabo had accumulated for more than 2 years. In preparation for the future sailing adventure, any factors that might pose a threat must be eliminated. Understood. Sabo followed closely. Struggling in the terminal of uncertain objects with harsh environment and thugs roaming around made them more decisive and brave than children of the same age. Although they were little kids, they were very fast and rushed to Lin Ji in a few breaths. They cooperated very well, blocking Lin Ji's attack route on the left and right. As long as one of them was counterattacked, the attack of the other person could hit the enemy. However, what they never expected was that the man of unknown origin on the opposite side not only did not attack or retreat, but took the initiative to open his arms, with an arrogant posture that did not take them seriously. Bang bang! 2 dull sounds came out, and Ace, who jumped up, suffocated Lin Ji's forehead with a water pipe, and Sabo, who mainly attacked the lower body, hit Lin Ji's right leg. "You two, is this the only level?" Lin Ji, who was hit by 2 pipes, still maintained his original posture, expressionless, and looked at Ace and Sabo with wide eyes with a playful look. At the moment of the fight, Ace, Sabo, and the other man realized that the enemy in front of them was quite tricky. After looking at each other, the two retreated at a very fast speed and retreated to their original positions. Seeing this, Lin Ji's tense nerves relaxed and his mouth twitched slightly. "Damn, it hurts. Didn't you say that the body's defense is greatly increased? Why is my head buzzing? Is this really the strength that a little kid should have?" If Ace Sabo, who was facing a great enemy, knew his true feelings deep in his heart at this moment, the scene would definitely be quite exciting. "To be honest, I do know that you have hidden a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry here." Lin Ji scratched his head calmly, looked at the 2 people opposite and showed his cards directly, "But you don't have to be too nervous." The secret of the treasure was pointed out by Fang Fang, and Ace Sabo's heart trembled, showing an incredible shock. After all, he is still a child, all his thoughts are written on his face, unlike a mature adult like Lin Ji, who knows how to use a smile to hide the pain on his forehead. "Although I have the ability to kill you instantly, I would rather have a good talk with you about cooperation than to solve the problem with rough means. The world of pirates has always been about reasoning with fists, which is the fundamental reason why Lin Ji allowed the water pipes and sticks to greet him and show his strong power. Of course, he also wanted to try out what level his current defense was at. The result was actually not bad. After all, Ace Sabo at this time actually had the power to defeat large beasts. "Stop joking there. You self-righteous guys, if you want to rob the treasure, just come over." Ace tightly grasped the steel pipe with an elbow in his hand, with no intention of retreating at all. "Going to sea is my dream. No matter what enemy I have to face, I will not run away." Since he was a child, all he heard was the ridicule and abuse of his bastard father, Pirate King Roger. Over time, he developed a lonely character who did not trust others. Because of this, Ace was eager to go out to sea, make a name for himself on the sea, and completely get rid of the shadow of Gold Roger. Seeing this, Sabo, who had originally thought of retreating temporarily, gritted his teeth and took a step forward, determined to fight the powerful enemy in front of him to the end. "So your dream is to save money to go out to sea, then it is even more necessary to cooperate with me." Lin Ji smiled indifferently. "I was still worried about how to convince you just now, but I didn't expect you to be so considerate and take the initiative to tell me the reason." After a brief thought, he looked up at the nervous Ace Sabo and said, "I think you must have misunderstood something. I am not one of those vicious people. I am just the owner of an ordinary restaurant in Windmill Village. Recently, my restaurant has some problems with funds and needs to be supplemented. If you are willing, you can invest some money. The 3 of us will share the profit equally." Seeing that both of them showed puzzled expressions, Lin Ji continued to persuade them, compared to carefully saving money in a harsh environment, this way of making a steady profit is much safer and easier. His words made Ace and Sabo fall into silence. What should we do, Ace? If that guy is not lying, it seems that there is really no harm to us. Sabo leaned close to Ace and whispered. It's suspicious. He can obviously rob us directly. Why does it take so much trouble? Little Ace frowned, and couldn't help but think of the adults who always couldn't help but laugh and ridicule whenever he mentioned going to sea. Looking at the guy in front of him who was always smiling, his suspicion became deeper. You have no reason to believe our idea of going to sea. You are just after our treasure. Ace, who was determined, questioned Lin Ji in a stern voice. The result was the same as he thought. After the lie was exposed by him, the other party gradually stopped smiling and was about to reveal his ugly face. However, stop looking down on people. Do you think I should question and ridicule two men who are working hard for their dreams? Lin Ji looked serious, not as angry as Ace imagined. This short and angry sentence broke the defense of Ace and Sabo, who were on guard. No adults have ever stood on an equal footing to affirm their dreams. From the beginning to the end, all they faced were ridicule and jokes, and only ridicule and jokes. And now, this strong monster who took their full strength attack without feeling anything actually called them men instead of brats. What on earth do you want to do? Ace raised his head high and shouted loudly, trying not to let the tears in his eyes turn into tears and flow down. Didn't I just say that I want to cooperate with you? Lin Ji said slowly. After that, the same words fell in Esaber, but they changed quality. I also feels that this is a good way. So, as the elder brother, Ace took the lead in putting away the steel water pipe in his hand and compromised step forward. Good afternoon, Mr. Lin Ji. Why didn't I see you open your shop today? I heard that you have developed a new dish called braised bird meat. I want to take the kids to try it. Sorry. I have something to deal with today. You can come back tomorrow. Boss Lin Ji. I heard that the bandits ran into your shop yesterday to make trouble. Are you not injured? It's okay. They are just a few bandits. I have killed 56 of them in my hometown. Hehe, Mr. Lin Ji, you are still as joking as ever. Speaking of which, I don't know when Mr. Karp will come back. Recently, the bandits have become more and more rampant. Why haven't you seen the two strange kids behind you? Are they distant relatives like the girl with a little abnormal brain? Little Ace and Little Sabo followed behind Lin Ji vigilantly. Seeing the simple villagers greeted enthusiastically, they were much less vigilant. At least the strong man in front of them did not lie. He has a very good reputation in this village. But what kind of description is a strange child? They are men who are working hard for their dreams. Due to the unfamiliarity of the place, the two stubborn people did not refute. In contrast, as they got closer to the restaurant, Lin Ji, who was smiling, couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, there was Aqua, a smart person, in the restaurant at this time. If he accidentally let slip and aroused Ace Sabo's suspicion, then all the hard work of this morning would be in vain. With this worry, Lin Ji stopped in front of his own restaurant and slowly pushed open the closed door. Just thinking about giving Aqua a wink before she spoke, the whole lobby was quiet and Aqua was not seen. Lin Ji's eyes swayed left and right, and after searching for several times, he finally found the familiar Aqua Blue in an inconspicuous corner. At this time, Aqua squatted in the corner, hugging her knees with her hands, her eyes full of wisdom were dim, and she was listless like a wilted cabbage. Such abnormal behavior made Lin Ji frown slightly. When he got closer, he found that there was an inconspicuous bump on Aqua's head, which was very symmetrical with the bump on his forehead caused by the water pipe. What's wrong, Aqua? Lin Ji squatted down and asked. Aqua lowered her head and said in a depressed mood, I went out for a walk and got beaten up. Hey? What happened? People in the village are very friendly. Didn't you tell me my name? Lin Ji was very puzzled. When he just went out, he expected that Aqua would probably run out to cause trouble. In order to be on the safe side, he also specifically told Aqua to tell his name if something happened, so as not to let the people in the village think that a strange psychopath came. In the end, he was beaten. Hearing this, Aqua suddenly looked up and stared at Lin Ji, her water blue pupils full of resentment. After a while, he slowly spoke. I was beaten up by them because I told them your name. Lin Ji's mouth twitched. He has a good relationship with people in Windmill Village and basically has no enemies. If someone must be unhappy with him. Lin Ji quickly thought of the reason. Are those people wearing white turbans, swords on their waists, and fierce faces? Bastard Lin Ji, you really know them. After getting the confirmation, Aqua's eyes became more and more resentful. Aha, ahaha, there must be some misunderstanding. Ace Sabo was right behind him, so Lin Ji naturally couldn't say that the group was the bandits who borrowed money from him, so he had to give a series of dry laughs out of guilt. How about this, as compensation, Aqua, I'll make you a special dish, bird egg beef fried rice. Aqua curled her lips and didn't answer. How could a mere fried rice heal her injured weak heart? A few minutes later. It smells so good. Lin Ji, I didn't expect that you, aren't very good in other aspects, but the things you make are, delicious. Aqua, who had just regained her vitality, picked up the bowl in her hand and ate the rice in big mouthfuls. And her whole delicate face was covered with rice grains. What a strange woman, she looks so elegant and beautiful, but she eats like this. Born in an aristocratic family, little Sabo, who has learned all kinds of table manners since childhood, couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. You said so, AI. Hey. When he turned his head to talk to Ace, he was startled by the scene in front of him, and both eyeballs jumped out of his eye sockets uncontrollably. I saw that Ace's eating method was more exaggerated and heroic than Aqua, and he could even be described as wolfing down. In just a few seconds, a whole plate of fried rice was swept away. What's wrong, Sabo? Ace licked his lips with satisfaction. Living in the Dodden family, he has been living a wandering life for many years, and he has never eaten fried rice that tastes so good. No, it's okay. Sabo scratched his head. Is it really that delicious? With a slight suspicion, he took a bite of the fried rice in front of him. Then, the little face with a little dirt on it suddenly bloomed with a happy smile. Really, it smells so good. Just like that, with full of expectations, the three gluttons sitting in a row asked for another serving of the same fried rice. Lin Ji naturally did not refuse this, and ran to the back kitchen to get busy. After eating and drinking, Ace and Sabo slowly got up and took the initiative to leave a package hanging on the steel pipe. Inside was the treasure they had collected in the past 2 years. Obviously, they initially believed in Lin Ji, who affirmed their dream of going to sea, cooked delicious food and was too strong. As for the meal money, I will deduct it from this. Lin Ji pointed to the heavy package quite naturally. Didn't you treat us? Ace and Sabo were shocked. Where in the world is there a free lunch? Lin Ji said a wise saying. Then why doesn't she have to pay? Ace pointed indignantly at Aqua, who was sitting on a stool and wiping her mouth. She was originally an employee of the store. Lin Ji said with a gentle face, very tolerant of Aqua. It's no use not to be tolerant, no one knows better than him that this guy doesn't have a penny. After hearing what he said, Ace fell silent and could only swallow this loss. Then, he changed the subject and asked, when will we come to you to share the money? Next month, once a month. Okay. After that, Ace carried the steel water pipe on his shoulder and turned around and left the restaurant with Sabo. After all, this is not their activity area. Leaving the restaurant and walking on the street of Fench village, the blonde Sabo couldn't help asking, Ace, although that guy doesn't look like a bad guy, isn't it a bit impulsive for us to just hand over the treasure? Little Ace carefully looked at the surrounding environment and replied in a deep voice, he is very strong and knows our secrets. We have no right to negotiate conditions at all. Thinking of the oppressive feeling that the other party ignored his attack, Little Ace couldn't help but clench his fists. The weak have no right to speak, Sabo, we still have to become stronger. Isn't this a matter of course? Sabo responded with a firm and bright smile. While they were talking, they didn't notice that a little boy humming a strange, unpleasant, song was walking briskly past them. Little Luffy, who smelled the aroma of fried rice from a long distance, also didn't notice Ace and Sabo passing by. The bright sunshine fell on the street, stretching the shadows of the three ASL brothers who were walking in opposite directions very long. Just like the shadows that spread to the end and completed the intersection and overlap, in the near future, the three of them will get to know each other under the arrangement of fate. Chapter 9 Equal in IQ. As soon as Ace and Sabo left, Lin Ji had no time to explain the situation to Aqua, and the door of the restaurant was kicked open. Lin Ji. Is the egg fried rice ready today? I can smell it. Little Luffy walked in with ease. It has almost become his daily routine to come to Lin Ji's place for a meal every day. Hey? Where did this little brat come from? He looks so cute. Aqua had long walked out of the shadow of being beaten, and returned to her normal state of stupidity. She walked over and wanted to grab little Luffy's head. Asshole! I am the man who wants to be the pirate king, not a little brat. Little Luffy took a half step back, clenched his fist and announced his dream loudly. Pucci, a kid like you still want to be the pirate king? Aqua covered her mouth with one hand and laughed meanly. As an idiot goddess who can even mock a few low-level monsters, she has done many such immoral things. Damn it, you dare to look down on my dream. Little Luffy was so angry that he swung his fist and rushed towards Aqua without saying anything. Aqua calmly stretched out her hand and pressed his head. The two small fists swung in the air like a wind and fire wheel, but they could never touch Aqua, who was as long as her hand. Ha ha ha! Lin Ji, look, this kid is so interesting. Aqua couldn't help laughing loudly. I hope you can still find it interesting like now when the ability of the rubber fruit awakens and obtains the strongest fifth gear form. Lin Ji silently complained in his heart. Wait! He suddenly thought of something. Luffy hasn't eaten the Nika fruit yet. Does that mean he also has a chance to get this god-level fruit? The strange idea just popped up, but Lin Ji shook his head and rejected it. The Nika fruit is now either under the care of the world government or has fallen into the hands of the Red Hair Pirates. With his current newbie status, he wants to get his hands on something from the boss, more or less it's a bit hard to think about it. Asshole! No more fighting! The frustrated little Luffy retreated to the side and shouted angrily to Lin Ji, who was thinking with his head down not far away, Hey! Lin Ji, where did this annoying guy come from? Before Lin Ji could answer, the victorious Aqua put her hands on her hips and proudly puffed out her chest. Remember, the one who defeated you is the extremely noble goddess of water who lives in the realm of the gods, Lady Aqua. So is bullying a child of a few years old such a proud thing? Lin Ji held his forehead with his hand and sighed heavily. The little Luffy opposite blinked his clear eyes and stared at the arrogant Aqua. After carefully recalling Aqua's description in his mind, he laughed out loud on the spot. Ha ha ha! You still have the nerve to say that to me? Shanks and the others can beat 10 guys like you. Grandpa, that old man, didn't even say that he was a god, and you're the goddess of water, ha ha ha! The more Luffy thought about it, the funnier it got. And he was so happy that he held his stomach and slammed the table like crazy. The shrill laughter made Aqua's mouth twitch. As a goddess admired by everyone, she was actually laughed at by a little kid? Lin Ji, tell him whether I am the goddess of water or not. Aqua looked at Lin Ji angrily. Do you really want me to prove it? Lin Ji asked tentatively. Knowing Luffy's character well, he didn't think that he would believe it if he helped to explain it, and it was even more likely to backfire. Yet, Aqua nodded heavily. Okay Luffy, she is indeed the goddess representing the power of water. Linji looked at Luffy and spread his hands helplessly. Ha ha ha. As expected, little Luffy laughed even more happily and rolled on the floor. This brat! Aqua's face was completely black, and her eyes flashed with anger. In that case, let me show you how the goddess really acts. All my followers in this world, obey the order of the goddess of water, Aqua. As Aqua raised her hands above her head and sang very seriously, a cool ice blue magic circle was formed under her feet. Whoosh! Indescribable updrafts were formed out of thin air, and the water blue short skirt and full hair fluttered slowly. The dry air around her began to become moist, and drops of water were suspended in the air, gradually gathering into a stream of water surrounding Aqua. At this moment, she closed her eyes slightly and was wholly and detached, and really had the breath of the goddess of water. Fug! Linji couldn't help but burst out a mouthful of Chinese quintessence. He never thought that Aqua, a fool who would not fight back even when beaten by bandits, would actually argue with Luffy, who was still a child, for a false reputation. Seeing that the magic circle that could summon the flood offensive was about to be formed, he reacted and rushed over quickly, interrupted Aqua's spell and threw her to the ground. Idiot! What do you want to do in my restaurant? Let that stinky brat see the power of the goddess of water, power. At first, Aqua, who was pressed down, wanted to struggle to get up, but when she glanced across and saw Luffy, whose eyes had turned into shining stars, she was stunned. Oh! Great! Do it again, please do it again. Little Luffy had already climbed up from the ground, poked his head, and stared at Aqua eagerly. No problem, since you have asked so sincerely, I will satisfy you once. As she spoke, the elated Aqua was about to chant magic again. My! Bang! Unable to bear it any longer, the always gentle and elegant Linji suddenly jumped up and chopped Aqua's forehead with a knife. You took my words as wind, right? The restaurant was flooded and we both have to sleep in the stable tonight. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Aqua put away the spell and apologized sincerely with her head covered. Now it was the turn of the expectant little Luffy to be unhappy. The stars in his eyes disappeared instantly, and his teeth became jagged. Asshole Linji! Don't do unnecessary things, let her do it again. At the same time, the aggrieved Aqua also cast a longing look. In just a few minutes, the two people who were fighting against each other completed the unity of the front line very tacitly. As expected, they are equally intelligent. Large-scale water magic is definitely not possible. Aqua, don't you know flowers, birds, wind, and moon, a widely praised banquet skill? Just show Luffy some talent. Linji couldn't stand the two guys' staring eyes, so he chose to compromise. Humph! That's my unique skill. Do you know what a unique skill is? It means that I can't show it to others casually. Aqua pouted proudly. Having said that, she took out two folding fans from some strange place with shining eyes. Her slender waist twisted with elegant steps, and her fingers flicked, and the tightly closed folding fans opened with a snap. Two clear water jets spurted out from the folding fans, spreading in the air like a miniature fountain. A faint rainbow emerged in the falling water drops, and the picture was quite beautiful. Oh! So cool! This operation confused little Luffy, and he pestered Aqua to do it again a few times. Aqua naturally would not refuse this kid who had just looked down on her. She was very proud and performed even harder. At the front desk of the restaurant, looking at the two people who were having fun in the blink of an eye, Linji raised his hand and hesitated to speak. He felt that he was out of place. It seemed that the serious self became the one with the wrong style. Chapter 10 The Charm of the Goddess. After successfully coaxing Luffy with a plate of bird egg fried rice, Lin Ji decisively closed the restaurant door and put up the temporarily closed sign again. Really Lin Ji, if Luffy wants to stay here, just let him stay. Aqua, who was still not satisfied, lay on the dining table, complaining with her little mouth. Now is not the time to play leisurely, Aqua. Lin Ji said earnestly. As he spoke, he walked to the only remaining dining table and took out the grey package left by Ace from under the table. Untie the knot on it, spread out the four corners of the cloth, and the golden gold and silver jewelry immediately appeared. There are jades inlaid with gems, rings made of pure gold, and glittering pendants. Lin Ji. Is this what you said this morning to make money? You actually cheated those two children of their money. Aqua blinked her clear eyes, thinking of the conversation between Lin Ji and Ace Sabo just now. Her brain suddenly became useful, and she guessed the general idea at once. Lin Ji leaned over to count and sort out the treasures, and replied without raising his head, transactions between men cannot be considered cheating. He is a man with a new bottom line. Compared with the villains like the bandit Zhirxiang, Ace Sabo's money will definitely not be stolen. If they can successfully annihilate the bandits and get a bounty of 8 million, it will not be a problem to return the money. If the operation ends in failure, they will run away in disgrace. It can also be regarded as a good lesson for Ace Sabo, who has not yet set out to see what is the evil heart of the pirate society. Well, how about Ace and Sabo are not at a loss? What is a transaction between men? It's too bad, Lin Ji. Aqua's eyebrows were frivolous, and her words were full of contempt. Who do you think put me in this embarrassing situation? Being despised by the mentally retarded goddess, Lin Ji's mouth twitched. After suppressing the urge to beat Aqua up, he repacked the treasures stolen by Ace Sabo, stood up and asked seriously, Aqua, how do you think your value compares to these treasures? How can a mere human treasure be compared with this goddess? Aqua snorted arrogantly, not realizing that she had fallen into Lin Ji's trap. So I'll mortgage you to them, so that they can make the best use of you. What? Aqua was stunned for a moment, her eyes rolling. You said it was a transaction between men. If I interfere easily, even if you are a goddess, it will be difficult for me to deal with it. Useless goddess! Lin Ji snorted coldly. Ahaha, ahahaha, let's not pay too much attention to strange things. Thinking of the fragrant fried rice, Aqua decisively chose to forbear, looking at the package on the table and changing the subject. What are you going to do with all this money? Build me a luxurious goddess palace. Do you think I would cheat for such a boring thing? Ahem, negotiate this deal between men. Lin Ji said speechlessly. This is not a boring thing. Lin Ji, let me tell you. Aqua was about to talk nonsense to explain the benefits of building a goddess palace, but was interrupted by Lin Ji mercilessly. Summon, you borrowed a lot of money from the villagers, you need to pay it back first, and then build a ship for sailing. You make money just to pay it back? That's so boring. Aqua successfully took over the topic and said excitedly, why don't we have a party tonight and drink a lot of wine? The cute face was full of expectations. Where was the righteous condemnation just now? Lin Ji stepped forward, really not wanting to talk to this stupid goddess. Seeing this, Aqua, who was addicted to alcohol, hurriedly followed, still chattering. Under the fresh sea breeze, the two left the restaurant and embarked on the road to repay the villagers' debts. What surprised Lin Ji a little was that the treasure accumulated by Ace Sabo was exchanged for equivalent paper money, and it was as much as 1.5 million Baileys. For two children living in a terminal station with a harsh environment, this is a very astonishing amount. You know, in addition to the initial investment and renovation, the restaurant's monthly turnover is only a few 100,000 or 200,000. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and the second in command of the Revolutionary Army in the future. Lin Ji couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Windmill Village is not big, with only dozens of households at most. From the port to the sea, you can basically walk to the end along the main road of the village. According to the normal plot, it won't take much time to pay off the debt, and you can soon invest in the production and construction of sailboats. However, with Aqua around, how could the plot develop according to the predetermined trajectory? After learning and seeing with their own eyes that Lin Ji, this distant relative, had quite serious mental and intellectual problems, the kind and simple villagers were extremely generous and enthusiastically sent fruits, pork, and other local specialties. What's more, they couldn't bear to see such a cute girl go crazy, so they directly and generously forgave Lin Ji's debt. After walking around the windmill village, Lin Ji not only didn't pay much money, but was covered with vegetables, fruits, and other food all over his body. It's quite outrageous. Ah ha ha ha, I didn't expect that there were so many Accusus believers hiding in such a small village. Aqua took a brisk step, holding the free good wine she got from the tavern owner Makina in her arms, and looked at Lin Ji beside her with a proud look. Did you see how pious those people's eyes are? That's the charm of the water goddess Aqua. Are you sure their eyes are pious? Lin Ji couldn't help but feel a little sad for this guy. Those were clearly the eyes of caring for the mentally retarded. You are just jealous, but I won't blame you. Aqua put her fair face closed as she rubbed the bottle. After all, the gap between an ordinary restaurant owner and a noble goddess is too big. If the last remaining creditor is still generous because of the identity of the goddess of water, I will admit that your charm is indeed worthy of the name. Lin Ji looked up at the endless forest at the end of the street, and his tone was surprisingly calm. Aqua had already floated to the sky at this time, patting her broad chest to make a promise. No problem at all, just leave it to this goddess. They are the bandits I mentioned before, that is, the group of people who beat you up this morning. Lin Ji said slowly. Bandits, right? Then let's go quickly, finish early and come back to drink. Aqua took a step without thinking, and just after taking 2 steps, she suddenly seemed to realize something and stopped abruptly. Wait, what did you say just now? Lin Ji spread his hands expressionlessly. You heard it right, it's the vicious bandits entrenched in this area. Ah! Thinking of the ferocious appearance of the group of people in the morning, Aqua's mouth twitched, and she backed out very sincerely, that Lord Lin Ji, how about you go by yourself? Perhaps it was because Lin Ji had mentioned the horror of the New World pirates before, which caused her to be a little afraid when she heard the existence of thieves now. Without the powerful Lord Aqua following me, I can't do it alone. Lin Ji shook his head gently. Really? So that's the case, Lin Ji, you are really a headache. Seeing that Lin Ji, who always despised and disliked her, was so dependent on her, Aqua's vanity immediately surpassed her heart, and she raised her head and chest, showing a posture of not caring about this goddess. As expected of Lord Aqua. Lin Ji smiled indifferently. He didn't say another sentence. You're really easy to fool. Chapter 11. It's my fault for having expectations of you. Don't worry, it's just a bandit. Aqua has always been very happy with such good words, she doesn't have the IQ to doubt. Speaking of which, although we haven't known each other for a long time, my intuition tells me that a treacherous man like you shouldn't pay back the debt owed to the bandit, right? Aqua held her fair chin with one hand, frowning slightly in contemplation. I have to say that, apart from intelligence factors, as a goddess, she is really good at judging people. True? I didn't expect you to be good at complimenting people. Lin Ji nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Ah, do I look like I'm complimenting people? Aqua held her forehead with her hand, looking very troubled. Ignoring the weird Aqua, Lin Ji opened the door of the restaurant and put the gifts from the villagers in the store. It's not that I'm worried that the things at the door will be stolen, but I'm afraid that some passing young man with a D in his name will eat it all. After locking the restaurant door again, Lin Ji looked back at Aqua and suddenly introduced the world view inexplicably. Aqua, although most of this pirate world is surrounded by the sea, some remote kingdoms, such as Alabasta, A desert country on the Grand Line, are still extremely short of water resources. No matter how much money you have, it's hard to buy it. Aqua blinked her clear blue eyes and tilted her head with a black question mark on her face. Does this have anything to do with the bandit problem we just talked about? In other words, water can also replace money to repay the bandits' debts. Using Aqua's flood magic attack to wash down Sig's lair, disrupt the entire bandit group's position, and disrupt their morale, this is Lin Ji's first move. With his enhanced physical defense, he might have a chance of winning against the 8 million bounty Sigur Jiseong alone, but the other side is a complete bandit group with many people and several muskets. It would be too risky to fight with Aqua. Lin Ji thought he was a wretched protagonist, not a warrior who would rush forward with a clenched fist. In fact, in his plan, this step would be started after the shipbuilding work was completed. But there was no way, since the bandits attacked Aqua recklessly, he had to get back at her. No matter how much he despised her, Aqua was his partner, and he would not allow others to bully her at will. Lin Ji, who always acted cautiously, had a flash in his eyes. In order to prevent Aqua from getting too complacent, he did not say what he really thought in his heart. So that's how it is. I understand it completely now. Aqua nodded in sudden enlightenment, and sighed in a narcissistic tone. It is indeed a perfect plan that can only be realized with this goddess. Lin Ji was stunned by her sudden enlightenment. Do you really understand? Hearing this, Aqua waved her hand impatiently. Don't underestimate me, Lin Ji. How could I not understand such a simple truth? Could it be that the bandits broke his head, or healed his head? Lin Ji was skeptical, looking at the setting sun in the distance, thinking that there was not much time left, so he believed Aqua's nonsense for the time being and did not dwell on it too much. The two people who reached a consensus began to head towards the bandit group base where Sig was. There are many bandits around Windmill Village, but only Dodden's family and Sig's bandit group have fixed hilltops. They occupied the north and south directions. One of them had an ambiguous relationship with the Navy hero Garp, and the other had a large number of people and complete equipment. They were the two most powerful bandit groups in this area. Before, when he took the risk to borrow money from the bandits, Lin Ji had already come to the hill where Zajiri Xiong was. He was familiar with the overgrown mountain road and could accurately avoid the weeds. Dangerous area where wild beasts lurk in the forest. Although Aqua's curiosity and arrogance caused a lot of trouble on the way, after a lot of twists and turns, the two of them still arrived at the base of the Sig bandits without any danger. In the open space surrounded by dense trees, there are several wooden houses built of hard wood, surrounded by wooden stakes fences with sharp spikes. At the only narrow entrance and exit, two bandits equipped with long knives and flintlock muskets were guarding there to ensure that they would not be attacked by the Navy or their peers who suddenly appeared. Aqua, that's the lair of the Sig Ri bear. In the bushes a few dozen meters away from the bandit base. Lin Ji bit a grass root in his mouth and introduced the basic situation of the bandit group to Aqua. Oh. Then let's go quickly, finish it early and go back early. I also want to taste the wine sent by Miss Makina. Because she was chased by a strange bird while taking bird eggs on the way, Aqua's long hair was messy and a few feathers were inserted, and she looked quite embarrassed. As she was talking, she stood up from the bushes, brushed off the dust and fallen leaves on her body, and walked towards the bandit group's base on the winding mountain road. What do you want to do with the plane? Lin Ji was quick-witted and quickly grabbed Aqua's waving hands and pulled her back. Of course we are acting according to the plan. Didn't we agree to let this goddess go over to replenish their living water to repay the debt? Aqua blinked her eyes and looked at Lin Ji, who looked wrong. Her smart head turned casually and she immediately thought of the reason. If you are really scared, just stay where you are. Don't worry, just leave this matter to me. After all, I have to work hard to eat your food. Looking at Aqua's confident look, Lin Ji was silent for a long time, and finally sighed heavily. Aqua, I'm really sorry. He stared at the pair of wise eyes and said very seriously, it's my fault for having expectations of you." Without waiting for the confused Aqua to respond, he held Aqua's hand tightly and suddenly pulled her back into the half-meter-high bushes. "Don't ask anything, just do what I say next. Let's hide here and not be discovered. Aim at the bandit group's base and use the water spell you want to use in the restaurant." Aqua didn't understand why, and frowned reluctantly. "It is said that flowers, birds, wind, and moon are my unique skills. How can I let those rude and vulgar bandits watch casually? Although they will definitely be grateful after watching it, and will be exempted from their debts because they are lucky enough to witness such a wonderful show, but they can't see it at such a long distance. Are you stupid? You are really stupid." Lin Ji, with a black face, couldn't stand it anymore, stretched out his hands and pinched Aqua's cheeks and pulled them. "That attack magic that can summon a flood I'm talking about." Chapter 12: The Amazing Power of Holy Water Generation. At the same time, in the bandit base, the spacious wooden house hall was full of empty wine bottles and bones and peanut shells that had been eaten clean. The bandits who had just finished a round of robbery gathered together to drink and revel. "Ha ha ha, boss, when we passed by the windmill village this morning, we met an idiot who was full of nonsense and said that she was the goddess of water. Seeing that her brain was not normal, we didn't want to pay attention to her. Who knew that she was actually a distant relative of the restaurant owner Lin Ji? Then we beat her up, ha ha ha." Several bandit minions were excited and told Zhixing, who was sitting in the main seat, about today's interesting things. "Oh? Lin Ji, that bastard, has such a sister." Zhix raised his head and poured a large glass of wine into his stomach, sneering, "What a poor guy, he doesn't know that the money, he can't think of paying it back in his lifetime. As long as the other party doesn't pay off the debt, he can always charge high interest. He is very ambitious. If this method of borrowing money and charging high interest is successful on Lin Ji, then the next business of the entire bandit group will no longer be the extremely risky burning, killing and looting. Speaking of which, I have to thank him for letting us discover another new way to make a fortune." Hearing this, the younger brothers below raised their glasses and flattered him. "It's all because of your wisdom and intelligence, it's our honor to follow such an excellent person like you." The arrogant Sig was very pleased with this kind of words, and the smile on the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. Just when he wanted to invite his younger brothers to eat and drink to their heart's content, he suddenly found that the light outside the house seemed to be covered by something and became very dim. Outside, in the bushes on the side of the mountain road, Aqua, bathed in blue light, closed her eyes slightly, and several streams of water surrounded her body. The light pink ribbon fluttered in the breeze, showing the rich sacred breath of the goddess of water. "All my followers in this world, obey the order of Aqua, the goddess of water. Follow my request, fulfill my wish, show your power to the world, holy water is generated." After the last words fell, Aqua stretched out her hands, and a large magic circle was generated above the base of the bandit group. Hwa wah wah! The raging flood poured out like a 100-foot waterfall, with a loud and surging sound, and quickly fell to the ground under the pull of gravity. Sig in the wooden house just caught the movement, and the flood from the sky arrived. Bang! The terrifying impact swept in all directions, and the fragile wooden house was washed away on the spot, turning into countless wooden planks and pillars that flowed to the foot of the mountain with the flood. Unable to put it down, most of the bandits also had the same fate of going with the flow. They struggling to float in the water, he could only watch his body being carried to the depths of the low-lying forest. As the leader of this group of bandits, Zhiri Xiang, who was a bit stronger, could not resist the power of the flood. He was blown away by the waves and hung high on the branches of a big tree in the southeast. The bandit leader with a bounty of 8 million was confused and messy in the breeze of the forest. In just a few seconds, the bandit group's base became a ruin, with fallen trees and messy places. The bandits who were drinking and reveling just now were lying in the water in pieces, all of them suffered varying degrees of trauma. Lin Ji squatted in the bushes, looking at the chaotic bandit group, his face inevitably showed a bit of shock. Aqua, who was going all out, seemed to have a stronger water output than he had imagined. Fortunately, she was not allowed to start the attack in the restaurant. Otherwise, the compensation from the villagers alone would be enough to cost her life. Seeing that the bandits were already in chaos, Lin Ji still squatted in the bushes without moving. Although the most threatening flintlock muskets on them were soaked in water and could not be used for a while, he was confident that he could resist cold weapons such as swords with his strong body defense. However, the opponent still had a lot of combat power left, and now was not the best time to attack. If Lin Ji had 30% confidence in solving this gang of bandits at the beginning, then now he had 60%. And if Aqua continued to do this to them for a few days, then this probability would increase to 90%. Before coming, Lin Ji had thought about whether to unite with the villagers of Windmill Village. With their help, the Sig bandits could definitely be solved in the shortest time. But he did not do so in the end. Putting aside the weak villagers who have always been afraid of bandits, whether they would have the courage to rise up and resist. He himself did not want to share the nearly 10 million Bailey bounty with others. Well done, Aqua, let's retreat first and bring them water tomorrow. Lin Ji waved to Aqua to let her run away. This level is just a sneeze for this goddess. Aqua, who was praised, put her hands on her hips, looked proud and looked very happy. Hey, Lin Ji, don't walk so fast, I don't know the road. When she came to her senses after being immersed in the great power of the goddess of water, Lin Ji had already turned back along the original mountain road and walked more than 10 meters away. The sun in the distance gradually set, representing the night's black curtain covering the coastline. As a god, Aqua has the eyes of God that can see through everything in the world. Although the power of God has been suppressed a lot after crossing into the pirate world, it is still no problem to see through the darkness. In short, it is the ability of night vision. Therefore, what scares Aqua is not the night itself, but the beasts lurking in this forest, which become extremely active at night, and various uncertain dangers. However, when Aqua took a step to catch up with Lin Ji, her feet softened and she fell flat on her face into the bushes. The long-distance holy water generation just now did not seem as easy as she said. Or, she overestimated her strength that had not yet fully recovered. The vision was immediately blocked by dense bushes. Aqua looked up and could no longer see the figure of Lin Ji, who was getting farther and farther away. What's worse, there was a rustling sound like some kind of beast's activity not far away. Fear spread rapidly in the brain. Wait, Lin Ji, Master Lin Ji, please don't leave me. The exhausted water goddess was so scared that she cried, her eyes filled with tears of fear. In despair, a familiar voice came from not far ahead. Really? Isn't it just a sneeze? Lin Ji turned back and pushed aside the bushes that blocked his way, and came to Aqua, who was lying on the ground and shivering. Aqua, who thought she was going to die in the mouth of a wild beast, or be discovered by the bandits and hung on a tree to dry, couldn't hold it back the moment she saw Lin Ji, and rushed over to hug his trouser legs and cried loudly. Master Lin Ji! I knew you would definitely not woo. As soon as she opened her mouth was blocked by Lin Ji's hand. Be quiet, bastard, if you lead the bandits here, I will abandon you without hesitation. Hearing this, Aqua immediately stopped crying and nodded repeatedly. Fortunately, the bandits were unconscious due to the inexplicable flood, and they had no extra energy to pay attention to other things. Come up, we have to leave quickly. Lin Ji lowered his body and silently wiped the snot on his trouser legs. After doing this, he stretched out his hands, hooked Aqua's tight white legs, and carried her steadily on his back. Under the increasingly dense night cover, they soon safely left the mountain where the bandits were entrenched and returned to the brightly lit Windmill Village. Hoo, I'm finally back. I'm so tired. After landing on her feet again, Aqua regained some strength, her nose twitched, and she greedily breathed in the harmonious and safe atmosphere in the village. Lin Ji, why don't you speak? She noticed Lin Ji, who was silent beside her. I think, Aqua, you should lose some weight. Lin Ji shook his sore arms. Aqua blushed and quickly made a sophistry, you. That's the weight of the goddess, not my own weight at all. Lin Ji didn't bother to pay attention to this stubborn and stupid goddess, and walked towards the restaurant on his own. Seeing this, Aqua hesitated for a few seconds, but still followed closely. Really, Lin Ji, it's so rude to say that in front of a goddess. Can't you just be a little more polite to those elegant and gentlemanly men? Can you exchange money for elegant gentlemen? No. Then what's the point of me coming here? You said, it seems so. Chapter 13 Reciprocity. Oh. Boss Lin Ji, you guys are finally back. I thought we would go back to eating bread tonight. What Lin Ji didn't expect was that even though it was completely dark and the busy streets became deserted, there were still hungry customers waiting for the restaurant to open. It was the three carpenters in white vests. Because of their work, they usually have to work overtime until late, and other restaurants in Windmill Village close early. So before Lin Ji came to the village, the three of them had to make do with bread for dinner. Have you not eaten yet? Come in quickly. After being surprised, Lin Ji quickly opened the door of the restaurant and let the three people in. He was tired after a day and didn't plan to open the restaurant, but seeing the three people's hungry appearance, he really couldn't bear it. To be honest, the feeling of being expected by others for the food made by hand is still quite good. And it just so happened that he also wanted to talk to them about shipbuilding. Hey? Did you encounter any trouble? Why does Miss Aqua look so embarrassed? Sitting at the familiar dining table, a carpenter found Aqua with messy hair and dirty body. As soon as the words came out, the person next to him pulled him and winked quietly. The man immediately reacted and changed his tone directly. Oh, no, please forgive my rudeness, respected goddess of water Aqua. It's okay, it's okay. Aqua has always been very tolerant and generous to her believers. She explained lightly, when releasing the holy water to generate magic, the ground was too slippery and I accidentally fell. Hearing this, the three carpenters looked at each other and sighed heavily at the same time. Wrestling is wrestling, and what about magic? This poor child is really sick. There is no fried rice. Can I give you a bowl of beef noodles? Lin Ji, who was afraid that Aqua, the idiot, would let slip, quickly spoke up and interrupted their conversation. No problem, as long as it is made by you, boss Lin Ji. The three carpenters have absolute trust in Lin Ji's craftsmanship. Wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Lin Ji nodded and turned to the kitchen. I'll help you, just let me take it out after it's done. Aqua, with her ears erect, quickly followed, showing extraordinary hospitality. You want to put it in your stomach, right? Lin Ji mercilessly revealed her true intentions. This wishful thinking hit him directly in the face. Hey, hey hey! Aqua, whose little thoughts were exposed, scratched her head with a dry laugh, and then explained seriously, even goddesses can get hungry. Besides, I helped you so much today, isn't it natural for me to eat something? You've worked so hard lying on my back like an octopus. Having said that, Lin Ji didn't stop Aqua, but let her follow him into the kitchen. After washing his hands and putting on an apron, Lin Ji lit the stove and said to Aqua in a low voice, forget about the beef noodles, the beef is overnight, I'll cook you a bowl of pork bone meatball noodles. Now it was Aqua's turn to look disdainful. You actually cooked overnight food for guests, it's terrible, Lin Ji. Then don't eat, just stand at the door and drink the northwest wind. I'm very sorry, Lord Lin Ji, I was wrong. The process of cooking noodles is relatively simple. After a few minutes, 5 bowls of steaming hot soup noodles were served by Lin Ji, followed by a drooling stupid goddess. Lin Ji deliberately placed Aqua's pork bone meatball noodles on the dining table in the corner, and sat down opposite the 3 carpenters, handing them 3 bowls of beef noodles. Sorry for the wait. Let's eat. The carpenters couldn't wait to pick up their chopsticks and slurp the noodles. Lin Ji picked up his chopsticks and began to enjoy this pleasant meal after the hard work. It can be clearly seen that he was eating exactly the same beef noodles as the carpenters. After the three carpenters had almost finished eating, Lin Ji started to talk about the shipbuilding business. Although the people in front of him were not the best shipbuilders in Windmill Village, they had a lot of resources and connections in shipbuilding, and their professionalism was much stronger than finding people randomly. What? Boss Lin Ji, do you want to leave Windmill Village and go to sea? The carpenters were very surprised. Yes, the vast sea is my true home, and I want to make a name for myself there. Lin Ji did not hide it. After traveling to the world of pirates, no one would be willing to stay in a remote village and waste their lives. Even if the sea is far more cruel and dangerous than imagined, we have to see those legendary figures. That's really a desirable pursuit, but unfortunately we don't have any skills and can only survive with our insignificant craftsmanship. Seeing the bright and resolute light flashing in Lin Ji's eyes, the three carpenters couldn't help but sigh. Once, they were mediocre and had a grand dream of conquering the sea. If it is a sloop that can meet basic sailing needs, we will join some friends and it will be completed in about a month. I wonder if you, Boss Lin Ji, have any requirements? The carpenter sighed and began to get serious. There are no requirements, but 1 month is too slow. Lin Ji shook his head slightly. The only companion now is Aqua, and the boat he needs is just a transit ship, which can sail normally in the East China Sea. Sure. Others need a month, but we only need 10 days. Another carpenter made a confident promise. Lin Ji picked up the last piece of beef in the bowl and put it in his mouth, very satisfied with the time. Then I'll leave it to you. The matter was settled. As for the cost of the ship, the carpenters did not say much, but only gave an estimated price of about 500,000 baileys. Boss Lin Ji, can you cook a few more dishes? I just want to have a drink after a long time. Thinking that they would not have the opportunity to taste the unique delicacies of Lin Ji's restaurant in the future, the three carpenters rubbed their hands. No problem, I'll cook the dishes for you first, and then go to Makina to get the wine. Lin Ji readily agreed. As soon as the voice fell, Aqua, who was sitting at the next table, appeared at the speed of light. No need, I have wine here. Aqua bit a half-chewed pork bone in her mouth, put the fine wine that Makina sent during the day on the dining table, and waved to Lin Ji repeatedly. Just cook the dishes. By the way, remember to order more. I haven't eaten enough yet. Lin Ji's mouth twitched slightly, this arrogant attitude that made him inexplicably angry. Looking at Aqua, who crossed her legs, opened the wine, and started to toast with the carpenters, for a moment, he even thought about poisoning the food to make this drunkard and foodie mute. In the end, in front of outsiders, Lin Ji chose to endure and couldn't poison the dishes. Unfortunately, there was no poison in his kitchen that could make people mute. The carpenters were relieved not to charge him for the deposit for shipbuilding, so naturally, he didn't charge them for this meal of noodles and dishes. This is called reciprocity. Chapter 14. Who is not serious? Thanks to the breakfast boss for the reward of 10,000 yuan for extra updates. The next day, just after dawn. The base of the Sig bandits. After a night of repairs, under the command of Zhixing, the bandits finally rebuilt the wooden house that was washed away by the flood. Hey, I'm so tired, I finally repaired the house. Yesterday's rain was really strange. I have lived in the East China Sea for so many years, but this is the first time I have encountered such a strange thing. What do you know? Similar extreme weather is very common in that terrifying new world. Really? Have you been to the sea called Hell? No, I occasionally saw it in the newspaper. The bandits who were tired all night sat around the repaired stronghold in scattered places, and their fierce faces were full of fatigue. The leader Zhixing sat on a huge rock, staring at the clear sky above his head, frowning tightly. Obviously, even though he has been the king here for many years, it was the first time he saw such an exaggerated rain. It's really a ghost. Thinking of the loss this time, Sig retracted his gaze and spit on the ground with a curse. In the East China Sea, where devil fruit users are rare creatures, he could not understand yesterday's unwarranted disaster at all, and could only blame himself for being unlucky to encounter such a strange thing. Fortunately, the weather in the East China Sea has always been relatively stable, and similar situations should not happen again. Sig just breathed a sigh of relief, and the next second, the light around him suddenly became dim, and then the rumbling sound of the flood sounded again in his ears. He suddenly looked up at the sky, and when he saw the overwhelming flood pouring down, he broke his defense on the spot. Damn it, again! Boom! The other bandits hadn't reacted yet, and the next second, the rolling flood swallowed them up, and the house they had just built was washed away. The situation was almost exactly the same as yesterday. After the flood, Sig was hanging on the branch of the big tree in the southeast direction again. Looking at the messy base and the brothers who fell to the ground in pain, his face was extremely gloomy and ugly. Under normal circumstances, if an ordinary person was hit by such a flood twice in a row, even if he didn't die, he would break a few bones. However, Sig was not seriously injured except for being embarrassed. After all, he was a guy with a bounty of nearly 10 million and killed 56 team leaders, if he wasn't bragging, so his physical fitness must not be too bad. It was just that in the original book, he was unlucky to meet the ridiculously strong red hair pirates, so he didn't have any chance to show off. Lin Ji, who was hiding in the bushes in the distance, was still very stable. After giving a sly laugh to Aqua, who had finished releasing the water, he quietly left. With the lesson from last time, Aqua was able to skillfully control the degree of holy water generation this time, so that she would not be exhausted after using it up. Even Lin Ji had to admit that in terms of power control and potential, this idiot goddess did have an unparalleled talent. The more he realized this gap, the deeper the regret in Lin Ji's heart. Why would his first partner be such a wise goddess like Aqua? In the next few days, in addition to maintaining the daily operation of the restaurant and dealing with Luffy who came to eat a free meal, Lin Ji went to Zij's base with Aqua to relieve the water. After several tortures, it can be clearly felt that the arrogant and domineering bandits are already in a state of autism. Even Zij, who has a good physical fitness, has dark circles under his eyes and is on the verge of mental collapse. He even had the idea of moving the base and leaving this damn mountain to develop again. Finally, after 5 consecutive days of torture, with Zij's tacit consent, the bandits began to play badly, and each person was equipped with a sturdy umbrella. Anyway, the repaired wooden house will be washed away by the flood sooner or later, so let's just not repair it. Lin Ji, when are we going to leave today? In the restaurant of Windmill Village, Aqua, who had finished showing off 3 bowls of fried rice, was eager to leave. Try, her water blue eyes flashed with anticipation. Although she refused to admit it as a noble and stubborn goddess, she seemed to have liked the feeling of a cat in the corner. It was really cool. Not long ago, she mocked Lin Ji's treachery. In this situation, it is really hard to say who is not serious. Take a break for 2 days and give them some hope that the rain will come. Otherwise, if they move out of the base, we will have to find it again. There is no need to increase the risk. Lin Ji sat at the front desk, his legs on the table, and picked up the black tea in front of him and tasted it carefully. As soon as he took a sip, the bland taste made him realize that something was wrong. Looking down, the liquid in the teacup was clear. Where was there any trace of black tea? You guys purified my black tea again. Lin Ji frowned slightly. As the goddess of water, Aqua can automatically purify any liquid that touches her body into natural, pollution-free pure water. Of course, things like alcohol have no effect. If you drink too much, you will vomit. It seems that she has lifted this passive state by herself. Let this goddess make tea, that's it. Aqua said with a smile. You actually touch other people's tea with your body, it's really perverted. Lin Ji glanced at her. It just so happens that I have nothing to do today, so I'll trouble the goddess to clean up the toilet. Seeing that the smile on Aqua's face was about to collapse, Lin Ji's eyes dimmed, and he sighed slowly, alas, if I could have such a powerful skill like you. Hehe, a mere mortal can't even think of being compared with the goddess. Aqua enjoyed the feeling of being envied and jealous, so she smiled happily and walked into the toilet to start cleaning. Oh, it's a good idea. Lin Ji glanced at the extremely pure white water in his hand, hesitated for a few seconds, and took a sip in accordance with the principle of not wasting. As for the taste, it didn't seem to be anything special. He put down the cup and stood up, thinking of going to the shipyard where the carpenters worked to check the progress of the sailboat, but there was a commotion on the street outside. The bandits are here again. The elderly and children should go home and hide, don't go out if there is nothing to do. Those guys have been caught in the rain in recent days, and their tempers will definitely not be good. Everyone should be patient and try not to provoke them. Aqua, who had just finished working in the toilet, came out and heard the alarm of the bandits outside. Lin Ji, they are here. Are they here to settle accounts with us because we were found to have secretly released water? Thinking of the good things she had done in the past few days, the goddess of water immediately felt guilty. Compared with Aqua's worries and fears, Lin Ji was much calmer and calmer. He returned to his seat and slowly drank another sip of purified water. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after taking 2 more sips, he actually felt that the water had a slight sweet aftertaste. Don't worry, if we were really exposed, they wouldn't have waited until now to come. It's nothing more than the daily robbery activities of the evil bandits. It has nothing to do with us. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the closed door of the restaurant was kicked open. The arrogant bandits filed in, led by the bandit king with a knife on his waist, Zhixing. Chapter 15. The gears of fate began to turn. I miss you a little after not seeing you for a few days, boss Lin Ji. Zich walked in front of Lin Ji with a flamboyant step and a fierce face. Lin Ji still kept sitting with his legs crossed high, and quietly put the water cup in his hand back on the table to cover up his inner panic. It's not time yet, and I don't have money. He looked up at Zich and said lightly. These words caught Zich, who was coming with a fierce momentum, off guard. With a gloomy look, he subconsciously held the sword at his waist. Thinking of Lin Ji's fearless look a few days ago, he silently loosened his palm. Don't worry, I am very trustworthy. I just hope that when it comes time to repay the interest, boss Lin Ji can do the same as me. Zich said coldly. As Lin Ji guessed, the bandits came this time not because they discovered the truth that their nest was flooded. Then what are you doing here? Get out quickly and don't disturb me doing business. Lin Ji frowned and said impatiently. Damn guy! How dare you be so rude to our boss? The group of bandits behind him suddenly showed a fierce look, and they all showed their long knives with cold light. If you want me to pay back the money, put away this trick, or come up and stab me in the heart, and our debt is cleared. Lin Ji spread his hands indifferently, with the attitude of a man who owes money and is the boss. He had already figured out Zich's personality traits and expected that the other party would not really do it, at least not before repaying the interest. Aqua, who was squatting in the corner and worried, was dumbfounded by her unmoved composure in the face of a dozen brutal bandits. No, who is the creditor and who is the debtor? Why can you, who is borrowing money, be so confident? For a moment, Aqua felt as if she had opened the door to a new world. Sig did not speak, but stared at Lin Ji coldly. I heard that a beautiful distant relative of boss Lin Ji came here. I just wanted to come and see her out of curiosity. After saying that, the pair of tiny pupils turned slightly and fell on Aqua not far away. Aqua suddenly felt like being stared at by a venomous snake, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. Seeing that Lin Ji was silent, Sig stared at Aqua and touched his chin with interest. She is really attractive. I wonder if it is enough to pay off your debt if I take her to the underground exchange. In the chaotic world of pirates, especially those who live in countries that cannot afford to pay the heavenly gold and are not protected by the world government, beauty, talent, and even simply living may become a sin, and people will be squeezed out of all the value that can be exchanged for money like animals. Zij knew that he could not do anything to the fearless Lin Ji at present, so he turned his target to Aqua. In order to threaten her, he could achieve the ultimate goal of collecting unlimited high interest. However, Lin Ji's next words shocked Zij. To be honest, it's not enough. Asshole Lin Ji, what do you mean by not enough? You are blaspheming the majesty of the supreme goddess. If you are in the realm of the gods, you will suffer a punishment more terrible than hell. The angry Aqua just protected her own value. Looking at the crazy beautiful girl who was talking about whether she was a god or not, Zij's mouth twitched slightly. This thing doesn't look like it can be sold at a good price. Thinking that Lin Ji was the first step in his attempt to go the loan sharking route, Zij finally suppressed his irritable temper and exhaled a deep breath. Whether it's enough or not, Lin Ji, you have to remember this. If you can't pay the interest next month, everyone in this restaurant will die. After leaving such a harsh word, Zij waved his hand and turned away with the bandits. Let's go, brothers. It's a rare good day today. Let's go to the tavern opposite and have a good drink. The floods from the sky for several days have tortured this group of people. There is no place to drink and relax, so they can only come to the village to solve it. This is the main purpose of their descent this time. Lin Ji is just a side visit. As the bandits gradually went away, Aqua, who was publicly belittled, finally exploded and rushed over to grab Lin Ji's collar and shook him hard. Lin Ji, look carefully, I am a goddess, an extremely noble goddess. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Lin Ji turned his head to look to the side, trying not to let the goddess's clear saliva splash on his face. Wait! What did Sig just say? Suddenly, realizing some important information, he ignored Aqua's harassment and sat up from the chair. The Red Hair Pirates, who had been sailing for 10 days, just returned to the Windmill Village as a temporary base this morning. They had a simple breakfast in the restaurant in the morning, and now they were drinking in the tavern of Makina to celebrate the harvest. In order to welcome Shanks, little Luffy did not come to the store to eat as usual. This happened frequently in the past, and Lin Ji did not pay much attention to it. But now, with the addition of the bandit Sig, it is very different. Sig Rikuma, Red Hair Shanks, Little Luffy. These characters who run through the original plot are about to meet in the tavern of Makina. No way, could it be? Unconsciously, Lin Ji's breathing became rapid. Even if you deeply realize your mistakes, this goddess will not forgive you easily. At least 3 meals, no, 5 meals of fried rice, can make me feel your apology. Aqua was a little confused by his words and deeds, but she still took the opportunity to blackmail a few meals. It doesn't matter, Aqua, come with me to the tavern to see the situation. Without any delay, Lin Ji jumped off the chair and walked out of the restaurant quickly. Although Aqua didn't understand what happened, she followed him out with a puzzled look. When he came to the Makina tavern across the street, many villagers were already surrounded by the street outside. The door with only 2 wooden baffles could not isolate the movement inside. You want to get rid of me with just a bottle of wine, what do you think of me? Accompanied by the sound of the broken bottle, the arrogant roar of the bandit Sig came out. How can you, useless people who can only float around on the sea, have the right to drink? Open your eyes and look carefully. I am a bandit with a bounty of 8 million. I have killed 56 useless guys like you. The villagers around were terrified, fearing that the pirates and bandits would suddenly fight in the next second. The result was beyond their expectations. Facing the bandits' wanton provocation, the group of pirates just stood there quietly, without any courage to fight the bandits. Since you want to clean up so much, I will let you clean up enough. Crash! The sharp sound of the blade shattering the wine bottle bar sounded, and the wine fragments were scattered all over the floor. It's really unlucky. It's okay to be washed by the flood every day, and even a mouthful of wine is drunk up by you useless pirates. In the tavern, Sig looked down from above, with disdain in his small and fierce eyes. Seeing the pirate's boss so scared that he could only lie on the ground and pick up glass fragments, he suddenly felt bored. Let these rubbish pick up the trash, guys, let's go. Amid the laughter and ridicule of the bandits, Sig pushed open the wooden door of the tavern. The group walked out of the windmill village in a swaggering manner. Chapter 16 Luffy, your shoulder fell to the ground. Lin Ji just stood in the crowd, watching the arrogant bandits leave and disappear at the end of the street. Hearing the super unhappy shouting of little Luffy coming from the Makina tavern, he finally did not go in to check the situation, but turned around and returned to his restaurant silently. If nothing unexpected happened. In the riot just now, the greedy Luffy had swallowed the destined fruit as a dessert. The gears of fate turned quietly at this moment, and I wonder if my crossing can bring a slight change to the trajectory of this twisted world? Most likely it can. Those pirates don't look as scary as you say. They were hit on the head with a bottle of wine. It's too bad to keep silent. Back in the restaurant, Aqua couldn't help but complain. She saw clearly what happened in the tavern just now, and couldn't help wondering if Lin Ji's mention of the strength of the pirates was just to scare her. Aqua, if an ant passing by offends you by chance, what will you do? Lin Ji came to the familiar front desk seat and sat down slowly. This time he no longer believed Aqua, but brewed a mellow black tea himself. The cute Aqua held her chin with one hand, thought seriously, and then waved her fist to give the answer. Slap the thing that dared to offend the goddess into a meat pie with a slap. Lin Ji. Is this guy really the goddess of water? I'm afraid she's a petty goddess. In short, the strength of that group of pirates is definitely beyond your imagination. If you don't want to be beaten into a meat pie, it's better not to provoke them easily. When Shanks and others came to have breakfast in the morning, Aqua was still sleeping in her room with sweet dreams, so they didn't meet. Stop scaring people, Lin Ji, this goddess has seen through it completely, this world is not as scary as you say. Aqua has obviously recognized this fact. Looking at her inexplicably confident look in her IQ, Lin Ji's worries suddenly disappeared. Even if this guy really provoked the red hair pirates without knowing it, Shanks and others would probably just laugh it off, or even ignore it. I believe that in a short time, you will be able to see their true strength. Lin Ji poured out the brewed black tea, shook the cup, and then took a sip. The taste was mellow and rich, and it was indeed much better than the goddess's hand-washing water. After simply dealing with Aqua, he stopped talking, and began to analyze the current situation with a flash of his eyes. After this conflict between mountain bandits and pirates, the red hair pirates will go out to sea again. As a pirate group that can already stand on their own in the New World, they seem to want to find something in the East China Sea, which is known as the weakest. Although the original work did not give a clear reason, the possibility is nothing more than two. The first is to find the most suitable eater for the rubber, Nika, fruit snatched from the navy, which Luffy accidentally encountered. The second is to find and protect the son of the former Captain Gold Roger and convey the will of Captain Roger. There may be other possibilities, or these two can be summed up as one. In any case, when the red hair pirates return to Windmill Village for the last time to kill Sigurd's bear, they will completely leave the East China Sea and go to the Grand Line to compete with the powerful. Finally succeeded in ascending to the throne, in the 4 years later, he became the youngest emperor of the sea alongside Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. Of course, this is just the plot development of the original work. No one can tell what the future will be like in this era that Lin Ji traveled through. And now, the choice that Lin Ji needs to face is whether to take down the head of the bandit King Sig for money before the next return of the red hair pirates, or to hide in the dark and observe silently without showing his true colors. After hesitating again and again, Lin Ji finally chose the latter. In addition to the fact that Sig can't cause too much trouble to him at present, in addition to the threat, he also wanted to see with his own eyes whether Shanks, the ridiculously powerful future four emperors, would be so careless as to lose an arm in the East China Sea. What is his real thought as he inherited Roger's will? In comparison, Sig's 8 million bounty seems not so important. Of course, if there is a chance, Lin Ji will definitely not let go of this tempting bounty. Bang! While thinking, the door of the restaurant was kicked open again. The person who came was the petite Luffy. Lin Ji, I'm so angry. Shanks and the others didn't dare to fight back because the other side had more people. They are not real pirates at all. As soon as he entered the door, little Luffy complained about Shanks's wrongdoing with a face full of dissatisfaction. He was a child with a simple mind. He thought that if he was beaten, he should fight back. Only then would he be a pirate who truly yearned for freedom and a real man. And the inaction of Shanks and the pirates made him very annoyed and frustrated. In a fit of anger, he ran out of the tavern to complain here. Looking at the tape under little Luffy's left eye, Lin Ji's pupils shrank slightly, and then he stood up with a smile. I think it's a great thing to be able to laugh calmly after being beaten. He poured a glass of juice and brought it to little Luffy. Thank you. The angry little Luffy took the juice and drank it without thinking, and then responded to Lin Ji. Why do you say the same thing to them? When a man is bullied, he should raise his fist and hit back hard. Hearing this, Aqua, who was sitting in a daze in the corner, nodded and jumped out to express the same point of view. I think Luffy is right. Only those who have no confidence in their own strength will use a smile to cover up their inner weakness. Lin Ji next to her glanced at her lightly and said in a muffled voice, I don't know who was beaten by the bandits and dared not fight back, hiding in the restaurant with his knees hugged and crying. Hey? The righteous goddess blinked her wise eyes and performed her unique skill of changing her face at the speed of light on the spot. Luffy, actually what I want to say is that I can understand your mood of wanting to punch hard, but the real strong man should not be fussy about trivial matters. The main point is a shameless person. Seeing Luffy's bitter face, Aqua smiled, leaned over and patted his small shoulder to comfort him. The result was such a casual and natural action, but it scared Aqua's style suddenly changed, and she retreated again and again with horror on her face. Luffy, your shoulder fell to the ground. Chapter 17 Observation Haki and Armament Haki. Following Aqua's frightened gaze, I saw that Luffy's right shoulder and the whole arm were stretched and fell to the floor of the restaurant. With Luffy's bewildered face, the scene looked really scary. Lin Ji was only slightly surprised, and his expression soon returned to calm. The sun god Nika fruit, before awakening, was an ordinary rubber fruit. It was natural that Luffy, who had just obtained this ability, would be in an uncomfortable state. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I just ate the devil fruit of Shanks and others, and turned into a rubber man with a rubber physique. After the shock in the tavern, Luffy has now accepted this incomparably wonderful fact. I saw him frowning slightly, and after several attempts, snap, he retracted the arm that fell on the ground back to its original position and returned to normal. Evil, devil fruit? Is there really such a thing that can give people terrible power by eating it? After listening to Luffy's explanation, the fear on Aqua's face not only did not decrease, but deepened. Lin Ji had popularized the basic common sense of the pirate world to her in the past few days, and knew that those magma people and frozen people were all the abilities of devil fruits. Due to the cowardly performance of the red hair pirates just now, she thought that the fruit ability was just an exaggeration, but she didn't expect it to be true. In other words, it is indeed possible that there are pirates on the sea who can call the wind and rain and cause tsunamis and earthquakes. Super strange ability, and I am completely despised by the sea. I will lose my power when I touch the sea water. I am a landlubber. Thinking of this, Luffy sighed deeply. But soon, the childish smile regained its bright vitality, but I will definitely not give up my dream of becoming the Pirate King, as long as I don't fall into the sea. You mean, the devil fruit ability user will lose his power when he touches the sea water? Aqua, who was in a state of panic, instantly became interested. Lin Ji had never mentioned this weakness to her. Yet, Shanks and Lajilu, those bastards, deliberately used water to experiment on me. It's just too much. Speaking of Shanks, Luffy was furious and clenched his fists in dissatisfaction. Can ordinary water also work? Aqua's eyes brightened a little. If sea water can target devil fruit users, then the holy water of the goddess she summoned, wouldn't the restraining effect be even greater? It should be possible. Luffy thought for a few seconds and nodded. Let me try. Without giving Luffy time to react, Aqua stretched out her palm and gently grabbed the air. Amidst the flash of holy light, something similar to a magic girl's staff was held in her palm. Knowing what this guy was going to do next, Lin Ji did not stop him, but stood by and watched. He also wanted to see if Aqua's water could have the same effect on devil fruit users as sea water. No matter how stupid Aqua is, she wouldn't flood the entire restaurant, right? Buzz. As Aqua exerted her power, the pink bud at the end of the staff slowly opened. Following that, a stream of water as powerful as a fountain spurted out. The unsuspecting little Luffy had no time to dodge before he was swept upside down by the oncoming flood. Hwa wah wah. The clear water flowed in the restaurant, and in the blink of an eye it flooded Lin Ji's knees. Lin Ji! Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Luffy, who was sinking in the water, was stunned on the spot. He subconsciously shook his hands and feet to struggle, but he couldn't muster any strength and could only spit out a string of bubbles. Stupid goddess! You really want to flood my restaurant? Lin Ji hurried over, grabbed Luffy's vest on his back, and lifted him out of the water. After being rescued from the terrible suffocation, Luffy's teeth turned into jagged shapes in anger, and he followed Lin Ji and cursed, "Asshole Aqua! Do you want to kill me? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." With an awkward but apologetic dry laugh on her face, Aqua bowed madly to Lin Ji and Luffy, apologizing repeatedly. She was used to releasing holy water magic on the bandit base, and she couldn't control her strength for a while. Looking at Luffy, who was still fierce in the air held by Lin Ji, Aqua's eyes rolled around, and she immediately thought of a good way to apologize. "How about this, Luffy, to express my apology, you don't have to pay for meals here in the future." "Really? Yet. And the drinks are the same, you can drink as much as you want." "Great. Aqua, you are really a good person." Hearing that he could go to the restaurant to eat legitimately in the future, the anger on Luffy's face completely dissipated, and the corners of his mouth grinned, revealing his signature bright smile. "I'm still here." Lin Ji, who had heard the conversation between the two, had a dark face. Having said that, he did not really bother with Aqua and Luffy, and behaved quite generously. Because it was useless to bother, they were eating and drinking for free in the store anyway. However, judging from Luffy's reaction, the water made by Aqua can indeed restrain the devil fruit ability. This is consistent with his expectations when he made a wish for a partner, which is more or less good news. At least before he learned the armament haki and observation haki, they would not be helpless when facing the fruit ability user. Speaking of the armament haki and observation haki, these two must have haki for the strong. In fact, during the year in Windmill Village, Lin Ji tried to ask the red-hair pirates stationed here, and Garp, who occasionally returned to his hometown after completing a mission. Perhaps it was because of their positions, they all tacitly avoided a head-on encounter. The conclusions they reached were similar, that is, his physical fitness was not yet up to the level of practicing haki. It was okay to comprehend the most basic principles, but forcing practice would only bring serious burdens and hidden dangers to the body, and the disadvantages far outweighed the advantages. After the flood receded, Aqua and Luffy showed off their abilities to each other, and then laughed happily in a harmonious scene, Lin Ji simply found a quiet corner away from them and sat down. I wonder if I can meet the minimum conditions for practicing haki after my body defense was strengthened by the wishing pool. He pondered in his heart. He had learned the general method of practice from Shanks and Garp, at the cost of a meal, and it happened that he didn't have to go to Sigma's lair to cause trouble recently, so he had plenty of time to study it well. Putting aside the illusory domineering haki, the sooner you master the two basic haki, observation haki and armament haki, the better. Just like that, with Aqua and Luffy fighting, Lin Ji finalized the next action plan. Regarding the water issue, Oda once answered it in SBS. Ordinary water can also have an impact on people with special abilities as long as the amount is large. Chapter 18 Training, the Idle Burden of the Goddess. The next morning, Lin Ji went to the carpenter's workplace to check the progress of the sailing ship. Because he had decided to secretly observe the development of the plot to verify whether the information he had about other parts of the world was the same as the original, time was not so urgent. After giving the carpenters some ideas on the layout of the sailing structure, he took Aqua, who had just woken up, to the forest far away from the windmill village. There were many unknown small fish wandering in the clear mountain river with trees and fresh air, and smooth huge rocks dotted in between. In the depths of the dense forest farther away, you can vaguely see the figure of a large beast lurking, hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to move. As a place to practice two-color domineering, this is a very good choice. Lin Ji, haven't we reached the bandit base yet? Why do we have to walk so far today? Aqua yawned with sleepy eyes and looked around curiously at the unfamiliar environment. Such a serious tone made Lin Ji stop and turn around to stare at her carefully to make sure she was not joking. This place is completely opposite to the bandit base. After walking for so long, this goddess of wisdom didn't notice anything unusual. I'm not going to the bandits today. Ah? Then why did you wake me up so early? Hearing that she couldn't generate holy water for the bandit base, Aqua, who was used to doing this kind of thing, curled her lips and was a little disappointed. Lin Ji stopped at an open grassland near a stream, listening to the dull and hoarse roar of beasts coming from the depths of the dense forest, and looked at Aqua and said lightly, "Practice to become stronger." The reason why Aqua was brought here was mainly because he was worried that this guy would get into trouble if he stayed alone in the store. At the same time, letting Aqua watch the process of practicing the two-color domineering can let her, who knows nothing about the pirate world, know this unique combat system, which is convenient for her to learn in the future. Although Lin Ji does not think that an idiot goddess like Aqua will master the two-color domineering one day. Hey? Lin Ji, don't you know that as a goddess with extraordinary talents and holiness, you don't need to practice such boring means of becoming stronger? Aqua hugged her hands under her large chest, blinked her clear eyes, and explained seriously. Just by looking into those eyes, Lin Ji saw through that this guy was purely using the so-called goddess status to make excuses for his laziness. I see, then you can just find a place to watch from the side. Lin Ji waved his hand casually, and didn't have much expectation for Aqua's enthusiasm. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Aqua couldn't help but speak in contempt. You woke me up early in the morning just to let this goddess come here to watch you practice. Lin Ji, you are really a hidden pervert. If you send me back to the village now, maybe I will be merciful and forgive your excessive behavior. Although Aqua's tone was full of arrogance at the end, but it still couldn't cover up the fact that she didn't know the way back. In fact, she was not like Zoro who could get lost in his own boat, but just a little silly. Aqua, you don't know how to get back to Windmill Village, do you? Lin Ji raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. How is it possible? How dare you look down on the noble goddess of water? I'll go back and show you now. Aqua, whose thoughts were exposed on the spot, was immediately anxious and turned around and walked towards the direction of the stream. There is no such stream in Windmill Village, so just walk along the stream until you can no longer see the stream at the end, and that place must be Windmill Village. Clever Aqua was so sure in her heart. Just after she walked out a few steps, Lin Ji's voice came from behind her. In the depths of this forest, not only do various large beasts live, but you may also encounter brutal bandits who hang people on trees and beat them. Hearing this, Aqua's body trembled, and her firm steps gradually became hesitant. Even if you are lucky enough to avoid danger, once you get lost in it, even if everyone in Windmill Village is mobilized to search together, the chances are very slim. I remember that half a year ago, a pirate was trapped in the depths of the forest. When he was found, he was already a pile of cold bones. In front, Aqua, who heard all of Lin Ji's words, was already pale with fear. Even if so, she gritted her teeth and walked forward. There was no way, the idle burden of being a goddess was too heavy. By the way, Aqua, after a water goddess like you dies, will she turn into bones like humans? Or will she turn into a pool of dead water? Lin Ji's smile became even stronger. Sure enough, after being frozen in place and silent for a few seconds, Aqua finally succumbed to the infinite fear in her heart. Alas, I was going to go back, but since you are so humble, I will popularize the relevant knowledge to you. After successfully finding a step for herself, the water goddess jumped back. Thank you, Aqua, but I have to practice first. Lin Ji did not continue to embarrass her. He really didn't know whether the water goddess would turn into bones or dead water after death, but one thing was very clear, that is, the hardest part of her body must be her mouth. I really can't do anything with you. I'll wait for you for a while. Aqua raised her hand to brush the hair that fell on her side face, and very naturally found a stone by the river to sit down. Before Lin Ji could speak, she looked up and suddenly widened her eyes, revealing a look of horror. Lin Ji, behind you. The huge black shadow covered the bright sunshine. Standing in this dark shadow, Lin Ji could clearly feel that there were strands of thick hot air blowing on his neck, which made his back cold. At Aqua's reminder, Lin Ji slowly turned around. I saw a big black bear standing more than 2 meters tall, with a mouth full of fangs and a smelly smell, staring at him fiercely. A large black bear, it really knows how to choose the right time to appear. It doesn't attack directly. It seems that it doesn't take me seriously at all. It has to be said that the number of animal species in the pirate world is amazing and quite strange. They are several meters or even dozens of meters in size, and many of them have anthropomorphic expressions and meanings. Obviously, the big black bear with round eyes that appeared in front of him was of this type. Before making a wish to Aqua, Lin Ji had done simple fighting and swordsmanship training. It was not the first time he faced this level of mountain beasts, although he took out a flintlock rifle in the end. Now that his body defense has been greatly strengthened, he is not panicking at all. Perhaps it was because he noticed the contempt in the eyes of the prey in front of him. The big black bear roared angrily to the sky, raised its fat, thick and clawed bear paw, and slammed it down at Lin Ji. However, Lin Ji, who had noticed its attack intention in advance, not only did not block or evade, but closed his eyes calmly. Observation haki mainly relies on breath perception to obtain information, just like Luffy's 2 years of practice. Trying to avoid the attack of beasts under a strong sense of tension is the best way to practice this kind of domineering. According to the steps he got from Garp and Red Hair, Lin Ji, with his eyes closed, tried to keep his restless heart calm in this moment of less than 1/1000th of a second. The sound of wind and flowing water around him gradually subsided and dissipated, leaving only the strong wind raised by the bear's paw sweeping through the air, and the oppressive feeling of blowing mercilessly on his cheeks. Now, Lin Ji, who seized the opportunity, suddenly opened his eyes, and his legs burst out with powerful force, forcing his body to dodge to the side. Then, with a muffled bang, he was slapped more than 10 meters away by the big black bear. Chapter 19 Aqua with Unlimited Potential. Under a big tree that was broken in half, Lin Ji got up awkwardly from the fallen leaves and dust on the ground. He twisted his dislocated neck, and his head was dizzy as if he had taken a death roller coaster. As the blood in his body surged, filling the trauma caused by the violent impact on his body, the dizziness of his eyes gradually dissipated. "Damn, that's a heavy force, you bastard." Lin Ji's eyes followed the marks on the muddy ground and looked at the big black bear standing there waving his arms proudly. If the wishing well had not strengthened his body's recovery and defense capabilities, his head would have been knocked crooked just now. No wonder both Garp and Shanks said that if the physical fitness did not meet the standard, you could not practice the two-color domineering. Because if you don't do it well, this quick practice method will really kill you. Then, Lin Ji shook his head to clear the extra thoughts, stretched out his right arm towards the arrogant big black bear opposite, and extended his index finger. "You, come here." Roar. The big black bear, immersed in his absolute power, could not stand the ridicule of such a weak person. After a roar, he landed on all fours and charged at a very fast speed. In the state of running wildly, the big black bear covered with black mane was like a boulder moving at high speed. With every step, he could clearly feel the ground under his feet shaking slightly. A strong, dangerous aura rushed towards him. Lin Ji still stood there like he did at the beginning, neither hiding nor closing his eyes. He closed his eyes and calmly felt it with his heart. The attack just now has proved that his defense can withstand the power of the big black bear, at least he will not lose his life. So this time, his mentality is more stable, and his consciousness can capture more information. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Right now, the black bear's attack will come from the left. After making a judgment in his mind, Lin Ji opened his eyes and controlled his body to jump to the right and back. Fuck! Jump too early. The big black bear, which was still half a meter away, jumped up. His pupils shrank suddenly in the suspended state, and he watched the huge bear paw quickly enlarge in his field of vision. Bang! Another muffled sound came out, and Lin Ji, who had no resistance, was slammed to the ground. Fortunately, this level of damage is still not fatal to him. It is probably from the second floor. The extent of falling down the ladder. Keep going, I don't believe you can't learn this mere observation haki. Lin Ji was fearless, raised his hand to pat the dirt off his body, and continued to provoke the big black bear. As expected, he was slapped away several times in a row, and the last time he fell awkwardly at the feet of Aqua, who was watching the show next to him. Lin Ji, so what you call practice is to stand still and get beaten. Aqua, sitting on the stone, shook her legs in the air, covered her mouth with one hand and laughed, looking down at Lin Ji with undisguised sarcasm. Really, it's an eye-opening way of practice. I hope that when I learn the observation haki and can dodge attacks handsomely with my eyes closed, you won't cry and beg me to teach you. Lin Ji shook off the dirt on his arm, breathing a little hurriedly after being beaten several times. Even his strong defense began to wear out. Also, don't all of you goddesses wear panties? It was definitely not intentional, but from his angle, he saw something he shouldn't have seen. You are indeed a complete pervert. Aqua did not show the shyness and anger of a normal woman, but glanced at Lin Ji with disdain. Although she didn't care, she still jumped down from the boulder with one hand and stood firmly on the ground. I don't know what the observation haki you want to practice is. If you just close your eyes and avoid the attack of that stupid bear, it won't be something you can do casually. When Lin Ji came back to his senses from the holy light he had just seen, the blindly confident goddess of wisdom had already walked over and slowly turned her back to the big black bear. Idiot! That beast is very powerful. You will cry for a long time if you get hit. He hurriedly stopped him, but it was too late. The big black bear was annoyed by Aqua's disrespectful behavior, and he didn't care about whether she was a goddess or not, and swung his bear paw to hit Aqua's fragile head. This stupid goddess! Just when Lin Ji reached out to touch the flintlock rifle hidden in his waist, wanting to stop it in an American way, something happened that shocked him. Aqua, who had her back to the big black bear, simply squatted down and avoided the bear paw that was hitting her head. The wind pressure caused by this blew up her long aqua blue hair, which fluttered slowly in the air. Actually, really avoided it. Lin Ji was stunned. Is it a coincidence? That's not right. As far as he knows, Aqua's luck value is linked to her IQ, and both are pitifully low, right? Perhaps seeing a hint of luck in Lin Ji's eyes, Aqua, who successfully avoided the attack, snorted disdainfully, and then closed her eyes and faced the big black bear. Seeing such an arrogant little thing, the huge black bear got angry all of a sudden, and opened its two paws to attack Aqua fiercely. Aqua retreated and dodged, and she perfectly predicted all the attack trajectories of the big black bear. Lin Ji, did you see that? Isn't this kind of thing very simple? If you cry and beg me, it's not impossible to teach you. She could even say murderous words to Lin Ji with ease. Looking at Aqua's smug look, Lin Ji's mouth twitched. This broken domineering, suddenly I don't want to learn it. Actually, you don't have to be too sad, after all, the gap between the talent and potential of ordinary people and goddesses is really too big. Over there, Aqua, who finally got the right to call from Lin Ji, became more and more proud. With her eyes closed, she didn't know that she had been forced to the edge of the river by the big black bear. Hey, Aqua, be careful behind you. Lin Ji couldn't help but remind her. But to Aqua, this sounded like the last stubbornness of a loser. So, she chose to ignore it and continued to twist her body to avoid the big black bear's palm strike. Then, with a plop, she naturally fell into the river. Fortunately, Aqua had the ability to breathe normally in the water, so she didn't get choked. She just stabilized her body and stood up again. Roar! But the next second, the big black bear's paw crossed the water, splashing water all over the sky. Aqua, who hadn't reacted yet, was slapped away on the spot, drawing an elegant parabola in the air. Then, in a position of upside down, she plunged into the soft mud on the river bank, leaving only two slender legs jumping outside. Chapter 20 This Idiot Goddess. This goddess was actually defiled by a big stupid bear. Aqua struggled to get up, her cute face was covered with black mud, and her blue and white skirt was also stained into a terrible color. If the believers in the village saw the beautiful and holy Aqua of their Accusa's church, in such an embarrassed state, her reputation would definitely plummet. The eyes of the goddess of water flashed with tears of humiliation, and her eyes burned with rage when she looked at the big black bear. Swoosh! Dazzling and gorgeous flames emerged from Aqua's clenched fists. This is one of her attack skills, fire. Seeing this scene, Lin Ji's first reaction was not surprise, but a lot of emotion. It really fits the saying, I won't eat the flame fruit *. Over there, the furious Aqua waved her fire fist and began to charge at the big black bear. The big black bear seemed to be intimidated by this magical method, and stood there stupidly without any movement. Look, this is the consequence of angering God. You will be reduced to ashes under this blow, and you will go to hell to repent for your unforgivable sins. God's holy blow. Accompanied by a howl with a crying tone, Aqua came to the big black bear and attacked quickly, swinging the fist hit the fat belly of the big black bear. Duan! A crisp sound came out, and Aqua's powerful punch actually directly burned a few hairs on the belly of the big black bear. The big black bear lowered its head in confusion, silently staring at the prey in front of it that didn't look very smart. It was worried that eating this unknown thing would affect its IQ. What? Come on, if you get closer and take a closer look, the little bear is quite cute. Aqua kept punching with a smile on her face, raised her head and looked into the eyes of the big black bear. The water blue pupils had turned into the shape of wisdom. In response, roar! The big black bear opened its bloody mouth and roared at Aqua with a thick and ferocious roar. Although it didn't intend to eat Aqua, the scene of being teased by the other party with his eyes closed was still vivid in its mind. In order to maintain the dignity of the overlord of this forest, it must tear the prey in front of it into pieces. Aqua was frightened by this momentum, mainly the stench, and her legs became weak and she squatted on the ground. The situation became dangerous in an instant. You know, Aqua, who is now without the support of the believer's faith, is not as good as Lin Ji in terms of physical defense. Without the river water as a buffer, she will definitely cry for a long time if the big black bear slaps or fangs down. Hey! Big guy, look over here, your opponent is me. Lin Ji hurriedly spoke to attract firepower. However, the big black bear just rolled his eyes, glanced at him carelessly, and then refocused his attention on Aqua, who fell to the ground. Compared with this human man whose body is as hard as a stone, at this moment, it wants to attack the stupid guy who dared to tease it first. A huge shadow loomed over, and the big black bear's eyes were fierce, and it raised its fat and huge bear paw towards the pale Aqua. Bang! Just when the big black bear was accumulating strength and wanted to beat Aqua into a pulp with one palm, the sudden crisp gunshot scared it. In the smoke, Lin Ji put one hand in his pocket, put away the flintlock gun raised to the sky, and turned the black muzzle to aim at the big black bear. Click! The bullet was loaded. Can you be obedient now? Lin Ji looked at the big black bear with a bit of teasing. Brother, if you have this thing, you should take it out earlier, so that we don't have to make such a big misunderstanding like now. The big black bear stiffly retracted the paw that was waving at Aqua, and scratched his head with his backhand to cover up the awkward atmosphere on the scene. It stood there very obediently, and its harmless and obedient appearance was even more of a national treasure than a national treasure. It was obvious that it had lived near human villages for a long time and recognized the flintlock, a firearm with great lethality. In the deep forest, beasts stronger than it were killed by this thing. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for it to become the overlord of this area. Stand still, what's the point of hunching your back? Straighten your back! Lin Ji scolded. The big black bear immediately put his legs together, his two palms naturally drooped and tightly pressed against his body, raised his head and chest, and saluted seriously. This anthropomorphic bear look, combined with a bear face full of fangs, looks quite funny. After seeing that the big guy was finally willing to be honest, Lin Ji still kept holding the gun and walked slowly to Aqua's side. Woo woo woo! Lord Lin Ji! Thank you very much for your help. Aqua, who survived the disaster, cried and grabbed Lin Ji's trouser legs and climbed up little by little, and finally hugged him directly on his chest. So, Lin Ji successfully harvested a body of mud and stench. This idiot goddess! Thinking of Aqua's high talent and potential as a goddess, which was exchanged for IQ, because this guy can quickly comprehend the imbalance caused by the observation haki, it dissipated a lot in an instant. If you practice haki more, you will always master it, but if some things are gone, they are really gone. Pushing Aqua away with a backhand, Lin Ji put away the flintlock gun and put it on his waist, turned around and said to the fearful big black bear, then next, let's continue the practice just now. The big black bear blinked his eyes. It was not until now that it realized that this human who closed his eyes again wanted to use him as a sparring partner. But it couldn't cause fatal damage to the opponent, but it had no way to do it, so it could only follow the instructions and attack. Whoosh! The thick bear paw swept across the air, and Lin Ji squatted down immediately after feeling the breath. The strong wind pressure blew over his head, and this time, the familiar sense of frustration did not appear. He actually managed to dodge the black bear's attack by sensing its breath. No, that's not right. Lin Ji opened his eyes and looked at the big black bear's hesitation. His brows slightly frowned, and he soon guessed the real reason. This big fool was afraid of the power of the flintlock, which slowed down his attack. Has the animal world in the pirate world become so chaotic that even the little black bear knows how to seek benefits and avoid harm? In order to eliminate the big black bear's vigilance, Lin Ji decisively untied the musket from his waist and threw it to Aqua, who was standing not far away. Anyway, he could ensure his life with his strong defense. The gun only played a deterrent and guarantee role. It didn't make much difference in anyone's hands. But the next second, he regretted it. Aqua took the flintlock and looked firmly at the hot weapon that was very common in the pirate world. In order to save the face she had just lost in front of the big black bear and maintain the dignity of the goddess of water, she felt that she had to scare the big black bear and let it know who was the boss. So, imitating Lin Ji's previous actions, Aqua pointed the gun at the sky above her head without hesitation. Just pull the trigger. Bang! Smoke billowed up, and countless broken gun parts fell to the ground. The flintlock gun that had never had any problems in Lin Ji's hands, unfortunately exploded. The frightened big black bear. Lin Ji, who was unbelievable. Aqua, with eyes full of wisdom. Chapter 21 The Goddess's Blessing. Ahaha, the quality of this gun is really good, the sound is so loud, it must be made by a famous teacher. It makes me want to get one, can you introduce it to me, Lin Ji? After a few seconds of silence, Aqua smiled, hid the exploded gun behind her at the speed of light, and quietly pushed the spring that jumped on her hair with her other hand. I'll introduce your old mother. Lin Ji, who has always been elegant, finally broke down at this moment. The big black bear would not be fooled by this poor acting. After realizing that the thing that could threaten its life was broken, it completely released its wildness and let out a violent roar. No matter what, these two arrogant and shameless humans must die today. Roar! The big black bear with fangs exposed burst out with strength and rushed towards Lin Ji, who was closer. At this critical moment when he lost his support, Lin Ji could not calmly practice the observation haki as he did just now. He stood firm, raised his arms horizontally in front of him, and forcibly blocked the big black bear's paw that was slapped in the face. This force is really heavy. The beast's natural strong force instantly spread along his arms to his whole body, and Lin Ji gritted his teeth and chose to resist. Fortunately, he has been exercising for a year, and when the wishing pool strengthened his defense, his physical strength has also increased, so he will not be defeated in the moment of the power confrontation. Of course, according to the current trend of his body sinking little by little, failure is only a matter of time. Aqua, this guy can't do anything to me. Go first and go back to the village to call some people for support. Lin Ji resisted the black bear's claws with all his strength while giving instructions to Aqua. Lin Ji, you. Aqua couldn't help but be moved by the scene in front of her. Since she was summoned to this world, her impression of Lin Ji has always been that he is treacherous with a little hidden perversion, and he is calm and thoughtful in everything he does. I didn't expect this guy to be a man at the critical moment. Aqua couldn't help but raise a touching smile at the corner of her mouth if she wasn't covered in mud at this time. Please rest assured, I will never let you down for the opportunity you created at the risk of your life. Aqua's eyes were firm. After throwing away the broken gun in her hand, she turned around and ran decisively. Then the next second, she let Lin Ji down, stopped and stood there with an embarrassed face. She didn't recognize the way back to Windmill Village. But because of this, Aqua, who was thinking of Lin Ji's support, remembered a very critical piece of information. That is, as an excellent and almighty goddess of water, she actually has auxiliary skills such as strengthening physical fitness. Oh, I have been releasing holy water magic at the bandit base, and I almost forgot what I am best at. Aqua turned around and faced Lin Ji and the big black bear, holding her forehead with her fingers, making a very handsome, self-proclaimed posture. Who do you think is showing off for you, carrying the burden forward, useless goddess? The huge power of the black bear made Lin Ji's arms tremble constantly. I can't hold on any longer, take out any good things quickly. If he couldn't get away now, he would have to run over and give this idiot a brain blast. Perhaps it was because Aqua's other parts, IQ, were too dazzling. After getting along for a while, he didn't expect that she also had reinforcement skills. Hehe, since you are so sincere in asking for support, I will satisfy your needs. But after that, remember to join the Aqua's church and become the most devout believer of Lady Aqua." Aqua raised her hand to summon the goddess's staff and used the remaining power in her body to the limit. Buzz! The gorgeous light turned into pure energy and bloomed at the top of the staff. Blessing! Attributes improved. Accompanied by Aqua's cry in a serious state, the ice blue light intertwined and entangled under Lin Ji's feet, forming a cool magic circle. Immediately afterwards, Lin Ji clearly felt that his body was filled up little by the rapidly expanding power. Whether it was speed, strength, defense, perception, or spirit, all of them were increased to varying degrees. "Finally, it's a bit useful, my partner." Lin Ji's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a slightly domineering smile. Looking at the big black bear close at hand again, his eyes were no longer confused and weak, but full of confidence. In addition to his tough defense, he now also has fangs and claws that are equally matched with the black bear. "Be careful, big stupid bear, next, it's a fight between beasts." As soon as the voice fell, Lin Ji's arms suddenly burst out with far more strength than before, and directly pushed the confused big black bear back little by little. Roar! The beast instinct hidden in the big black bear's body was completely aroused. Sensing the breath of danger, its eyes were scarlet and its fangs were exposed. This is the life and death state it will enter when facing a strong creature. So far, Lin Ji's ordinary two-color domineering practice has successfully evolved into a pure actual combat under Aqua's disruption. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Lin Ji finally stood to the end with his unreasonable physical strength. Plop! The big black bear with white eyes fell to the ground with a bang, and his neck twisted and died. Aqua, who was lying flat on the river bank in a big shape, was also foaming at the mouth. Big black bear Lin Ji defeated her head-on with his fists. Aqua was drained by Lin Ji. She had just crossed over to the pirate world. Although her potential was high, she was far from mature and her blue bar was quite limited. The midday sun shone through the mountains and forests, and fell on the slightly messy open space affected by the battle. The glaring light made Aqua, who was lying on the ground, unable to open her eyes. The mud on her face began to dry and crack, like a broken mask. Lin Ji was also in a bad mood. His nose and face were swollen. His short-sleeved shirt was torn by the black bear's claws, revealing his muscular chest muscles. "Although it was all your fault that it became like this, and the rare practice became a mess, but anyway, well done, Aqua." Lin Ji dragged his tired body to Aqua's side and blocked the glaring light sideways. Then he bent down slightly and stretched out his arms to Aqua, who was lying on the ground. "You are so worrying, Lin Ji. If I hadn't been here today, you would have been the food of that big stupid bear, right? I don't know where you got this good luck to have such an excellent and powerful partner like this goddess." Aqua instinctively ignored the first half of Lin Ji's words. After being praised, she quickly exposed her true nature and was complacent. Having said that, she still cooperated and stretched out her palm. Even the goddess who is high above sometimes needs help. Chapter 22 Aqua's Request. "Who is worrying about you, bastard?" Seeing that Aqua didn't have the most basic self-awareness, Lin Ji calmly retracted his arm. "Since you are so powerful, Aqua, you can go back by yourself. But hurry up, after all, the smell of dead beasts can easily attract other creatures nearby. I believe they will definitely not mind having an extra meal of goddess dessert." After that, he turned around and was about to leave. Seeing this, Aqua was immediately panicked. The smugness on her face disappeared, and she crawled towards Lin Ji's back like crazy. "I'm sorry. Lord Lin Ji, I know I was wrong, please don't leave me in this desolate mountain," she cried with tears in her eyes. That unscrupulous crawling like a strange species, where is the pride and holiness of the goddess of water? Lin Ji would naturally not really leave her here, and he turned back with a chuckle. Wouldn't it be better to have this awareness earlier? He slowly squatted down with his back to Aqua, patted his shoulder, and said softly, come up, you're tired all morning and it's time to go home for dinner. However, Aqua, who barely sat up from the ground, lowered her head and twisted her body, and did not move for a long time. Well, Linji, if the Axis believers in the village see me like this, they will definitely despise me, so I want to wash my body in the river and go back. Linji refused without thinking. Don't worry, the people in the village are very nice and will definitely not despise you. After all, in their eyes, you are just a poor child with a little problem in the brain. If we talk about the true believer of the goddess, there is probably only one in the whole Windmill village. His name is Monkey D. Luffy, and he is only 7 years old now. Thinking over it again and again, Linji really couldn't bear to tell Aqua this cruel truth. Really, Linji, you don't understand at all. Even if you can get the understanding and tolerance of the believers, the excellent goddess also wants to maintain her image. Aqua solemnly refuted. Linji knew that it would be difficult to convince this stubborn goddess of water, so he had no choice but to compromise. Okay, I'll wait for you, but you have to move quickly. If there's another big beast like a black bear, we'll have to meet in heaven. I know, even if you don't emphasize it, I know it. Aqua yelled impatiently, but soon, she lowered her noble head in frustration. Didn't you see that I used up all my strength just now to maintain the support magic, and now I can't move at all? At the end, she kept rolling the corners of her clothes with her hands, and her voice became as weak as a mosquito. Hey? You mean, I have to help you wash? Looking at the dirty Aqua, Linji's reluctance was written all over his face. Although Aqua wanted to ask him what this expression was, she still forced herself to restrain it and nodded gently. The cute face covered with mud was uncontrollably flushed. Alas! Looking at the cute watery eyes, Linji sighed after thinking for a long time. There is no way, who made him have such an idiot partner? After a long struggle, he finally returned to Windmill Village. It was already afternoon. Linji changed into a clean and tidy set of clothes, sat at the familiar front desk, and savored the brewed warm black tea. The fresh and mellow tea flowed from his mouth into his abdomen, as if it had the magic to relieve fatigue, making him feel a little comfortable after being tired for most of the day. In the main hall of the restaurant, Aqua, who had recovered her spirit, was playing with Luffy, who came to eat for free, and they were having a lot of fun. Perhaps because they both have characteristics that are different from ordinary people, and their IQs are equal, the relationship between the two seems to be very harmonious. In contrast, Linji is much more dull. After gently putting down the teacup in his hand, he began to summarize today's impressive training. There was no obvious progress in either the observation haki or the armed haki, or to be more precise, it can be ignored at all. Although there was a serious deviation in the process, the result did not exceed Linji's expectations. If the two-color domineering is so easy to learn, everyone in the East Sea would have one black knife. In addition to physical fitness and skills to meet the standards, the more important thing is the word haki itself, which requires a high state of mind for the user. This can be clearly felt from Crocodile, who is keen on external objects such as ancient weapons 10 years later, and Gecko Moria, who places his hopes on powerful partners. You have to know that at this time, they are young and energetic, but they dare to challenge Whitebeard, draw with the demon Barret, and fight with Kaido, the beast. Because of this, it is difficult to practice two-color haki quickly, and there is no rush. However, this does not mean that Linji has no gains at all. At least he can change to a brand new flintlock. Ahem, this is not the point. At that time, after being blessed by Aqua's comprehensive reinforcement magic, his perception ability improved a lot. Even if the eyes did not capture the attack trajectory of the big black bear, they could make evasive actions in advance by relying on the higher priority breath perception and listening. This means that as long as Aqua's perception is reinforced, he can enter a state similar to the observation haki. Obviously, this kind of personal experience is very useful for the practice of observation haki. In the same way, armament hacking can also achieve twice the result with half the effort with the help of Aqua. Lin Ji looked up at Aqua, who was pulling Luffy's rubber arm into a knot. Thinking that he had to bring this troublemaking goddess with him in the next few days of practice, he instantly felt sad. However, speaking of Aqua, although this guy took a very short time to comprehend the essence of observation hacking, his talent in armament hacking is quite ordinary, without any amazing performance. After returning to the restaurant and trying several times without any effect, Aqua just played badly and ran to play with Luffy, who came to eat for free. Lin Ji's guesses that as a goddess, Aqua's perception ability is outstanding, and her mind is pure, which is consistent with the core principle of observation hacking, so she learns quickly. Observation hacking may become one of the powerful forces that Aqua has in this pirate world. As for himself, Lin Ji's eyes gradually became firm, and the deep ambition flashed in the depths of his pupils. Of course, he wants it all. So, in the next few days, Lin Ji spent most of his time immersed in the practice of two-color hacking, and even the restaurant rarely opened its doors to receive customers. With the blessing of Aqua's perception, plus the tricks and techniques he got from Shanks and Garp, the two top hacking users, his practice progress is quite impressive. Although there was a lot of noise in the middle because of Aqua's existence, after countless life and death battles with mountain beasts, Lin Ji finally touched the threshold of two-color hacking. Achieved the rookie-level observation hacking and armament hacking. It was at this time that the bandits, who had been quiet for 10 days, appeared in the windmill village again. Chapter 23. Since the guns were drawn, let's gamble our lives. Shanks and the others are not cowards, you damn bandits, apologize to me quickly. In the restaurant, Lin Ji and the sleepy Aqua had just finished breakfast, and Luffy's highly recognizable shout came from the tavern across the street. Following it, there was a commotion of tables and chairs flipping over, and the bandits' unbridled laughter. Sure enough, the plot of the original work happened today. Hearing the noise, Lin Ji slowly put down the soy milk cup in his hand. After mastering the most basic observation hacking and armament hacking, the temperament he exuded was much more calm and capable than before. Yesterday evening, unable to stand Aqua's crying, Lin Ji reluctantly took her to Makina's tavern for a drink. By chance, he learned from the proprietress Makina that the Red Hair Pirates would complete their voyage today and return to Windmill Village. She and Shanks seemed to be communicating with each other using Den Den Mushi. In short, their relationship was very unusual. So, having guessed what would happen today, Lin Ji woke up Aqua, who was drooling in her sweet dream, early in the morning and waited silently in the store. Is it Luffy's voice? Why did he quarrel with the bandits? Aqua, who was eating fried dough sticks with her eyes narrowed and relying on her body instinct, instantly perked up. After spending this period of time together, as the goddess of water, she had long recognized Luffy, a little believer with a rubber physique, and a trace of worry appeared on her beautiful and flawless face. Lin Ji, should we go out and take a look? No matter how you look at it, those bandits don't seem like the kind of guys who would generously choose to forgive the other party just because he is a child. Aqua stood up. Let's go, but remember not to be impulsive. There is something I want to clarify. Fearing that Aqua would be impulsive and mess up the situation, Lin Ji solemnly said, everything, follow my command. The bandit Sig is actually not much of a threat to him who has mastered the two-color domineering and has Aqua's amplification. But if you count the entire well-equipped bandit group, it is still difficult to deal with. So he wanted to see whether the Red Hair Pirates would really appear and whether the original plot would be biased. He also wanted to wait for the best time for Sig to be alone, like a lurking venomous snake. That's right, until now, he is still thinking about Sig's head. After all, this is not a matter of 1 or 2 million. I don't know what you're planning, but don't worry, I'm always very sensible. The rare serious expression made Aqua slightly stunned, and then she patted her chest to make a promise. In fact, the best way is to let Aqua stay in the restaurant and not go out, but considering this guy's unparalleled ability to cause trouble, Lin Ji hesitated and took her with him. Only by keeping her within his sight can we be the safest and most reliable way. When he walked out of the restaurant, he happened to see the bandit Sig, wearing a reddish-brown coat, dragging the frantically struggling little Luffy out of Makina's tavern. Surrounded by the bandits, they came to the empty street. The surrounding villagers were attracted by the movement, standing in horror at a distance and watching, not daring to approach. "Damn bastard, I'm not afraid of you, let me go if you have the guts." The little Luffy who was lifted in the air kept waving his fists at Sig, but now he was just a weak child, and his soft fists hitting Sig had no effect at all. The body can stretch freely like rubber, it's really a strange stinky kid. Sig was full of disdain, casually stretching the little Luffy's cheeks, hands, and feet. Perhaps he was annoyed by the endless chattering. So he pinched Luffy's head and smashed it hard on the ground with his backhand. Bang! The dull sound made the villagers around him feel nervous and couldn't help but clench their fists. Lin Ji, who knew that Luffy, who had a rubber body, would be fine after this, had a blank expression on his face, but Aqua next to him was so angry that she stamped her feet. If she hadn't been stopped by Lin Ji, she would have rushed over with the god's fire fist. "Please let Luffy go, he's just a child. If he has offended me in any way, I am willing to express my most sincere apology to you on his behalf and make compensation." In the crowd, Upslap, the village chief of Windmill Village, stood up, knelt on his knees, and prayed that the bandits would forgive Luffy's recklessness. Beside him, Makina clenched his fists weakly, his eyes were wet, and his pretty face was full of worry. In front of the vicious bandits, the ordinary villagers who were powerless could only beg for mercy. It was extremely stupid to gamble with precious lives on the bandits' temporary mercy. But this is exactly the real world ruled by the celestial dragons. "Village chief, you old guy still know some rules." But unfortunately, this kid came over for no reason and yelled, which made me very unhappy. Sig raised his leg and stepped on the restless Luffy, and drew out the long sword from his waist with a sinister look. "So, your apology is invalid." As the voice fell, Aqua couldn't help but take action when she saw Sig swinging the blade little by little. At the end of the dusty street, a group of figures exuding a strong breath suddenly appeared. "I was wondering why no one came to the port to greet us today. So you are here, Luffy." The leader wore a straw hat and a black cloak, and the 3 shocking claw marks on his left eye showed his domineering. It was the captain of the Red Hair Pirates, Red Hair Shanks. The cold sea breeze blew from afar, blowing the cloaks of the pirates standing in front of the bandits. "Oh? Isn't this the pirate captain who was trembling with fear in the tavern before?" Sig recognized Shanks at once, tilted his head, and raised a sarcastic sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Why, you haven't left the village yet? Is it because you like the feeling of cleaning up garbage?" "Ha ha 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 ha!" The bandits holding weapons laughed. After the last experience, they didn't take this group of timid and weak pirates seriously at all. Facing the bandits' undisguised sneers, Shanks lowered his head slightly and walked silently to where Luffy and Sig were. Click! When passing by a bandit's younger brother, the sound of a bullet being loaded was heard. The dark and cold muzzle of the gun was against his forehead. Shanks stopped, looked up and revealed the 3 hideous claw marks on his face, pointed at the gun on his head and smiled. "This thing is not for scaring people. Since the gun is pulled out, then, let's gamble our lives." The little bandit holding the gun was a little confused by this inexplicable statement. This cowardly guy was not scared to kneel down and beg for mercy. Bang! Just when the little bandit was still wondering, the crisp gunshot without any warning broke the silence at the scene. Accompanied by billowing gunpowder smoke, bright red blood splashed out. The chef of the Red Hair Pirates, Lucky Lu, appeared at some point, biting a big meat leg in his mouth, holding a gun in one hand, and directly shot the arrogant little bandit on the spot. Including Aqua beside Lin Ji, everyone was shocked by this sudden change. "Assholes! "You despicable guys, you dare to attack without even saying hello." The bandits who reacted drew their swords and entered the battle state. Despicable? The people standing in front of you are not ordinary villagers who will follow the rules, we are pirates. Compared to the panic of the bandits, the members of the Red Hair Pirates were much calmer. "Listen, bandits, you can throw bottles at me or spit at me, I can laugh it off, but..." Shanks continued to move forward as if nothing had happened, looking at Sig with a calm look, but the domineering momentum was as sharp as a sword. "I will never forgive the guy who dares to hurt my friends." Hearing this, the pupils of Luffy, who was stepped on by Sig, were shocked, and he seemed to understand something in a daze. Shanks. Chapter 24 The protagonist's shining moment. "Ah ha ha ha. Are you kidding me?" Sig couldn't help laughing. "You guys floating around on the sea seem to be living too comfortably." He stared at Shanks, and the smile on his face was gradually replaced by bloodthirsty ferocity. "Brothers, come on, let these guys who have never seen the world see the cruelty of this world." With his order, the bandits immediately burst out with an extremely strong fighting spirit, waving their weapons with a fierce smile. The creepy cold light flashed, scaring the surrounding villagers to retreat one after another. If you are not careful and get caught in the crossfire between bandits and pirates, you will die miserably. However, what they and the bandits never expected was that among the crowd of pirates, only one man walked out slowly. "Leave these ignorant guys to me alone to deal with them." The deputy captain of the Red Hair Pirates, Beckman, stepped forward, threw the flintlock rifle in his hand into the air, held the barrel with his backhand, and swung it in his hand like a baseball bat. "Arrogant pirates, die!" The anger of the bandits was completely ignited by this contemptuous act. They were so brutal and ruthless that they didn't care how many people there were. They picked up their weapons and roared and attacked. Beckman had a calm face and slowly went up with a flintlock musket. Like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, his movements were incredibly fast. While dodging the dense blades, he could also launch a counterattack in an orderly manner. Almost every second, a bandit wailed in pain and fell to the ground. In just 1 minute, dozens of strong bandits were all knocked down, lying straight on the ground, and their lives and deaths were unknown. "Don't look down on us. If you want to fight us, you have to at least send a warship over, right?" After successfully defeating his opponent, Beckman put his flintlock rifle on his shoulder, calmly lit a cigarette for himself, and acted like a good fighter. "Good, awesome." Aqua, who witnessed the whole process, was stunned. Her impression of this group of pirates led by red-haired people was still stuck in the weakness of the time in the tavern. Now seeing is believing, she no longer doubted what Lin Ji said before, that they were very strong. Because of this, Aqua did not understand Shanks's laugh it off just now. For the goddess of water who values face more than life, it is natural to be severely beaten after being beaten. Fight back. Unless you really can't beat him. Lin Ji, who was standing next to him, turned his eyes and fell on Aqua, who was full of doubts, and immediately guessed what she was thinking. Although he was reluctant to admit that he had the same idea as this stupid goddess, and he also understood Shanks's temperament of a strong man who would not argue with the weak, if there was really an ungrateful guy who hit his head with a bottle and spit at him, he would definitely not be able to laugh it off. "Who cares about you? I'll knock you down first and then talk to you properly." "No, it's impossible. How can you cowardly bastards be so strong?" Over there, Sig, who had become a lone commander in an instant, was sweating profusely. He looked at Shanks and Beckman in horror, and the arrogance on his face was gone. After all, he was an old hand who had been in the bandits for many years. After realizing that he was no match for them, Sig swung the long sword in his hand vigorously, angrily making a fierce gesture of fighting to the death. Then he feinted a shot, took out a smoke bomb from his waist and quickly smashed it to the ground, grabbed the struggling little Luffy and turned around to run. Shanks was still thinking about how to deal with Sig. In the short time he was distracted, the white smoke that rolled up in the sky had filled the entire street. "Hey! Isn't he going to fight us to the death?" Shanks exclaimed, pressing his hands on his head in shock, and the strong demeanor he had finally established was gone. Now, he is actually only a rookie in his 20s, and his style of doing things is far from being as steady and reliable as it will be 10 years later. "Don't be careless just because the enemy is weak, idiot captain." Lakey Lu, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, was furious and couldn't help complaining about Shanks. The surrounding pirates also complained. When the white smoke dissipated, the bandit Sig had already run away with little Luffy without a trace. It's okay for a small-time bandit to run away, but Luffy's safety must not be neglected. So under Beckman's command, the pirates and the villagers who volunteered to look for Sig and Luffy in the Windmill Village and nearby areas. Soon, the bustling streets became empty, leaving only Lin Ji and Aqua standing at the door of the restaurant without moving. "Lin Ji, let's go find Luffy quickly, that bandit doesn't look like a good person at all." Aqua frowned, looking at the slippers left on the ground by Luffy with concern. "I don't quite agree with your statement. How can he not look like a good person? He is clearly a walking 8 million Baileys." Lin Ji chuckled, his eyes passed over the chaotic streets and looked at the coastline at the end of the Windmill Village. Compared to Aqua's anxiety, he seemed very calm because he knew where Sig had fled. After waiting for a long time, it was finally the best time to close the net. Thinking of Sig's head worth 8 million Baileys, Lin Ji couldn't help but raise an excited smile. Next, it's the highlight moment of the protagonist's shining appearance. Little Luffy's accidental eating of the rubber fruit, as well as today's conflict between the mountain bandits and the pirates, have been able to prove that the development trajectory of this world is indeed in line with the original plot, and the kidnapped Luffy will definitely be rescued by Shanks in the end. At least before I traveled here. This was an indisputable fact. Based on this key point, there will be a lot of information and intelligence available for subsequent entry into the Grand Line and even the New World. When facing strong men with special pasts like Tyrant Bear and Empress Hancock, they will have absolute initiative. So the only thing left is that Shanks lost an arm in the East China Sea. Is he simply careless and eager to save people, or is he like he said to Haku later, what Huzii said was that he was betting on the new era and on Luffy? Compared to watching anime on the screen, Lin Ji had a more comprehensive and real understanding of Shanks during the 1 year he spent together in Windmill Village. Therefore, he was more willing to believe the latter. So he was very curious, if he had saved Luffy before Sig fled to the sea, what would Shanks do? It's so shameless to wait until everyone is gone before saying that the protagonist will make a shining appearance. Aqua complained about Lin Ji with contempt on her face, and then asked seriously, "So where was Luffy taken?" Lin Ji did not answer, but slowly raised his arm and pointed to the direction of the sea at the end of the street. "The seaside? You mean, that self-righteous bastard will take Luffy away from Windmill Village by boat?" This possibility made Aqua's head a little confused. According to common sense, when a bandit escapes, he will definitely choose the mountains and forests that he is more familiar with. How can he go to the sea? Isn't that something only pirates do? So don't underestimate Sig, he's a very sinister and cunning villain. Lin Ji indirectly confirmed Aqua's doubt. A guy like you who takes treachery as a compliment, what qualifications do you have to condemn others? Aqua really wanted to say something sarcastic, but now the situation is urgent, so she is no longer casual as before. Then let's go quickly, Luffy will be taken away if it's too late. Lin Ji nodded and set off with Aqua towards the coast. Chapter 25 Aqua is so handsome. Because of the remote location and slow economic development of Windmill Village, there is no special port for trade on the seaside, only a simple boat docking station. Ha ha ha. I guess those simple-minded stupid pirates can't guess that I will go by sea anyway? Leaving a small boat here just in case is really the most correct decision I have made in my life. Looking at the small wooden boat docked on the shore, Sig couldn't help laughing out loud, admiring his flexible mind. Then, he stopped smiling and his eyes gradually became gloomy. It's a pity that I didn't chop off the head of Lin Ji, the bastard who dared to make me pay for it. His team was buried in Windmill Village by the pirates, and the plan to develop loan sharking through Lin Ji was naturally blown. Don't scold Lin Ji and Shanks. Little Luffy, who was firmly held in his hand, shouted angrily, trying to control the extension of his rubberized arm, and clenched his fist to hit Sig in the face. Sig had seen this wonderful ability just now. He pinched Luffy's limp fist and tied his restless hands and feet tightly with his backhand like a rope. Luffy, who had just mastered the power of the fruit, was defeated like this. He kept twisting his body but couldn't break free from his outstretched arms. Stinky brat, be quiet. If you are not useful, do you believe that I will chop you into pieces and throw you into the sea to feed the fish? Sig stared coldly at Luffy in his arms. In the final analysis, if it weren't for this kid who suddenly appeared to cause trouble, how could they have clashed with the pirates and caused the current situation where they had to run for their lives with their tails between their legs? After successfully subduing the restless Luffy, Sig walked quickly to the small wooden boat docked on the shore and began to untie the hemp rope tied to the wooden stakes. After getting rid of the pirates' pursuit and ensuring safety, you can wait to be buried with my group of brothers. I say, Brother Sig, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I still owe you hundreds of thousands of Baileys. Sig was thinking about how to deal with Luffy, but the calm voice suddenly came from behind him, which scared him severely. Pirates? They came here so quickly. No, that's not right, this damn voice. It's his mother Lin Ji. Sig, who got the answer in his heart, had a ferocious face. He turned around slowly and saw the familiar handsome face. Lin Ji. And Aqua. Luffy also saw the two people standing on the beach, and his ferocious expression instantly disappeared, and he showed a bright smile. But soon, this smile was replaced by deep worry. Where are Shanks and the others? Didn't they come with you? Although it's very annoying, this bandit bastard is really strong. In his young age, Lin Ji, who was just a restaurant owner and not a pirate, could subdue the red-haired monster bird, but he still couldn't defeat the bandit Sig. As for Aqua, who could usually fight him to a draw, let alone, she was no match for the fierce bandit. If Aqua knew that the noble and sacred goddess of water was at this level in the eyes of little Luffy, she would probably be so anxious that she would jump up and down. No way, our Aqua can easily control a little Karami like Sig. Lin Ji crossed his arms and his breath was as steady as a mountain. Hearing this, Aqua beside him nodded quickly and said, "That's right, Luffy, don't look at Lin Ji's frail appearance, he is even the king of the forest." "What? Me, shall I go?" Halfway through, Aqua, who reacted belatedly, froze her mouth, looked at the fierce-eyed bandit not far away, and blinked her eyes full of wisdom. "A little Karami like me? Interesting, a woman with a little problem in her head, you are so arrogant." Sigurd, who already hated Lin Ji, stretched out his hand and pressed on the saber at his waist, his face gloomy and frightening. This made Aqua unhappy instantly. What does it mean to have a little problem in the head? When Aqua is unhappy, the passive effect will completely ignore her own life and directly turn on the taunting. Hey? This goddess is Accusis with countless loyal believers, the god of the church, even in the world of gods where elites abound, is the goddess of water Aqua, who has the highest performance and the most praise, and you are just a stinky rat that is scared away by pirates. You dare to say that this goddess has a problem with her brain? I think you should be scared to death by the tractor and reincarnate into a stinky slime in hell? A crazy mouth cannon output without any beautiful girl image almost stunned Sig and little Luffy. Sig's facial muscles kept twitching. Looking at Aqua, who was talking nonsense opposite, he suddenly felt that his evaluation of a little problem just now was still too conservative. Wow! Lady Aqua is so handsome. Only Luffy, an idiot, would admire him so much that his eyes turned into stars. I have always been very tolerant of lunatics, but you can't pretend that you didn't hear me calling me a stinky rat." I couldn't understand the rest either. With veins popping out on his forehead, Sig finally couldn't help but quickly drew out his sword. Since Lin Ji and the others were able to find this place, the pirates would arrive soon. So, at this moment, he stopped talking nonsense and just wanted to quickly deal with the two guys in front of him and then escape to the sea. Zhang! The sharp blade flashed with a chilling light, and finally calmed down the frenzied Aqua, and she quietly retreated behind Lin Ji. As expected of Master Aqua, this wave of excitement, the means of angering people, are simply outstanding. Seeing Zhang rushing towards him with his sword drawn angrily, Lin Ji's eyes flashed with a glimmer of success. Even if the eagle fights the rabbit, it still uses all its strength. Although he is now confident that he can defeat Zhang from the front, the easiest way to deal with it is to show weakness to the enemy to confuse his mind, and then suddenly burst out and take him away. What's more, Luffy is still in Zhang's hands. If this coward realizes that he can't beat him and turns around and runs away like before, it will make things quite troublesome. Lin Ji, do you know? As early as when the restaurant asked me to pay for it, I wanted to chop you up. Sig came to Lin Ji with strong and powerful steps, and the long knife in his hand quickly slashed through the air, chopping down towards Lin Ji's head at a sharp angle. Lin Ji would not stand there stupidly and wait for death, so he kicked the ground with his legs to evade the empty space behind him. This layman's evasive method made Sig smile cruelly, as if he had expected it. He held the handle of the knife with his backhand and changed the trajectory, changing from chopping to stabbing, and stabbed directly into the heart of Lin Ji, who was in a state of retreat and could not resist. Lin Ji was quick-witted and had to use force to protect his heart. He grabbed the blade that was stabbing at him. Chi-chi! The friction sound of the sharp weapon cutting his palm came. Sig, who was already used to killing, was very decisive. He loosened his right palm that was holding the knife and clenched his fist, and punched Lin Ji in the side of his face. He directly launched a powerful and heavy friendship punch. Puff! As an ordinary person, Lin Ji could not withstand such an attack. He was hammered away on the spot and fell on the beach several meters away with a plop. Even the long knife that he held tightly in his hand loosened because he could not bear the severe pain and fell straight to the ground. Chapter 26. I won't pretend anymore, I'll show my cards. Good, so weak. Aqua and Luffy exclaimed in their hearts at the same time. The brief fight between the two happened almost in an instant. When Aqua and Luffy reacted, Lin Ji had already fallen to the ground, holding his cheek tightly with a painful look. A cook is a cook. With only this little skill, you still want to fight against me? Sieg couldn't help but let out a sneer, slowly bent down and picked up the long knife at his feet. His attention was all on Lin Ji not far away, and he didn't notice that the blade that should have pierced the other's palm was not stained with blood. With the arrogant smile, Sieg walked towards Lin Ji step by step with a long knife in hand. In his eyes, this restaurant owner who owed money was already a dumb corpse. It's a pity, my 800,000 Baileys. Sieg sighed in his heart. Little did he know that Lin Ji, who was lying on the ground groaning in pain, was secretly reaching out his other hand to touch the newly bought flintlock rifle hidden at his waist. Although Lin Ji's eyes were filled with fear, his focus was always on Sig. As long as the complacent Sig came close enough, it would be the perfect opportunity for him to draw his gun and shoot him in the head. If the situation went well, it would only take one encounter to kill Sig instantly and easily take down this walking 8 million bounty. Looking at the approaching Sig, Lin Ji clenched his musket, his mind was highly concentrated, and he even began to plan what he wanted to do after receiving the bounty. However, if nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected would happen. Not far away, water splashed and a gorgeous blue magic circle shone. All my followers in this world, obey the order of Aqua, the goddess of water. Follow my request, fulfill my wish, show your power to the world, holy water is generated. Although Aqua is usually unreliable, she can still be relied on at critical moments. Seeing that Lin Ji was defeated so easily and would soon become a dead soul under Sig's knife, she did not choose to run away with a determined look, but stood in place and chanted magic. Buzz! A dazzling blue light appeared in the air above Lin Ji and Sig's heads, and the runes flowed to construct a complete water magic circle. The sound of the flood accumulating and rushing in the magic circle resounded throughout the golden beach. Fuck! This idiot goddess! The moment Lin Ji realized the appearance of the holy water generation magic circle, the panic on his face turned into real emotions from the heart. Without any hesitation, he decisively took out the flintlock rifle hidden behind him and aimed at Sig, who was also looking up at the sky with a look of astonishment, wanting to get rid of it before the flood broke out. Its solution. However, he finally underestimated Aqua's determination to rescue her partner. Before he pulled the trigger, the rolling water from the sky came crashing down, creating a violent wave on the beach. Under this flood-level terrifying energy, Lin Ji, Sig, Luffy, and Aqua herself were all washed away and rolled in the turbulent water. Until dozens of seconds later, the raging water gradually sank into the ocean along the waves, and the surroundings were in a mess. Quicksand flowed, gravel was everywhere, and countless broken wooden boards were scattered. The only docking platform in Windmill Village that could moor ships was washed away. Sig, who was soaked and embarrassed, slowly got up from the sand pile. The extremely familiar dizziness made him instantly furious, staring at Aqua, who was just washed by the flood. I was wondering why only our base was hit. It turns out that it was you, the damn woman, who was causing trouble. Day after day, for several consecutive days, Sig's base and people were submerged by the inexplicable heavy rain. Although that period was short, it was one of the few dark times for him. Until today, he thought he was just unlucky. He never thought that the culprit was the woman with a big brain problem in front of him. I'm going to kill you. I'm definitely going to chop you into pieces. Sig, with bloodshot eyes, raised his long sword and rushed towards Aqua, who was in a period of fatigue due to the release of holy water. The enemy's strength was reduced by 10%, and the anger value soared by 300%. I'm sorry, the weather is so hot, I just want to cool you down, please don't be so angry. Aqua waved her hand and apologized from the heart. But how could Sig, who was bloodthirsty and brutal, stop his actions? He quickly came to Aqua with a strong killing intent. Without any nonsense, he raised the long sword in his hand and slashed down directly. Sizzle! The sound of the sharp blade tearing clothes rang out, and the dark shadow completely covered Aqua, who was squatting on the ground and trembling. At the critical moment, Lin Ji appeared and blocked Sig's violent slash with his broad chest. Looking through the cut short sleeves, a slightly miniature blood thread emerged, running from his left shoulder to his right thigh. With the unformed armed collar and its own strong defense, he forcibly resisted Sig's full-strength slash without any damage. Without paying attention to Sig, who was so shocked that he was sweating profusely, Lin Ji threw the flintlock rifle soaked in water on the ground, turned around and shouted at Aqua. Stupid goddess! What on earth are you doing? Who would release a flood attack on their teammates? One step away, just one step away, I can shoot Sig's head off with one shot. Aqua was originally moved by Lin Ji's selfless behavior of blocking the attack for her. Hearing such excessive words, the grievance and injustice in her heart surged, and she immediately defended herself indignantly. Who told you to be so weak? You were knocked away as soon as you met, and you were almost chopped to death. Anyway, you are thick-skinned and even a big black bear can't break through your defense. You must be fine if you are rushed. I just want to use holy water to interfere with the enemy's actions. Hearing this, Lin Ji's mouth twitched and his face was full of black lines. Have you never thought that I, who couldn't even break the defense of the big black bear, was actually pretending to be defeated to let Sig relax his vigilance? What? The fierce Aqua's eyes suddenly became clear. She stretched out her palm with an awkward smile on her face and scratched her wet aqua blue hair. It seems that this is possible. Alas! Looking at the mentally retarded goddess in front of him, Lin Ji sighed heavily. Putting aside the bad results, Aqua's original intention was indeed to help him get rid of the crisis, so what reason did he have to blame and dislike her? And Lin Ji turned his eyes and glanced into the distance. There, Luffy was struggling to pull his head out of the sand. Thanks to the flood just now, Luffy finally got rid of Sig's restraint by accident. Sig no longer had any chips in his hand to limit him from showing his true strength. You were hit by my full-strength sword, but it was just an ordinary skin injury. Lin Ji, how much do you hide? Zich retreated to a safe distance and saw Lin Ji turn his head to look at him after the quarrel. His hand holding the sword trembled subconsciously. As the leader of the bandits who dominated the surrounding mountains and forests, and a thug with hundreds of lives on his hands, he was actually afraid. Those eyes as ferocious as a beast. Forget it, Zich, I won't pretend anymore, I'll show my cards. Lin Ji saw Zij's reaction and moved his knuckles with a smile. Actually, I'm a master. Chapter 27 Beating Zich rickshaw on the bumpy beach, Lin Ji, who was barehanded, and Zich, who was holding a long sword, stood facing each other. During the more than 1 year of living in Windmill Village, Lin Ji himself had learned basic fighting skills and swordsmanship skills. Practicing in the mountains with Aqua, facing fierce and violent beasts, he began to be domineering. Therefore, the aura he exuded when he was serious was no longer as gentle and elegant as that of a restaurant owner, but full of a strong sense of oppression. In contrast, Sig, with cold sweat on his forehead, seemed much more nervous. Although he could not accept that the weak Lin Ji in his impression had the fighting power to fight against him, the feeling of chopping at the opponent just now was extremely real. At least one thing is certain, Lin Ji's physical strength is quite exaggerated, as hard as a rock. Brother Sig, didn't you say you would chop off my head? If you don't come over, then I won't be polite. Lin Ji looked away from the panting Aqua moved away. To be safe, he actually wanted Aqua to put a few layers of buffs on himself. But the powerful holy water generation just now seemed to consume a lot of her strength. In order to avoid the troublesome situation of Aqua completely collapsing, he gave up the idea of reinforcement. Just think of it as use Sig to temper his armament haki. Buzz. A slight sound came from between Lin Ji's arms, and it could be seen that it was covered with a light black and grey color. His armament haki is currently in the most unstable state at the bottom level, and it is not yet possible to achieve full coverage like invisible armor. But even so, combined with the body with enhanced defense, it is more than enough to withstand the blade slash of Sig, a person without haki. It's just a piece of trash that I can easily crush to death. Don't be so self-righteous. Sig's face was extremely ugly. He roared, took off the brown windbreaker on his body, and suddenly exerted force with his legs, bursting out with heavy force. The cold blade cut a straight cut on the beach. He quickly rushed to Lin Ji and jumped high. He held the knife with both hands and chopped it down from top to bottom towards Lin Ji's head. Lin Ji, who had been prepared, flashed and avoided it at the extreme distance of the tip of the blade. Sig was also experienced in combat. As soon as Lin Ji made a move, he rotated the handle of the knife and changed from chopping to sweeping towards Lin Ji's right shoulder. Lin Ji turned his eyes and raised his right arm covered with armed color domineering to block in front of him. Bang! The crisp collision of steel sounded, and the sharp blade embedded in the skin, causing minimal damage. Ha ha ha! The same trick actually fooled me twice. It turns out that an amateur is an amateur. Sig was not surprised at all. In fact, he did not use his full strength in this knife. Almost at the same time when the blade was blocked, his clenched fist had completed the accumulation of power and hit Lin Ji's throat mercilessly. The throat is one of the most vulnerable parts of humans. Even if the arms and chest are extremely hard and can withstand heavy punches and slashes, it is another matter for the throat that breaks at the touch. It must be said that Sig was able to get a bounty of nearly 10 million yuan, which is still something, although not much, and it is also insidious enough. If it was Lin Ji who had just completed the summoning to strengthen his body, he might really suffer a lot from this blow. But unfortunately, he is now an enhanced version after special training. Just when Sig's mouth was raised with a cold smile, he thought he had succeeded. Suddenly, as if he saw some terrifying picture, his pupils suddenly widened. Lin Ji, who raised his hand to block, just turned his head slightly and dodged the powerful fist. The fist hit the air, brushing against the flying black hair. For a moment, Zij seemed to see a flash of red light in Lin Ji's calm eyes. He had never been to the sea before, so he naturally didn't know that he could predict the enemy's actions by the breath. Observation hacky. Zij, who was in shock at this time, was full of flaws. Lin Ji would not miss such a good opportunity and did not say anything nonsense. After shaking off the long knife that chopped on his right arm, he clenched his fists and hit Zij's abdomen, chest, and face with a rhythmless and crazy continuous attack. Bang 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 bang. The continuous and rapid attacks fell on Zij like a storm. He had lost the initiative and had no chance to resist at all. He could only stand there like a sandbag and take the beating. The long-lost intense pain made Sig roar continuously, and the blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. In the final stage of the continuous attack, Lin Ji stomped on the ground with one foot, jumped up, and gave Sig's bloody chest a handsome flying kick, directly kicking him away and falling heavily on a reef exposed on the beach. Puff! Sig, who was hit on the waist, spit out a mouthful of blood, his hair was messy, and he looked embarrassed. After barely standing up, he leaned against the reef and gasped heavily. Without Aqua's attribute enhancement, it is still difficult to deal fatal damage with my own physical strength alone. Lin Ji looked at Sig, who still had some strength left, and couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. His current flaws are still too obvious. The defense of the body is very strong, but the speed and strength are too ordinary, just higher than the level of ordinary villagers. If it is placed in a team competition game, it is a tank responsible for absorbing damage, not suitable for output pulling. This was his own summary of the battle, but in the eyes of others, it was a different scene. Wow! Good, so awesome! Lin Ji, you are not a pirate, are you? You are really awesome! Luffy, who pulled his head out of the sand, had his eyes shining, and was impressed by Lin Ji's fast and intensive continuous attack just now. For him, Sig was a terrifying existence that was difficult to defeat, and now, such an existence was crushed by Lin Ji. I have to learn that kind of storm-like attack in the future. The little boy has always had no resistance to the strong. After this battle, Lin Ji's image in Luffy's mind suddenly changed from a restaurant owner who cooked delicious food to a powerful pirate. As for why he is a pirate, I don't know. As expected of the leader of the Accusa's church in this world, you barely did not disappoint this goddess. Aqua on the other side also nodded with satisfaction, affirming Lin Ji's performance. When Lin Ji heard these two smart guys label themselves as pirates and believers on their own initiative, he felt dizzy and almost couldn't help running over to reward them with a big BB. So he was the one who beat the man, but you guys were all pretending. When Aqua and Luffy were talking to themselves, in a corner that no one noticed, on a house wall facing the sea, the swordsman in a black cloak stood calmly, watching the beach battlefield calmly, and no one knew what he was thinking. The simple straw hat covered the scorching sun, but it couldn't cover the red hair that fluttered freely in the sea breeze. Chapter 28 Shanks' Enlightenment. Putting away the messy thoughts in his mind, Lin Ji stretched lazily and walked slowly towards the nervous Sig. I think you should realize the gap between us, Sig Riksheng. If you don't want to be beaten to death, you'd better surrender. After all, we still have 800,000 Baileys of friendship. These ambiguous words made Sig's eyes light up with a glimmer of hope to survive. But before he could speak, Lin Ji's next words completely wiped out this hope. Don't worry, after I capture you and collect the bounty, I will definitely not embarrass you again. What's the difference between sending me in and killing me? With hope dashed, Sig tried his best to regulate his breathing, staring at Lin Ji, who was gradually approaching with bloodshot eyes. His brain was working rapidly, thinking about the best escape plan in front of him. Realizing that it was difficult for him to break the opponent's defense, even if he was unwilling, Sig gritted his teeth and accepted this fact. Since he couldn't beat him, he naturally had to run for his life. Who the hell would fight you to the end? When Sig's eyes passed over Lin Ji and caught a glimpse of Aqua and Luffy in two different directions, his sinister eyes suddenly lit up. Ha ha ha, I got it. Something that can save my life. Sig was ecstatic, his face still showed fear and gloom, but secretly he held a handful of sea sand tightly in his palm. His movements and expressions were well hidden, which was enough to deceive Aqua and Luffy, but how could he hide it from Lin Ji, who was good at this? Lin Ji understood, but pretended not to notice anything and continued to move forward. The distance between the two insidious and cunning actors was getting closer and closer. Go to hell, Lin Ji. Seeing that the time was ripe, Sig suddenly threw the sea sand in his hand. The tiny particles spread like smoke and dust, greatly blocking Lin Ji's vision, forcing him to close his eyes. Lin Ji, who had been prepared for a long time, was not panicked. As long as he had the observation haki, even if he couldn't see it, he had absolute confidence to lock Sig's breath and take all sudden attacks. However, the moment the observation haki was activated, Lin Ji frowned and realized that something was wrong. Sig, who was sensing that he had no intention of launching an attack, grabbed the long sword scattered on the ground and ran away. The target is Luffy? You are really courting death? That's right, Sig's target was the little Luffy, who was watching not far away and had no ability to resist. Ah! Luffy was frightened to see the ferocious bandit suddenly turn around and run towards him. The fear of being held hostage by this guy before came over him, forcing him to turn around and run away instinctively. Aqua also discovered Sig Rikuma's crazy intention at the first time. As soon as she took a step, a heavy dizziness surged out. She has not yet fully adapted to the pirate world, and the side effects of excessive release of water magic are inevitable. Compared to Aqua's extreme anxiety at this time, Lin Ji, whose vision has returned to normal, stayed in place very strangely, without any intention of chasing. He was calm and even had the mind to raise his hand and slowly pat the sea sand that fell on his body. In addition to the fact that his speed was a disadvantage and he could not catch up with Sig, who took the lead, there was another very important reason. Just now, his observation haki captured an extremely terrifying and powerful aura. Even though they were far apart, the entry-level observation haki could still sense it, which was enough to show that this aura was extraordinary. And now, looking at the entire Windmill Village, the only one who possessed this kind of coercive haki was the captain of the Red Hair Pirates, Red Hair Shanks. So Shanks, the future Emperor of the Sea, the man with the strongest haki, what choice would you make in this situation? Lin Ji crossed his arms and looked up at Sig, who was about to catch up with Luffy, his deep eyes flashing with a bit of curiosity. Little brat, if it weren't for you, how could I have become this damn miserable now? You still want to run, right? Okay, I'll chop off your legs right now, let's see how you can run. Sigur's face was covered in blood and his face was hideous. He felt that the wound left by Lin Ji in his body was getting worse and worse. Knowing that he couldn't delay any longer, he raised his long knife and chopped straight at Luffy's slender and short legs. Luffy, relying on his rubber physique, twisted his neck and looked back to see the situation, but saw a sharp blade flashing with cold light, and a terrifying scene that kept growing rapidly in his pupils. Luffy, who was still a child, was frightened on the spot and his brain went blank. His legs softened and he fell to the ground. Therefore, the blade that was supposed to chop at his legs turned to his pale head. Zilla! The knife fell, and blood splattered. A tall and majestic figure appeared without warning, blocking Luffy and Sigur. The sea breeze from afar whistled in, blowing up the black cloak. The pure white undershirt was dyed red by the blood. With a muffled plop, the broken arm fell from the air and landed on the beach not far away, letting the waves wash away the warm blood. The atmosphere, at this moment, fell to the freezing point, and it was terribly quiet. Whether it was Sieg who was chopped by the sword, or Luffy who was filled with tears in his eyes, or Aqua who was trying to save people, all of them were stunned by the shocking scene in front of them. "What's wrong, Luffy? Didn't you say you wanted to be a man? How could you be scared to tears by a mere bandit?" Shanks, who teleported here by some unknown means, ignored Sieg and turned to look at Luffy with tears streaming down his face. His voice sounded soft and calm, without any pain of having his arm cut off. But, Shanks, your arm. Little Luffy bit his lips tightly to prevent tears from falling, but when he saw Shanks' empty shoulders, he couldn't hold back the crazy grief and cried heartbreakingly. From this moment on, little Luffy's state of mind changed greatly. This change will affect his entire future pirate career. In the distance, Lin Ji stared at the familiar scene in the anime in a daze. Although I had guessed it in my heart, the visual impact brought by seeing it with my own eyes and feeling it in person is definitely not comparable to that through the screen. Good guy, without the king of the near sea, Shanks really doesn't pretend at all. Lin Ji couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You know, Shanks is now a famous pirate in the New World. Even Whitebeard, who was at his peak, was very concerned about his duel with Hawkeye Mihawk some time ago. In front of such a three-color domineering strongman, there is no difference between the king of the near sea and Sigurdsko. As long as Shanks releases a little domineering from a distance, or slightly covers it with advanced armed color, let the king of the near sea gnaw for a long time, and let Sigurdsko cut for a year, it is impossible to remove his arm. Therefore, the conclusion that Shanks will lose his arm in the weakest East China Sea is already very obvious. As he said to Whitebeard later, this is to bet on the new era and on Luffy who ate the devil fruit that inherited Joy Boy's wool. Chapter 29 The Real Pirate. Pirate? Ha 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 ha, I don't know how you got here, but since you're here, just leave your head and arm here for me. After a brief moment of distraction, Sig looked at Shanks standing in front of him with ecstasy. The familiar touch of the blade cutting flesh and blood made him regain the confidence he lost in Lin Ji. That's right, after killing 56 bosses, he felt that he was good again. Sig's eyes were red and his expression was distorted. He smiled grimly and raised the bloody long knife, slashing at Shanks' head with his back to him. Bang! At this time, a dull gunshot sounded from the direction of Windmill Village. The powerful bullet broke through the air across hundreds of meters, accurately pierced Sig's forehead, and made a small hole on the beach with splashing blood mist. At the end of the street in Windmill Village in the distance, a man with curly hair slowly put away the sniper rifle in his hand. Who? The red-hair pirate's sniper Jesus blew lightly on the barrel of his gun, blowing away the smoke that filled it. There were shadowy figures beside him, Ben Beckman, Lakey Lu, Bendik Snake, Bank Punch with the Monkey Warrior. All the members of the red-hair pirates appeared and were slowly walking towards the beach. Seeing such a gorgeous and neat lineup, Lin Ji, who knew the truth, couldn't help but sigh. Good guy, I was fighting with Sig here just now and there was no one in sight. When Shanks came on the stage and Sig died, all of them came out. You who have such a strong and domineering power, I'm afraid you didn't run to find someone just now, but went to a cool corner to drink tea. However, even if he complained, when Lin Ji looked at Sig lying stiffly on the ground, the sadness in his heart was still difficult to bury, and it turned into tears and flowed from the corners of his mouth. Dear 8 million Baileys, brother, I will take you home now. No one knows the bitterness and hardship of traveling through the pirate world, opening a restaurant in the novice village and working hard for more than a year to save up 1 million Baileys. Captain, Luffy, how are you? This damned bandit actually hurt you like this. Where is the ship's doctor? Hurry up and call the ship's doctor over. Over there, the crew of the red-hair pirates had come to Shanks and Luffy, Their anxious and worried tone was filled with rage. Lin Ji casually looked up and glanced at the one who shouted the most for treatment was Hongo with pigtails, the ship's doctor of the Red Hair Pirates. Although it was unknown how Shanks communicated with them, it was obvious that this group of core crew members with extraordinary strength knew their captain's determination in advance. Lin Ji, is this a real pirate? Aqua, who had recovered a little strength, walked over on the soft beach and looked at Shanks, who was determined in the crowd and fell into deep thought. I have to say that the voice of the goddess of water when she is not sick is quite nice. No, this is a fake pirate. Feeling a little tired, Lin Ji crossed his legs and sat cross-legged on the beach. Looking at Luffy who was crying loudly, he said in a deep voice, the real pirate is the kind of cruel person who burns, kills, robs, and plunders wantonly, and is cold-blooded and inhumane. The reason why the animation of One Piece is passionate and free is because the audience's vision is the protagonist who is adventuring all the way. In the 1 year since he traveled to the world of pirates, he has seen too many dark sides just from the newspapers. The kind-hearted pirates who simply yearn for freedom and adventure are still only a small part in this chaotic world dominated by the celestial dragons. Is that so? It seems that this is really a bad world. Aqua nodded seriously. As a goddess who extradites the dead to another world or heaven and hell, in fact, she has seen a lot of cruelty in the world. But most of them in this case, this guy was eating potato chips and humming a song, and he turned his head and forgot about it. Speaking of Aqua, if I remember correctly, your healing ability should be pretty good, right? Lin Ji suddenly changed the subject and asked. Hearing this, Aqua instantly came to life, raised her hand and patted her chest, and raised her head high. Of course. Although this goddess's water attack and amplification magic are very outstanding, even the healing blessing talent is quite outstanding among goddesses. Can the severed arm be healed? Lin Ji looked up at Shanks not far away. If the current Aqua can even heal this degree of trauma, then in the future, when facing powerful enemies, there will be a pretty good guarantee, and there will be no need to worry too much. As for Aqua's iconic resurrection technique, he asked aloud when he was practicing before. The answer he got was that this pirate world did not belong to the jurisdiction of her native world, and it was difficult to determine whether the resurrection technique could be used normally, at least unlimited resurrection was out of the question. The reason is that Aqua can't communicate with other goddesses, juniors, privately like in the adventurer world, open a back door for herself, and let the dead resurrect from the other world again. At that time, Lin Ji also complained, it turns out that you goddesses also pay attention to the so-called human relations. It's incredible that you, a useless goddess, can have such connections. As a result, Aqua, who was unhappy, naturally corrected her, saying that she was an industry elite and a goddess model. Ah, heal the cut arm. Hearing Lin Ji's inquiry, Aqua, who was in a boastful state, instantly became erratic. Affected by the world of crossing, my state has not yet recovered to the peak, and when I released the holy water generation just now, I have consumed my strength. Seeing Lin Ji's gradually disappointed and contemptuous eyes, Aqua's calmness on her face completely dissipated, and she stretched out her hands and shook them irregularly in a hurry to disrupt Lin Ji's gaze on her. If I hadn't used holy water, I would have been able to heal this level of injury with all my strength. Probably? Lin Ji glanced at Aqua with distrust, and then fell into deep thought. Based on his understanding of Aqua's unreliability, the possibility of her saying probably was very small, and she needed to be compatible with a lower level. In other words, injuries below the level of broken arms can still be treated. And as time goes by, Aqua's physical condition gradually adapts to the pirate world, and this treatment limit will also increase. An extra free ship doctor? Water ability, water purifier, attribute blessing, healing blessing, talent master, and possible resurrection. If you think about it carefully, it seems that summoning Aqua is a bit profitable. Chapter 30 The bounty is in hand, the clown buggy's movement. Really, You actually look down on me like that. I'll go over now and heal the red-haired pirate's injury for you to see. Lin Ji's head down in thought fell into Aqua's eyes, more like a question from the bottom of her heart. So, Aqua, who has always been strong, turned her head and walked towards Shanks, who was surrounded by cotters. Idiot, what do you want to do? Lin Ji was quick and reached out to hold her. This guy used his limited strength to, well, disrupt his plan to shoot Sig in the head, and now he is close to overdrawn. If the healing blessing is forcibly performed, there may be some bad backlash. Aqua was forced to stop and heard the rare anxiety and worry in Lin Ji's words, and the dissatisfaction in her heart soon disappeared. Lin Ji, are you worried about me? The sky blue eyes narrowed slightly, pretending to be inexplicable. Don't try to explain, this goddess's perception is very sharp now. I am worried that you will make a fool of yourself if you run over, then as your companion, I will lose face. Lin Ji said slowly. What do you mean by embarrassing yourself? This is simply a great insult to me who believes in the god of Acusis. Aqua's mouth twitched, and she rolled up the pure white sleeves on her arms roughly, and walked towards Shanks with firm steps. If you really want to prove yourself, then come and help me heal. Lin Ji's voice came slowly from behind. After all, because of a certain idiot, my chest was also slashed by Sig, and if I don't treat it, the wound will heal. Hearing this, Aqua's footsteps suddenly stopped, turned around and blinked her clear big eyes. What? When did Luffy give you trouble? She frowned and asked with a puzzled look. Lin Ji. Luffy was not the only idiot present just now. Can you be a little more self-aware? Although Aqua, who tilted her head, could not recall anything about Luffy, it was true that Lin Ji had a knife wound on his chest. Thinking that this could also prove her value as a goddess, she turned back, stretched out her slender white palm, and gently pressed it on Lin Ji's chest. As her eyes full of wisdom became serious, Aqua's unique goddess aura was revealed, and a faint warm light shone from her palm. Lin Ji did not interrupt Aqua, but quietly felt the process of being healed. Putting aside the IQ barrier that completely prevented people from having evil thoughts, to be honest, Aqua's hands were still quite beautiful, tender and cool. Oh no, the healing process of this warm energy flowing through the wound was very wonderful. Aqua maintained the blessing of healing while paying some attention to the red hair pirates. She hesitated for a few seconds and then he lowered his voice and asked the confusion in his heart, Lin Ji, in fact, the pirate wearing a straw hat had his arm cut off on purpose, right? How do you know? Lin Ji blinked and asked in surprise. After the tavern incident a few days ago, didn't this stupid goddess keep saying that pirates were no big deal? Why is her intuition so sharp now? When he appeared just now, I inexplicably felt a very strong aura, which was more terrifying than the Demon King that the heroes defeated. Aqua said what she thought truthfully. If a strong man of this level was not intentional, how could he be injured by a guy like Sig? I see. Lin Ji sighed heavily after suddenly realizing, what an enviable talent. Since he can sense Shanks' domineering pressure, Aqua, who has mastered the essence of observation haki earlier than him, naturally cannot be unaware of it. Well, I said that ordinary people can't compare with goddesses. Aqua smiled very proudly. As she was talking, she suddenly realized that her remaining strength had not been lost at all. Looking down at Lin Ji's open chest, she saw that the well-defined muscles were clean and even the traces of blood were hard to see. Wait. If I don't treat it, will the wound heal? For Lin Ji, whose defense is abnormally strong, this level of skin injury is equivalent to nothing. After thinking for a long time, Aqua finally got it and successfully realized that she was fooled. Asshole! You bastard, you don't need to be treated at all, damn it! You dare to deceive the honorable Aqua! Aqua, who came to her senses, was furious and grabbed Lin Ji's collar and cursed. She didn't have the posture of a holy goddess bathed in the dim light just now. If I had known that you saw that Shanks was doing it on purpose, I wouldn't have needed to do this. Lin Ji let Aqua shake his body vigorously and spread his hands helplessly. Shanks would rather risk his arm to teach Luffy to grow up. This is his determination, a man's determination. What reason do he and Aqua have to intervene? When Luffy calmed down a little, Shanks was surrounded by the red hair pirates' cotters and taken back to the village by the village chief and Makina, who rushed over for emergency treatment that was not very necessary. After simply greeting them and expressing his condolences, Lin Ji packed up the body of Zhiriksheng as a matter of course. He took away the tens of thousands of Baileys and the custom-made long sword that Zij was carrying, and then returned to Windmill Village with Aqua. There is no place to exchange bounties in the village. The nearest exchange point is the capital of the Kingdom of Goa. To take the land route, you need to pass through the Corpo mountain on the back and bypass the chaotic uncertain terminal. The sea route must start from the outlet of Windmill Village, sail along the coastline of the Kingdom of Goa, and pass through several coastal villages. Either way is quite time-consuming, so in order to save trouble, Lin Ji simply handed Sig's body and the bounty to the only merchant in the village who does business by sea, and let them collect it on his behalf. Of course, the handling fee is also very touching, and it takes 5 points, which is a full 400,000 Baileys. Among them, because this merchant is a member of the Accusis cult, the one who came to repay the money and generously forgave the debt before, out of respect for the goddess Aqua, poor, he took the initiative to lower the price by 2 points. In addition, there are certain risks in transporting bounty prisoners, and there are also troublesome procedures such as exchange procedures and personal information registration, so Lin Ji did not bargain. As expected of a businessman with special connections, his efficiency is quite impressive. The next afternoon, he successfully got the bounty and handed over 7 million Baileys to Lin Ji. Do you want to ask about the remaining 600,000 Baileys? Of course, it was used as compensation for Aqua's use of floods to destroy the village's only boat docking station. This number is far from the 10 million Baileys required to wish for a second partner. As for the second condition for opening the Wishing Well special buggy bullet, Lin Ji had already had an eyebrow in his mind. Since the public execution of Pirate King Roger, most of Buggy's activities have been in the East China Sea. According to the news from the injured Shanks, they are currently wandering around the Organ Islands. And the port city of Orange Town in the Organ Islands is where Luffy beat Buggy away in the original book. You can find it on the East China Sea chart at any time. Chapter 31 The Identity of Sailing. 2-in-1 5,000 words, please read it. The sun sets in the west, at dusk. The soft orange light falls, adding a bit of haziness to the houses and streets of the Windmill Village. The refreshing sea breeze blows from the direction of the sea, driving the huge windmill in the village to turn slowly. Free from the occasional intrusion of the Sig bandits, the air in the Windmill Village has become much milder, with a quiet atmosphere that makes people feel comfortable and at ease. Lin Ji's restaurant. Master Lin Ji, I wonder how much bounty we got from defeating the bandit Sig this time. Aqua licked her face and jumped to Lin Ji, and even her voice was much gentler and more pleasant than usual. Just now, when Lin Ji was negotiating the bounty with the seagoing merchant, she was busy eating and didn't know the exact amount. However, she saw the scene of Lin Ji putting stacks of Bailey into the sack. Excluding various miscellaneous expenses, there are about 7 million Baileys left. Lin Ji put away the Baileys that had been counted and sat comfortably at his old seat at the front desk of the restaurant. Hearing this, Aqua's clear eyes with stupidity instantly lit up. During the time she lived in Windmill Village, she naturally understood the value of currency in the pirate world and understood how moist it would be if she used this bounty to drink. According to the price of the Wishing Well, 7 million Baileys can be exchanged for 2 of the ones she still has left. That's great. I heard that Makina has bought several new wines with great taste. Let's go buy them all later. Speaking of wine, Aqua, as a senior alcoholic, has no resistance at all. This is also the fundamental reason why her attitude towards Lin Ji suddenly became so flattering. No, we will go to sea soon, and we have to save this money to make a wish for new partners." Lin Ji refused without thinking. Hearing this, Aqua's expression changed, and she put her hands on her waist and said confidently, "How can this be? I also put in a lot of effort when I conquered Sig, so at least half of the bounty should be given to me. Thank you for your effort, so I can't kill Sig in the cleanest way. Thank you for your effort, you broke my newly bought flintlock musket. Thank you for your effort, and I have to compensate the village for the cost of rebuilding the docking station." Listening to Lin Ji's 3 consecutive words from the soul, the dissatisfaction on Aqua's pretty face gradually became unsteady, and her eyes moved around irregularly with guilt. "No matter what, I played a role." Aqua still wanted to make trouble, but seeing Lin Ji's unmoved expression and thinking of the mellow and delicious wine in the Machina tavern, she threw the dignity of the goddess aside without hesitation. She flew over, hugged Lin Ji's thighs tightly, and pleaded with a wronged voice, "Master Lin Ji, please give me some of the bounty. If I go too late, the wine will be sold out. I promise that I will work harder to clean the toilet in the future to repay your kindness." I had expected that this stupid goddess would be so shameless. Lin Ji slowly drank a sip of black tea and stretched. "Strange, is it a problem left after the battle with Zuj? Why do I feel a little sore in my shoulders? This guy is a character who gets so proud that he loses his mind when he is given a little benefit, so he can't compromise easily. I am very happy to serve you." Aqua rolled her eyes and immediately stood up to help Lin Ji massage his shoulders. "The sun is about to set, why is it still so hot? Please give Aqua your orders." Aqua took out 2 folding fans like a magic trick, interspersed with massage, and fanned the wind very hard. Lin Ji sipped the black tea, feeling the soft touch on his shoulders and the refreshing breeze across his cheeks, which was very comfortable. A few minutes later, seeing that the time was almost up, he turned back to look at Aqua with a smile on his face and gave her an agreeing look. "If you want to drink anything, just go to Machina's tavern and tell Machina that I will pay the bill." "Understood, Lord Lin Ji." Aqua was ecstatic and retreated to an empty place in the restaurant lobby, and took the initiative to perform a unique skill of spraying water with a fan. This is a talent show specially for the generous Lord Lin Ji. After saying that, he ran out of the restaurant with a whoosh sound and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Ji looked at the tables, chairs, and restaurant floor soaked by the flood in silence, with 10,000 squirtles running through his heart. This stupid goddess! Soon, the sound of clinking bottles colliding came from outside the restaurant. Lin Ji, who was drinking black tea, looked up and saw 2 big boxes with white legs walking in. "Lin Ji, I have negotiated with Machina," she said, "that all-inclusive will be discounted by 20%. With her long blue hair hanging naturally, Aqua's head popped out from behind the box, with a bright smile full of joy on her face. "Put it in the warehouse behind the restaurant first. I'll go over and calculate the money with Machina." Unexpectedly, Lin Ji did not show much grief for the heavy bleeding, and stood up and passed by Aqua and walked out of the restaurant door. That calm and abnormal expression, even Aqua, who was holding a big box, couldn't help but look back. Lin Ji, who had already planned for this batch of wine, crossed the street, exchanged a few words with the villagers passing by, and then came to Machina's tavern. Pushing open the wooden baffle at the door, the moment he walked into the tavern, a faint fragrance hit him in the face. Compared to those sloppy hotels full of stench, the clean environment managed by Machina makes people feel more relaxed. "You are here, Boss Lin Ji." Machina in front of the bar was cleaning the counter. When he saw Lin Ji coming, he raised his head and smiled and greeted him. "Machina, Aqua just took 2 boxes of wine here, right?" Lin Ji was quite familiar with this place, and he found a seat near the bar and sat down. "Well," she said, she wanted to buy all the wine as soon as she came in. Machina's eyes flickered, recalling the strange look of Aqua laughing crazily just now, and said with a little worry, "I saw that her mental state seemed to be very bad, so I didn't refuse, agreed to her request and took all the wine back at a 20% discount. In the interval of speaking, Ma Qina had already prepared a glass of juice and brought it to the small wooden table where Lin Ji was. It turns out that the so-called 20% discount for all-inclusive was decided by the stupid goddess herself. Lin Ji's mouth twitched, and he took a sip of the juice. That guy is such a reckless character, I'm sorry to cause you trouble. It doesn't matter, but the business of the tavern is thanks to your care. Ma Qina still spoke in a dignified and gentle tone, anyway, I have to come here to get it, just treat it as a deposit with you to sell, and the money will be settled after it is sold. You may not know that the drunkard wanted to take the 2 boxes of wine for himself and drink them slowly, and he had no intention of selling them at all. Lin Ji silently complained in his heart, and then took out the prepared bailee. It's really unbelievable, to be honest. We don't plan to sell those 2 boxes of wine in the store, so I'll just buy them at the original price. After seeing Ma Qina's concerns, he added, don't worry about the money. I received a lot of bounty for defeating Sig this time. Lin Ji intercepted the bandits who were fleeing to the sea halfway and forced them into a desperate situation. This matter has long been spread in Windmill Village, and everyone called him a hero in the village. Thinking of this, Ma Qina's slightly wrinkled brows slowly stretched out, and he was no longer worried about Lin Ji's financial problems. Then thank you for your care, Boss Lin Ji. As for the price, let's go with the 20% discount that Aqua said. Buying alcohol in large quantities has its own discount, and their relationship is very good, so the 20% discount is actually not excessive at all. No, the original price is what it is. Lin Ji insisted. If you are so polite, then I won't sell it. Ma Qina raised 2 fingers and crossed them, making a gesture of refusal. Then follow the boss lady's wishes. Lin Ji nodded readily and extended his hand to Ma Qina. Happy transaction. Happy transaction. This 180-degree change in attitude made Ma Qina, who was still thinking about how to stick to the 20% discount, a little confused. The discounted price of the drinks taken away by Aqua was 800,000 baileys, which was almost the income of the restaurant for half a year. This made Lin Ji sigh that spending money is much easier than making money. I heard from the carpenters in the village that you and Aqua will leave the village and go to sea soon. After the settlement, Ma Qina, who was free, thought for a while and finally asked out his curiosity. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, we will set off in a few days. Lin Ji affirmed this. According to the suggestions he had put forward before, with the overtime work of carpenters and shipbuilders, the sailboat with a spacious deck is almost completed, and only needs to add some equipment to launch it. At that time, it was the beginning of his departure from Windmill Village and heading for the magnificent world. The sea is really a place full of infinite charm. Ma Qina sighed in a low voice, with his eyes drooping, looking a little sad. Shanks and others will also set sail in the near future to the legendary New World. Speaking of Shanks, Lin Ji suddenly thought of Luffy. By the way, why haven't I seen that bad boy Luffy these 2 days? This guy used to go to the restaurant almost every day to eat and drink for free. After Aqua appeared, he came here more frequently every day. But since the incident of Shank's broken arm on the beach, this guy is rarely seen again. Luffy. Ma Qina was surprised when he heard this, and winked at the most remote place in the tavern. Lin Ji looked up and realized that Luffy was like a wilted cabbage, lying in an inconspicuous corner. The matter of Shanks seems to have brought a big shadow to this child. He has been in a listless state recently. Ma Qina also looked at Luffy in the corner and sighed softly. I can't listen to what Shanks says. It will probably take some time for him to recover. Is that so? Lin Ji lowered his head and pondered for a while, then drank the remaining juice on the table. He just lacks the courage to move forward. Let me try. After that, he stood up and walked slowly towards Luffy. More than 10 minutes later. I'm starving. Lin Ji, I want to eat bird egg fried rice, 10 bowls. A familiar loud voice sounded, and the little Luffy, who had regained his vitality, jumped off the high chair, rushed out of the dark corner, yelled and rushed out of the tavern, and ran to the restaurant across the street. "If you have money, you can eat as many bowls as you want," Lin Ji shouted at the small back. However, the little Luffy ran away in a flash. "That kind of thing, when I become the Pirate King, I will definitely settle it." The slightly childish voice came from the swinging wooden door baffle, gradually fading away. "Hey, Boss Lin Ji, what did you say to him?" Makina stood in place, with incredible words written all over her pretty face. Out of respect, she didn't deliberately eavesdrop on the conversation between Lin Ji and Luffy. It didn't say much, just a little story about a passionate boy gathering his partners and chasing his dreams. Lin Ji smiled and waved to Makina, who tilted his head in confusion. "As you can see, there are customers in the store, so I'll leave first." Next, while waiting for the ship to be completed and delivered, Lin Ji started to make various preparations before sailing, including charts and compasses, medical kits, daily necessities, etc. While the cotters of the Red Hair Pirates were in the village, he asked about the experience of observation haki and armed haki, and even had several guided actual combat competitions. With the answers from these haki masters, Lin Ji's two-color haki improved rapidly, and was completely consolidated in the novice stage, and could be activated at will. As for the cost, it was just the loss of a few free meal tickets for the whole venue, which was almost negligible. And as a companion, Aqua was not idle either. She wandered around the aunts and uncles in the windmill village all day, promoting how sacred and great her Acusis religion was. The kind and simple villagers could not bear to see such a lovely girl dying of illness. In addition, Lin Ji had a good reputation in the village, so they were very happy to cooperate with Aqua's request and became, well, a member of the Acusis religion that believes in the goddess of water. Although Aqua, who had completed the promotion process, and Luffy, who came to eat as usual, often made the restaurant a mess and caused all kinds of trouble. But every time, they would be met with Lin Ji's Lovine attacked with a knife, and with two lumps on his head, one large and one small, he squatted on the ground and apologized humbly and sincerely. Time passed quickly in this harmonious and noisy daily life. Finally, on a sunny afternoon, 3 old customers, carpenters, brought good news that the boat for Lin Ji and Aqua's adventure was officially completed. All preparations are ready, and they can set sail anytime and anywhere. The night before leaving, according to the unwritten rules of the pirate world, Lin Ji decided to hold a lively banquet. Not only to thank the villagers of Windmill Village for their care over the past year, but also to repay the domineering guidance of the Red Hair Pirates, but also to bid farewell to his difficult life in tears for a year. So, the news that the restaurant owner Lin Ji was going to sail tomorrow spread throughout the Windmill Village in an instant. Luffy, Makina, the head of Windmill Village, 3 carpenters, sea merchants, and all the villagers who had a good relationship with Lin Ji were all present, and enthusiastically brought their own vegetable beef. Luffy opened his mouth. The members of the Red Hair Pirates, including Shanks, naturally showed up to show their respect. A banquet, playful pirates like them naturally couldn't miss it. The night fell, and the stars were shining. As the bonfire representing the carnival was lit, the pirates sang Binks's wine, and the banquet held on the open beach officially began. As the protagonist of the banquet, Lin Ji appeared on the beach reef far away from the center of the banquet bonfire. He looked at the dark sea in the distance with a deep gaze, and his expression was serious. Next to him, the red-haired Shanks, who took off his straw hat, looked much more casual, wearing slippers, sitting cross-legged with his knees crossed, and a big beer at his feet. "What do you think, Lin Ji? My suggestion just now is quite good, right?" Shanks supported his side face with one hand, and seemed to have gotten used to the impact of his broken arm on himself. With a smile on his face and warm anticipation and excitement in his eyes, he said sincerely, "Become my partner and turn the world upside down together." Having witnessed how Lin Ji forced the bandit Sig into a desperate situation and how he used his body to block the slash for his partner, he couldn't help but want to win him over. He wanted to try to get as many as possible before he went out to sea. You know, the current red hair pirates are not the newcomers they were when they were first formed, but a team with enough prestige in the harsh environment of the New World. In this case, Shanks, as the captain, was willing to take the initiative to invite Lin Ji, who had just learned the two-color domineering, which shows how much he likes Lin Ji. Sorry Shanks, I don't have the idea of becoming a pirate at the moment. Lin Ji naturally chose to refuse. Although he is still a weakling now, he has a huge ambition to reach the top in this era of strong men. As expected, it's such a pity. Shanks sighed heavily, lowered his head in disappointment, and the light of expectation in his eyes slowly dissipated. As if he sensed Lin Ji's unwavering determination, he did not continue to talk about the topic of winning over, but slowly raised the wine glass at his feet. Since you don't want to be a pirate, and it doesn't look like you are going to join the navy, then what identity do you want to go to sea this time? Adventure group or tourist? Lin Ji raised his glass and clinked it with Shanks, raised his head and took a big sip, and asked back, Shanks, have you forgotten what I do? Shanks raised his hand to wipe the wine stains on his lips, thought about it, and asked tentatively, open a restaurant on the sea. It can be considered as a bargain. On the sea without supplies, food and drinks can definitely be sold at a considerable price. That's right, embarking on an adventure as the owner of a restaurant on the sea was a decision made by Lin Ji after careful consideration. First of all, he already had experience in running a restaurant, so he could make money while sailing to ensure maximum profit. Secondly, there is no need to be chased and intercepted by the navy and pirate hunters like pirates. Of course, there is another very important point. Now the largest number of pirates on the sea are not the legitimate merchant caravans and tour groups, but the unforgivable pirates. Shanks said his opinion without thinking, doing business with those guys who always like to eat free meals, let alone selling meals at high prices, you will get yourself into trouble if you are not careful. Lin Ji did not show any worry after hearing this, but his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an extremely gentle smile. To be honest, the main reason why I decided to open a restaurant on the sea is I want to do business with these pirates who plan to eat free meals. P.S. Thank you for the rewards from the disciples of King Yun sect and the boss who wants to eat breakfast, as well as the monthly tickets and recommendation tickets from all the bosses. Chapter 32 Make a Wish to the Goddess's Rainbow. After going out to sea, who will do legitimate business? Lin Ji's idea is very simple. If he wants to make a wish for a second stronger partner simply by opening a restaurant to save money, he doesn't know when he will save up. Now is the craziest and most chaotic period of the Great Pirate Era. There are countless lunatics who are wanton in the name of pirates. These people may not pay for meals on the island, let alone the sea with less constraints. Usually, the heads of pirates who want to eat a free meal and don't want to pay are definitely more valuable than 1 or 2 meals. The sea can almost be said to be Aqua's home court. The restrictions are definitely much smaller than those on land. The mere fact that they can move freely in the water is already a great advantage. So at least in the East China Sea, which is known as the weakest, there are basically no pirates who can endanger their lives when they sail on the sea. The worst situation is just abandoning the ship and running away. Of course, these pirates do not include some great swordsman who rode a boat with a black knife on a whim. But if he was unlucky enough to meet Hawkeye my hawk, Lin Ji would be happy to treat him to a free meal with plenty of drinks. Shanks looked at Lin Ji, who was smiling and calm, and was shocked by this novel train of thought, and couldn't help laughing. I see. It seems that those guys in the East China Sea who like to eat free meals will probably suffer in the future. After a few seconds of pause, he found that he liked the young man in front of him more and more, and finally couldn't help but invite him to board the ship again. A man like you is simply perfect for the red hair pirates. Really Lin Ji, join us. He was full of expectation, and even put his face directly in front of Lin Ji. Of course, Lin Ji still decisively refused. Alas, what a pity! Shanks retracted his neck and sighed, and the corners of his mouth soon returned to his usual handsome smile. We will go directly to the New World in a few days. You should be delayed for quite a while, right? I will wait for you there. After the SIG incident, Shanks had an inexplicable intuition after seeing Lin Ji's special physique and domineering talent. In the near future, this man will stand at the top of the world. Hearing Shanks' affirmative tone, Lin Ji's relaxed expression became serious, and he said confidently, "There will definitely be such a day." Just at this moment, the excited and surprised shouts of the pirates came from the bonfire banquet in the distance. Lin Ji and Shanks looked sideways and saw Aqua standing proudly on the C-position dining table, holding 2 folding fans in her hands, a water cup on her head, and performing her specialty of flowers, birds, wind, and moon. 3 water jets like small fountains spurted out from the folding fans and water cups, attracting applause from everyone present. In strange places where there are many fancy things but not much use, Aqua can always present unexpected effects. Look, not long after that, this guy got along well with the cotters of the Red Hair Pirates, drinking with their arms around each other. Speaking of which, the blue-haired girl next to you is also very special. Is she a devil fruit user? Shanks asked with his eyes back. Obviously, he saw the scene where Aqua summoned a flood to hit Lin Ji. I guess so. Lin Ji nodded, not intending to explain too much. That's really a very rare and powerful ability. Shanks couldn't help but sigh. The devil fruit ability is hated by the sea, and touching sea water or even ordinary water will make the whole body weak. And now, there is actually a person who can control water? If the water she releases can also produce the same weakening effect on other fruit users, it would be very scary. As you can see, the side effect is that the brain is not very good. There is a serious hallucination, and she keeps shouting that she is a goddess all day long. Lin Ji glanced at Luffy, who was beside Aqua, and made a face with 2 chopsticks on his nostrils and mouth, and did not deny the power of water. I see. Shanks nodded. It is not uncommon for devil fruits to have side effects. Some people stop growing after eating them, and some people have diarrhea all day after eating them. Well, it's almost time, let's go. Seeing that the hope of recruiting Lin Ji was slim, Shanks supported his knees with one hand and slowly stood up. Speaking of which, I haven't held such a lively party for a long time. I have to have a good time. No problem. Lin Ji stood up. With the 2 people walking side by side joining in, the lively atmosphere of the party was pushed to the peak. Everyone was reveling and enjoying this relaxed and joyful atmosphere. The party lasted from dusk to the early morning. When the pirates and villagers gradually dispersed, Lin Ji took the drunk Aqua on the way home. At this time, Aqua was so drunk that she could hardly walk. She staggered around Lin Ji's neck and muttered to herself. Come on, keep going, the goddess of water Aqua will not lose to you. Cheers, look at me, flowers, birds, wind and moon. Lin Ji put one hand around Aqua's waist to prevent this drunkard from falling into the garbage on the roadside. It is obviously a body that can convert the liquid it touches into pure water, but the wine that Aqua drinks will not be purified. It is obvious that this idiot took the initiative to remove this state, and called it if you can't taste the good wine, you might as well die. Although Aqua couldn't help drinking 2 glasses after taking a bath in the restaurant before, it was the first time that Lin Ji saw her drunken like tonight. Looking at Aqua with saliva still flowing from the corners of her mouth, it was really hard for him to associate her with the beautiful girl of the divine system. Wishing well, you are suspected of fraud. Just as he was thinking, Aqua, who was close to him, suddenly stopped her frivolous steps. Her expression became surprisingly solemn and serious, and she kept making muffled sounds from the depths of her throat. Is this stupid goddess going to vomit? Realizing this possibility, Lin Ji instantly perked up and looked around anxiously. Guided by the cold moonlight, he finally found a relatively hidden corner on both sides of the street in Windmill Village. Without saying a word, Lin Ji half supported and half hugged Aqua's soft body and pulled her over, who was about to vomit. Ugh! As soon as she reached the corner, Aqua, who was barely holding the wall with one hand, couldn't stand the churning in her stomach, and opened her little mouth and vomited all over the floor. Lin Ji, who was standing next to her and patting Aqua's back to relieve her nausea, looked down curiously. I saw that what came out of Aqua's mouth was exactly the same as what was shown in the anime. It was actually a rainbow, colorful rainbow. The goddess is the goddess. Even dirty things like vomit are purified into such a wonderful state without any odor. Lin Ji couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he made a wish to the goddess Rainbow now, would the companions who came out later be more reliable? The moment the strange idea came up, he shook his head frantically and rejected it. Putting aside whether it is useful or not. This approach is really too perverted. Chapter 33 Dreams and Beliefs. 3,500 words, please read it. Aqua, who was drunk, was pulled and shouted by Lin Ji the next day. Today is the day to set sail. Since you want to sail with the sea restaurant as your goal, you naturally need to move the pots, pans, tables, chairs, refrigerators and other things in the restaurant to the ship. This is not an easy task. Fortunately, the villagers of Windmill Village took the initiative to come to help, otherwise it would take Lin Ji and Aqua, who can sleep while walking, to move to the ship. The sailboat that Lin Ji entrusted to the carpenters to build was much smaller than the Barity, the sea restaurant of red-footed Jeep in the original book, and was even smaller than the Golden Mary. The sturdy mast stood in the middle of the hull, and the spacious deck with a roof had 2 floors of space. The first floor was the dining area, which was not very large and could only accommodate 6 dining tables. After all, cooking was not the main purpose of Lin Ji opening this sea restaurant, so he did not need a very spacious place, nor did he need to recruit waiters. The second floor was used for the daily life of Lin Ji and Aqua, with a delicate and small deck viewing platform. There were flat entrances and exits on both sides of the hull, which facilitated the free entry and exit of guests who wanted to dine. Under Aqua's persistence, the bow symbol representing this ship was the erected statue of the goddess of water. In short, this was a sloop with dine-in function. Apart from the nature of the restaurant, it was not much different from an ordinary pirate ship. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. I am very satisfied with this boat. Let's settle the price now. At the only port for ships to leave the Windmill Village, Lin Ji asked the 3 carpenters around him. When they first built this boat, they estimated the price to be 500,000 baileys, but with the addition of a small restaurant and other requirements, it is obvious that the price of this boat is even higher now. What Lin Ji never expected was that the 3 carpenters in white vests smiled at each other and waved their hands calmly, as if they had discussed it long ago. No need for money. You have been secretly increasing the amount of our dishes for more than a year. We have seen it all. Seeing Lin Ji's lips move slightly to refuse, the leading carpenter with thick eyebrows took the lead and continued, to be honest, when we were young, we also had the dream of going out to sea for adventure. But when we really wanted to take action, we looked back and found that we had grown up and had a lot more things to carry on our shoulders. At this time, another carpenter looked at Lin Ji and continued, yes, now we all have our own lovers and children. Although we enjoy it and don't think it is a shackle that binds our dreams, we have to seal it in the deepest part of our hearts and wait for it to shine again. When we heard your plan to go to sea, we realized that the time had come. At this point, the 3 carpenters all looked up at the same time and looked at the sloop docked on the shore, swaying quietly in the waves. In the depths of their eyes, which were mixed with traces of time, there was a flash of longing and yearning. This ship is an extension of our dream. Please take it with you to see the magnificent waves of the sea. A man's voyage should be full of infinite freedom. The carpenters' faces were filled with brilliant and simple smiles, which were so moving under the sunlight. In that case, thank you very much. At this point, Lin Ji naturally had no reason to be polite. After expressing deep apologies in his heart for having served them overnight beef, he looked at the three people with a serious look. It just so happens that the name of this ship has not been officially determined, so you can name it. Hearing this, the three carpenters were stunned for a moment, and their faces showed extremely excited expressions. Really? Yes. Lin Ji affirmed. Although there were only 2 short words, they instantly moved the hearts of the three carpenters that had been silent for many years. A circle of hot tears overflowed from the slightly wrinkled eyes. In the blurred vision, they seemed to see the scene of their younger selves sitting on the beach, arguing over the name of the pirate ship. Infinite Dream. The thick-browed carpenter put away his out-of-control emotions, raised his hand to touch the tears in the corners of his eyes, looked at Lin Ji and said in a pleading tone, "If possible, brother Lin Ji, please name this ship Infinite Dream." Infinite Dream. Lin Ji lowered his head and pondered for a while, and under the anxious gaze of the carpenters, he raised his thumbs high and said with a smile, "What a great name!" So far, the sea restaurant named Infinite Dream was officially born. When Aqua and Machina, who came to help, moved the last box of wine and drinks onto the ship, it was time to say goodbye. Lin Ji and Aqua, who were ready, stepped on the steps of the dock and boarded the Infinite Dream. Hearing that the name of the ship had been decided, Aqua, who was still half drunk, sobered up instantly and yelled why it was not Aqua-sama or best wishes to Axis. Lin Ji simply said, "Then you buy the ship," and Aqua completely shut up. Putting aside the carpenter's hopes he would never use these weird names. Before leaving, Machina, village chief Upslab and other villagers all came to the coast, waved goodbye to Lin Ji and Aqua who were about to leave, and expressed their blessings. "Hey! Lin Ji! Aqua! When I grow up and become a real pirate, I will definitely become stronger than you and have more powerful partners than you. See you then." Little Luffy stretched out his rubber hands, wrapped them around his mouth to act as a megaphone, and shouted loudly to Lin Ji and Aqua. His cute eyes flashed with tears, with envy, reluctance, and a bit of unshakable determination. "I hope that by then, you can make up the meal money you owe me." Lin Ji, who was standing at the stern, responded with a chuckle. Hearing this, little Luffy, who was full of tears a second ago, immediately glanced to the side and whistled stupidly. "This stinky brat!" Lin Ji couldn't help shaking his head and scolding with a smile. The refreshing sea breeze blew from afar, and the ebb and flow of the tide drove the sailing boats on the shore to slowly sail away. "Everyone, let us finally use the way that Lady Aqua has conveyed to us to express our most sincere farewell to them." Among the villagers, a dark-skinned middle-aged man stood up. It was the merchant who helped Lin Ji collect the bounty on his behalf. He looked at the direction where the sailboat was going away, and shouted loudly. "As long as the Axis believers are serious, they can do anything. We are the ones who can do it. Even if we can't do it well, don't blame us. If we can't do it well, blame the world." The surrounding villagers immediately understood his good intentions, took over the words, and continued the goddess doctrine that Aqua had promoted to them in the past few days. When facing something unpleasant, just run away. Running away is not a loss, but a victory. When you hesitate, you will regret no matter what you do. Anyway, you will regret it, so choose the easier way now. Don't be afraid of getting old, because the gods don't know whether you will be happy in the future. Don't worry. For those who believe in this goddess, Aqua will give you the highest level of blessings. Aqua, standing on the boat, was full of pride. Her white legs staggered forward and backward and took elegant steps. She opened her arms to the villagers on the beach and made a promise. Such a high-handed look made Lin Ji next to her almost think that this guy was really a great goddess who came from the realm of gods to the mortal world. No, that's not right. Lin Ji's calm pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a look of shock. At this time, Aqua's body was actually lit up with a faint holy white light. Under the sincere emotions of the villagers, these imperceptible white lights gradually sank into Aqua's body. Her aura as the goddess of water was thus strengthened a little bit. Lin Ji, who has already learned the basic observation haki, can be very sure that this judgment is not an illusion. Recalling what Aqua did in Windmill Village, he felt that he seemed to have discovered something very extraordinary and outrageous. That is, people who truly, kindly, believe in the Axis religion can make Aqua, who was suppressed by traveling through the pirate world, recover her divine power faster. So, Lin Ji envied and hated the stupid goddess next to him who could improve her strength even when lying down. Sure enough, I still have to make the next wish as soon as possible. Let's not talk about whether I can get a powerful partner. The strengthening option after making a wish is the main way to become stronger. While thinking about it, there was a sound of seawater backflow from the bow on the other side. The fast-flowing current caused the entire sailboat to shake violently. What happened? Lin Ji and Aqua were startled at the same time. They didn't bother to say goodbye to the villagers and ran to the bow quickly. 10 meters away from the ship, a huge oval water ball slowly emerged from the turbulent sea. As the sea water on the surface of the water ball flowed away, a dark head with a mouth full of fangs emerged from it, and the scarlet eyes emitted a creepy faint red light. The huge shadow covered the large sea beast that dominated the surrounding sea area, the king of the near sea. My luck is really bad. I didn't expect to encounter this troublesome guy just after going out to sea. Lin Ji looked up at the king of the near sea with a fierce look in his eyes and slowly clenched his fists. In addition to having an advantage in the sea, this sea beast that is not even a sea king is only a few points stronger than those beasts in the mountains and forests. Now that he can skillfully use the armed color domineering, plus Aqua's reinforcement blessing, it is not difficult to solve it. Zilla. However, just when Aqua was about to cast the goddess blessing, the dark red thunder flashed in the direction of Windmill Village. The unimaginable domineering pressure spanned the entire beach, accurately acting on the king of the sea who wanted to attack the infinite dream. The strong impact from the soul exploded in the consciousness of the king of the sea. Almost instantly, the eyes of this ferocious sea beast that dominated the sea turned white, and white foam spewed out of its bloody mouth, and it fainted on the spot. Lin Ji felt something in his heart, and suddenly turned back, and noticed the red-hair pirates standing at the end of the village street. This is the pirates' way of saying goodbye. Goodbye in the new world, Lin Ji. Shanks, the leader, calmly sheathed his saber griffin and looked at Lin Ji who turned back. What a shrewd and cunning guy, he wants me to owe him a favor before leaving. Lin Ji retracted his gaze and no longer paid attention to the direction of the red-hair pirates. Instead, he faced the vast sea and said to Aqua beside him with an excited and expectant tone. Are you ready, Aqua? Next, it's your home court. Aqua looked at the sea full of water and felt very close to it. Of course. The sea breeze blew for them. A brand new adventure adds fuel to the flames. With the villagers of Windmill Village watching, the infinite dream sailed away. Strange, why do I always feel like I've forgotten something? Aqua, do you know what it is? No, Makina was afraid that you would be polite, so he secretly gave me the 10-year red wine, but I brought it with me. Now I know, just hand it over. Ah. No, I didn't say anything just now. Looking at Aqua hiding in the corner and making a defensive posture, Lin Ji frowned slightly and fell into the strange feeling just now. Could it be that I really remembered it wrong? P.S. The number of words in the voyage is more than 20,000 words more than the outline, and the rhythm is indeed a bit slow. It is mainly for readers who have not read Aqua's original work. Several scenes are used to portray rich characters. The rhythm will be accelerated as much as possible later. By the way, the Grand Line part will not follow the original route. Aqua will cause trouble at that time. You will never guess which island is the first one. Haha. The reading performance is particularly important during the new book period. It is related to life and death. Please read the latest chapter when you have time. Please, please. Thanks to the great swordsman Xiao for the monthly votes for several consecutive days, and all the big guys who voted. This chapter is about 4,000 words. It is considered an extra update. Chapter 34 Daily Sailing with the Mentally Retarded Goddess, 2 in 1. Ugh. Not long after sailing, Aqua, who was still talking big just now, held the bow railing and spit out a string of colorful rainbows to the sea below. Because she stayed at home in the god realm for too long, and the wine she drank last night was not completely sober, and she was busy moving things just now. Combined with several factors, Aqua was seasick unexpectedly but reasonably. Don't you claim to be the goddess of water who can do everything on the sea? You are such a loser. Lin Ji, who was standing next to Aqua, was speechless. Even so, he reached out and patted Aqua's back to help her relieve the discomfort after vomiting. That's too much, Lin Ji. You actually underestimated me like this. Watch me, I will overcome it and show you. After vomiting, Aqua raised her head and chest with a weak head, her eyes rolled around, trying to find an excuse for her unbearableness. Suddenly, a gust of sea breeze blew, raising waves on the sea, and the infinite dream shook violently. Aqua, who had just recovered from vomiting, felt her stomach churning, and she didn't care about anything else at the moment, and suddenly stuck her head out of the railing. She vomited again. Looking at Aqua, who was sitting on the deck like she was squeezed dry after vomiting, Lin Ji held his forehead with one hand and let out a heavy and sad sigh. Damn it, is the sea really the home of this stupid goddess? He began to doubt his previous judgment. Sure enough, you can't have too high expectations for Aqua, otherwise, the disappointment and blow you get will be multiplied. Wait for me here, I'll make you a bowl of porridge, I'm a little hungry. After all, she is his only partner at the moment. Lin Ji finally couldn't bear it, patted the dust on his hands and turned to walk down to the restaurant on the first floor. Thank you very much for your care, Lord Lin Ji. Aqua was moved to tears. After arriving at the kitchen on the first floor, Lin Ji skillfully processed the ingredients for cooking porridge, a portion of green vegetables, a little lean meat, and several prawns. Since the buggy pirates are active around the Organ Islands, then their destination this time is naturally the Orange Town, its coastal port. According to the distance shown on the East China Sea nautical chart, combined with the direction indicated by the compass and the current wind force of the sea breeze, it will take about 5 days to arrive. Of course, Lin Ji learned his knowledge of navigation technology in the windmill village. He had never practiced it properly, so it was just a theory. Therefore, it was difficult for him to grasp the specific time. However, in addition to the daily food for him and Aqua, the sea restaurant prepared a whole week's worth of ingredients this time. Even if the business was so hot that it was sold out, it would be fine to close the restaurant before reaching the Organ Islands for supplies. There was no need to worry about the bad situation of having nothing to eat. When Lin Ji returned to the second deck with 2 large bowls of steaming shrimp and lean meat porridge, he happened to see Aqua, who had recovered her spirit, knocking on a wooden board with a small wooden hammer. Are you okay? Putting the porridge on the specially set up outdoor dining table, Lin Ji looked at Aqua, who suddenly became full of energy, in surprise. Clearly, a few minutes ago, this guy was still half dead? Don't look down on me, Lin Ji. I am the goddess of water who can live a super comfortable life no matter what difficult environment I am in. Aqua put down the wooden hammer and board in her hand, stood up and walked to sit opposite Lin Ji, her water blue pupils flashing with pride. Lin Ji stared at her for a few seconds and quickly guessed the reason. Did you bless yourself? Aqua, who had gained the faith of the villagers in Windmill Village, had slightly recovered her divine power, and it was not difficult for her to do such a thing. Aqua nodded shamelessly, but she didn't say anything stubborn. Looking at the fresh shrimp porridge in front of her, which looked very good, she, who had been hungry for a long time, picked it up and drank it. Hiss hiss, it's so hot. As expected, he got burned on the mouth. Lin Ji couldn't bear to look at this irritable goddess, so he turned his eyes to the wooden hammer and board not far away. What are you doing with these things? Aqua kept blowing air at the hot porridge, and said without looking back, I think our sea restaurant is too monotonous, so I want to hang a sign on both sides of the door, so that customers who come in can see it more clearly. I didn't expect you to consider such details. Lin Ji was very surprised. Because he didn't plan doing a serious business, so things like signs are dispensable, so they don't pay much attention to them. Could it be that the seasickness blessing of this idiot goddess cured her brain by the way? What an unexpected surprise, this child is finally a little normal. Thinking of this, Lin Ji subconsciously showed a father-like relieved smile. So, Lin Ji, you still know too little about this goddess. Aqua didn't realize the true meaning of the smile on Lin Ji's face, but felt that his understanding of the goddess was too superficial. As she said that, Aqua picked up the slightly cold shrimp porridge. Wait, Aqua, I'll give you this bowl. Lin Ji stretched out his hand and pushed the porridge in front of Aqua. What do you want to do? I won't hand over the porridge I've blown for no reason. Aqua suddenly became nervous and protected the porridge in her hand. You didn't put salt in your bowl. Lin Ji said without blushing or beating his heart. He originally wanted to discipline Aqua, the drunkard, but seeing that she occasionally helped to make signs, he gave up the idea. Hey! Aqua was shocked. In the end, the two of them completed the exchange of shrimp porridge. Lin Ji ate the tasteless porridge while feeling the cool sea breeze blowing from the sea. Speaking of which, Aqua, can you control the sea water and create some vortex tsunamis? They will definitely spend a lot of time sailing on the sea in the future. Knowing the limits of Aqua's ability in advance can make more accurate judgments in emergencies. What a joke! In front of the great goddess of water, sea water or fresh water can only be obedient followers. Aqua raised her head and pretended to be proud. It can be clearly seen that there are several grains of rice on her flawless white face. Really? Then please show me now. Lin Ji said. Whenever the stupid goddess starts to brag about herself, it usually means that she herself is not sure. This, let's talk about it later, we are still drinking porridge now. Aqua's eyes became evasive when she heard that she had to demonstrate it on the spot. Perhaps she couldn't stand Lin Ji's deeply suspicious gaze. After holding on for a few seconds, the pretended strength on her cute face finally collapsed. It's so annoying. Although the villagers' faith has increased my power a little, it is still far from the ideal state. I can only control a small range of sea water. If you want to mock me, just mock me. Anyway, this is the limit of what I can do now. At the end, the exasperated Aqua collapsed on the back of the chair and just messed up. A small range of sea water, that's not bad. To Aqua's surprise, Lin Ji did not sneer, but nodded affirmatively. In this way, their infinite dream has basic protection. And there is no need to worry about being bombarded by pirates. He was not panicked at all in the close-range boarding battle, for he was afraid that those insidious pirates would hide in the distance and fire cannons, using them as targets. Lin Ji, you. Aqua was a little stunned, and was about to say something when a bowl that had been eaten clean was handed to her. After eating, please wash the dishes. Lin Ji said unceremoniously. Hey? You want the noble goddess of water to help you wash the dishes? The price of a bowl of fresh shrimp and lean meat porridge at sea is 800 baileys. I am very happy to serve you. Hearing that he wanted money, Aqua's face changed instantly, and she picked up the dishes with a smile. To be honest, I still like your rebellious look at the beginning. Lin Ji said on a whim. Although he knew that with Aqua's IQ, she probably didn't know the meaning of rebelliousness. Over there, Aqua, who had walked to the outside of the bow railing, raised her arm, and a light blue light bloomed from her white fingertips. Whoosh! A stream of water immediately spurted out, quickly washing the bowls and chopsticks clean. Before Lin Ji could sigh at this guy's ability, he heard a click sound, and the fragile porcelain bowl cracked on the spot because it could not withstand the impact of the water flow. "You stupid goddess, are you deliberately messing with me?" Lin Ji successfully integrated into the style of One Piece, and his teeth became fierce and saw-toothed. "It is indeed convenient, but the bowl is a bit useless." Aha, sorry, I forgot that my power has become a little stronger." Aqua grabbed the broken bowl with only a corner left, stood there scratching her head and laughing awkwardly. The happy meal time ended with the tragic ending of Brother Bowl taking care of everything. After solving the stomach problem, Lin Ji sat on the deck and sunbathed. Looking at the vast sea ahead, he waited for a long time, but did not see the shadow of the customer. After all, it is known as the weakest sea area, and the pirates in the East China Sea seem to be much less than those in other areas. There were a few merchant ships and fishing boats, but they all had their own food. They just took a curious look at the Infinite Dream, a restaurant on the sea that they had never seen before, and then passed by. Looking at the setting sun in the west, Lin Ji had nothing to do, so he simply got up and took out the prepared sea fishing rod from the cabin. As a must-do project for sailing, he naturally couldn't miss this kind of thing. He had previously followed the merchants of Windmill Village to the sea several times and learned some sea fishing techniques. "Why, Lin Ji, a cunning guy like you still dream of catching fish." On the other side of the deck, Aqua, who was lying under the parasol, sneered disdainfully. "Is there any direct connection between cunningness and whether you can catch fish?" Lin Ji asked back. At the same time, he began to assemble the fishing rod. The populations in the sea are all nurtured by the sea, and the sea is made up of pure sea water. People with dirty hearts will never be welcomed by them. Aqua said very confidently. "It seems that you know a lot." Lin Ji hung the bait on the assembled fishing rod, and was very unhappy with Aqua's self-righteous look. "How about we have a duel?" This sentence hit Aqua's mind. And she raised her hand to tidy up the goddess clothes on her body, and walked slowly in blue boots. "Since you want to be abused so much, then this goddess will play with you." Hee, interesting. After each of them chose a fishing spot, the two of them officially started this serious sea fishing duel. Time passed quietly. Half an hour later, Aqua, with tears in her eyes, looked at Lin Ji's almost full fish bucket and doubted Shen Sheng. "Impossible, absolutely impossible, how could you catch so many fish?" As the goddess of water who is closely related to the sea, Aqua cannot accept her empty fish bucket. Knowing that she lost but unable to lose face, she trotted over, grabbed Lin Ji's shoulders and shook him continuously. "Lin Ji, did you use some dirty tricks in secret? How could there be such a big difference in the same sea area? You just ran over here shamelessly to peek and learn, and now you accuse me of cheating." Lin Ji smiled lightly and tightened the fishing rod in his hand. He caught a fish in front of Aqua and put it in the bucket. "If you are willing to admit defeat, I will tell you the trick." His words exuded great temptation. Aqua pursed her lips and hesitated for a few seconds. Thinking that she could beat Lin Ji by learning the trick, she immediately chose to compromise. "Okay. I admit defeat, tell me quickly." Hearing this, Lin Ji silently looked up at her with a trace of pity in his eyes. In fact, although sea fishing requires skills, it still depends more on luck. Can you understand what I'm saying? IQ and luck are the flaws that Aqua can't cure. You can get a glimpse of her IQ from her blue eyes. As for luck, the simplest way to describe it is that even if Aqua gives her a blessing with a maximum luck value, it won't work at all. It is precisely because he knows this that he is absolutely sure of this sea fishing duel. How is it possible? It's actually luck. Aqua, who learned the truth, was obviously not convinced. The sound of the sea fish flopping in Lin Ji's bucket made her even more furious. "I don't believe that as the goddess of water, I can't even catch a stinky fish. Aqua got so angry that she yelled and climbed over the railing and jumped directly into the sea. Lin Ji was about to stop her, but thinking that she could move freely even underwater, there would be no danger, so he just let her do whatever she wanted. Then, not long after, Aqua, who was biting a sea fish in her mouth very unwillingly, was caught by him. "Hello, Lin Ji, good afternoon." The soaked water goddess showed a sweet smile to cover up the embarrassment at the scene. "Are you kidding? You must be here to make people laugh." Lin Ji was speechless. Aqua's disturbance ruined his rare leisure time of sea fishing. Just when Lin Ji took Aqua back and was about to end today's activities. In the distance, in the direction of the setting sun, a medium-sized sailboat was heading straight towards the Infinite Dream in the waves. Looking at the other side's black skull flag fluttering in the sea breeze, Lin Ji rubbed his hands and immediately became energetic. "Okay, Aqua, this duel is over. Get ready to welcome the first distinguished guest we meet on our voyage." Chapter 35 Pirate Double Machete Smurf Eyes. The pirate ship slowly stopped on the left side of the Infinite Dream, and the two ships did not follow the normal connection process. The pirates standing on the deck stared at the Infinite Dream, and after confirming that this was a newly opened restaurant on the sea, they jumped off the ship one after another. They boarded the Infinite Dream with a rough and domineering attitude and pushed the door directly in. "Welcome to the Infinite Dream restaurant on the sea, what would the guests like to eat?" Lin Ji, who had been sitting at the front desk of the restaurant on the first floor, greeted him, and at the same time, his eyes moved slightly, looking at this group of pirates with murderous faces. There were not many people, only 7, all wearing plain dark-colored clothes, with swords on their waists, and some carrying flintlock muskets. The leader was a man with a sturdy physique and scars on his face, carrying 2 machetes crossed on his back. "Infinite Dream Restaurant on the Sea? I have never heard of it in the East China Sea. Is it newly opened?" The pirate captain also looked towards the front desk. Seeing this small-scale restaurant on the sea, there was only a young man who looked powerless and a delicate and weak beautiful girl. The slightly narrowed eyes immediately flashed a fleeting fierceness. "Money is not a problem, meat and wine, any kind is fine, bring all the way up to me." After saying that, the pirate captain waved his hand and walked arrogantly to find a table nearby to sit down. Behind him, the younger brothers with inexplicable smiles on their mouths followed closely and sat down one after another. "I understand, wait a moment, you can have some peanuts first." Lin Ji smiled, quite satisfied with the arrogant attitude of this group of people. He likes this kind of arrogant and domineering pirates who don't seem to follow the rules. After asking Aqua beside him to serve some side dishes, he got up and walked into the kitchen, and put down the East China Sea Pirates Bounty book in his hand without leaving a trace. Double Cutter Mitch Smurfs, a double-bladed thug who often attacks and robs merchant ships on the sea, has a bounty of 2.5 million Baileys. Although it is much lower than the bounty of the bandit King Sig, this number is quite eye-catching. As the first fish to be hooked, it is barely acceptable. "Good brothers, don't give money later." Lin Ji prayed silently in his heart. He is a man with a bottom line. As long as he pays the bill normally in the restaurant, whether it is a wealthy businessman or a pirate, he will shout "Thank you for your patronage" and then let them leave safely. There are no more than 5 restaurants doing sea restaurant business in the East China Sea. If he kidnaps pirates for money every time he sees them, his reputation will be bad sooner or later, which is not conducive to long-term development. Of course, if the guy who comes to the door has a bounty of tens of millions and is not particularly difficult, Lin Ji will try to lower his professional bottom line, eliminate harm for the people, and return peace and tranquility to this vast sea. "Hello, this is a free appetizer from this restaurant." Aqua held a few plates of peanuts and placed them on the pirate's table in a proper manner. As a worshipped and respected goddess of water, Aqua was unwilling to do so when she first heard that Lin Ji wanted her to be a waiter. But when she heard that she could earn a chopper, 1,000 belly, every day by helping out, She immediately patted her chest and said that this kind of job was hers. The main character is a person who is greedy for money. Hey, the little girl is really pretty. Pirate Captain Smurfs looked at the flawless beautiful girl in front of him and couldn't help but praise her. The other pirates looked at Aqua with undisguised amazement. Strangely, they, who have always been cruel and lustful, did not show any desire or greed for Aqua. They just looked at her a few more times and then looked away calmly. Perhaps it was the goddess aura that Aqua brought with her that purified their evil thoughts in this regard, or perhaps Aqua took the initiative to bless them. Considering Aqua's IQ, the former is more likely. Thanks for the compliment. Aqua instinctively felt that this group of people was very similar to the bandits in Windmill Village, so she had no intention of talking to them, and just responded simply. The pirates didn't care about this at all, stretched out their hands to grab the peanuts and threw them into their mouths, smiling and saying that they were quite fragrant. About half an hour later, Lin Ji, who was busy in the kitchen, turned off the fire and turned off the stove, took off his apron and returned to the front desk, sitting down next to Aqua, who had meat shreds on the corners of her mouth. Yes, this guy took a few bites of the food while serving the dishes. At this time, all the meat dishes had been served, and boxes of iced beer were placed at the feet of the pirates. The pirates sat together, led by Captain Smurfs, eating and drinking, and talked about their robbery experiences during this period without any taboos, laughing there. When the sunset was like fire, the sea and sky were connected to the darkness of the night. The pirates finally ate and drank enough, and stood up one after another to leave. As Lin Ji expected, this group of rampant guys showed no sign of paying the bill and strode forward to the restaurant entrance. Guests, you haven't paid yet. Lin Ji lowered his head and casually flipped through today's newspaper, and the muscles of his body hidden under the light blue short-sleeved shirt quietly tightened. Oh? Do I have to pay to eat here? Pirate Captain Smurf stopped, put his hands in his pockets, and glanced back at Lin Ji with ill intentions. This is a restaurant on the sea, not a charity place to rescue people in distress. You have to pay for eating meat and drinking wine. If you don't have money, then I'm sorry, you can't leave this door today. Lin Ji narrowed his eyes and stood up slowly and leisurely. The domineering aura of observation bloomed invisibly, and the domineering aura of armed color covered his fists. He was ready to act at the speed of thunder and take down all these pirates who dared to eat a free meal. Ha 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 ha. The pirates who heard this were stunned at first, and then raised their heads and laughed. Although they are not big pirates, they may have been in this sea, how could they be frightened by a few words? Boss, have you forgotten something important? Captain Smurfs raised his hand to interrupt the laughter of his brothers, and the smile on his face gradually became gloomy. The atmosphere in the restaurant fell into an inexplicable silence at this moment. The strong killing smell even made Aqua, who was slacking off nearby, nervous. Aqua, now, wet their flintlocks. Lin Ji, who was ready, caught the pirate captain's small action of reaching for his waist, and decisively took action, turned over and crossed the front desk cabinet, and rushed towards the pirate camp like a human tank. At this critical moment, Aqua finally did not let down the chain again. After raising her hand to give Lin Ji a blessing of attribute improvement, she was about to summon a water column attack, first making the opponent's more lethal firearms ineffective. The two cooperated very well. Before the pirates could react, Lin Ji, whose speed had been improved, had already arrived in front of them. If nothing unexpected happened, 2.5 million Baileys succeeded. However, if nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected happened after all. Lin Ji raised his fist and was about to hit the pirate Captain Smurfs on the head, when the other party just took out the weapon hidden in his waist. It was not a sharp blade, nor a firearm pistol, but Aqua's sign hanging at the gate. Because of his full observation haki and high concentration, Lin Ji only glanced at it and saw the content clearly. Welcome to the Infinite Dream, a restaurant on the sea. As long as you are an Accusus believer who believes in the god Aqua, all consumption is free. Lin Ji. ICNMD. I just want to say how she suddenly became so diligent and sensible, knowing to make a sign for the restaurant. This pit goddess. Chapter 36 2.5 million Baileys, get it? Boss, this is the sign you put up outside, right? We are all members of the Axis religion, and we come here to eat. Can't the meal be free? Smurfise stood there, looking at the fist in front of him, and sneered. When he first entered the door, he saw the sign hanging in a very conspicuous place, so he took it down. Lin Ji carefully looked at the sign in the other party's hand again, and when he saw the cute facial expression at the end, his blood pressure soared instantly. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly. While he kept greeting Aqua with the quintessence of Chinese culture in his heart, he was also struggling whether to take down this idiot captain first. We did put up this sign. Lin Ji retracted his fist, hovering over the other party's head and sighed. In that case, we who believe in Aqua, we will say goodbye. Pirate Captain Smurfs casually threw the sign in his hand at Lin Ji's feet, waved his hand, and told his brothers to turn around and leave. After walking a few steps, he turned back and said proudly, "Oh, by the way, I am very satisfied with the taste of your meat and wine. I will come again next time." Ha ha ha. The pirate brothers laughed again. I just said that this sign is ours, and I didn't let you go, right? After recovering from Aqua's pit operation, Lin Ji shouted to the pirates who were about to leave in a deep voice. Oh? In other words, you don't want to break your promise. Smurf stopped and turned slowly, staring at Lin Ji with his fierce eyes full of scars. Tell me about the doctrine of Axis. Lin Ji bent down to pick up the sign on the ground, and said expressionlessly, "You can't be believers who don't even know what the doctrine is, right?" Hearing this, Smurfise and the pirates were stunned. They were just pirates who burned, killed, and looted in this sea. How could they know what the Axis Church was? Smurfise's eyes turned, and he was interrupted by Lin Ji's voice just as he was about to speak. If you have forgotten, then I don't mind starting with you. As long as the Axis believers are serious, they can do anything. We are the ones who can do it. Even if we can't do it well, don't blame us. What to blame? Smurfise was confused by this sentence. After thinking for a few seconds, he just found a more normal statement: blame those who dared to stop it. It's the world. It's the world's fault if it doesn't do well. In the corner, Aqua, who didn't know what kind of beating she would face later, pointed at Smurfise's nose and couldn't help shouting, "How can a guy like you who dares to face reality be a believer of this goddess?" As a goddess, she is very tolerant of the Axis believers, but these guys who are using the name of Axis to cheat for food and drink are absolutely unforgivable. Water followers, holy water is generated. Aqua raised her arms angrily, surrounded by water columns, and a light blue light array lit up under her feet. After gaining the faith of the villagers of Windmill Village, her spell-casting speed has also become much faster. The pirates led by Smurfs were confused, and before they could react, the magic array that appeared above their heads dropped a torrential downpour. Hwa wah wah! The sudden flood swept the pirates who were caught off guard into pieces, but fortunately there were gates on both sides of the restaurant on the first floor, so they were not completely submerged. After the flood, the ground was in a mess. The pirates whose formation was dispersed were scattered all over the restaurant, and 2 people were directly washed out of the gate and fell into the sea outside. Surprisingly, it is possible to create such water. Could it be that you are the legendary devil fruit user? After all, Smurfus is the leader of this group. He has been dealing with the sea for many years. He quickly gained a foothold and was the first to recover from the dizziness of being washed by the flood. Thinking of the various terrifying rumors about devil fruit users, the fierceness on Smurfus's face suddenly disappeared. He is not one of those big pirates with a strong heart. When he encounters something difficult to understand, he will naturally be afraid. I will pay you back." He was about to say that he would pay back the money, but a fist emitting a faint black light suddenly attacked from the side and hit him hard on the side of his face. Puff! Smurfus, who was not famous even in the weakest East China Sea, how could a little pirate from the hall have ever been hit by a fist covered with armed color? Moreover, this punch was thrown by Lin Ji when Aqua's attributes were enhanced. As a result, a strong sense of dizziness and pain surged into his brain. Smurfus lay on the ground and struggled convulsively for a while, then his head tilted and he fainted on the spot. After all, the difference in bounty is there. In terms of resistance to blows, this guy is not even as good as the bandit Zajiri Xiong. Lin Ji clapped his hands, turned his eyes away from the unconscious Smurfus, and looked at other pirates. This pirate didn't pay for his meals, so he stayed here to work and pay off his debts. "What is your relationship with him?" he asked knowingly. Only Captain Smurfus of the Double Cleaver Pirates was rewarded. It would not be worth a penny to capture these little brothers, which was a waste of space. Instead of doing this, it is better to get the meal money back from them and make money on both ends. "No, it doesn't matter, big brother, spare my life, I don't know this bastard at all." "Yes. Yes. This damn guy forced us onto the pirate ship, we were all forced to do it. We'll pay you back for the meal now, please forgive us for our offense just now." Faced with the restaurant owner who knocked out the boss with one punch, and the suspected legendary devil fruit ability user, how could the pirate brother who had never seen the world dare to resist? After quickly distancing himself from his boss, he quickly searched his body and took out all the valuables to pay off the debt. Lin Ji accepted all the gifts and waved his hand after putting the treasure in his pocket. "Okay, this sea restaurant is very particular about rules, give it to those who want to leave can leave after paying the money." "Thank you, boss, thank you, boss." The pirates were very grateful. Just when they turned around and were about to leave, they ran into the two companions who were just washed into the sea by the flood. "Damn it, they dared to use water to spray us, boss, it seems that we must teach these two idiots a lesson and let them know their position. We must let them see that my knife is not for mowing grass." The two pirates rushed in with bright machetes, fierce eyes, and murderous intent. So, the two groups of people stared at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. A minute later, the two people with bruised faces finally recognized their position and paid the bill obediently. In this way, a group of people walked out of the restaurant trembling. "Wait!" The words coming from behind made their nerves tense instantly, and they stood there without daring to move. Lin Ji's eyes swept through the terrified pirates one by one, and finally stopped at one of them. "I'm a little curious, your knife is not used to cut grass, what is it used for?" The pirate brother who was stared at trembled, and he had completely lost the fierceness just now. Pick teeth, brother, my knife is used to pick teeth." "So that's it, thank you for helping me solve my doubts." Hearing this, Lin Ji nodded with satisfaction and smiled, "So, thank you for your patronage, come often when you are free." "Come often, you are paralyzed." The relieved pirates ran out of the restaurant in a flash and climbed back to their ship in a panic. The pirate ship with the skull pirate flag fled in a panic, forming an extremely sharp contrast with the arrogance and domineering when it just came. Lin Ji, how much is this guy worth? You can't say that this goddess didn't do anything this time, right?" Aqua, who had no idea what she was about to face, came forward with great interest and rubbed her hands excitedly. "Let's not talk about how much it's worth for now." Lin Ji glanced at the signs scattered on the ground, his face was very calm, and his voice was also very calm. "Aqua, let me ask you a question first." "Hey? What question?" 1000 to 7, what is it equal to? When you hesitate, you will regret it no matter what you do. Anyway, you will regret it, so just choose the easier way now, so don't change the name. Chapter 37 A lot of gains. After teaching Aqua a lesson, Lin Ji finally hung the sign of free Axis cultists back at the gate. From the pirate Smurfs, he saw the feasibility of this method. Under normal circumstances, most pirates are cunning people who are only interested in profit. With the temptation of free meal, it can arouse their greed deep in their hearts, thereby increasing the probability of eating a free meal. In this way, he can also harvest more bounties. In addition, considering that Aqua's divine power is related to faith, although the effect is weak, it is also a means of promoting Axis cult. At least the merchants who normally come to eat, among the customers of the tour group, there are always a few with brain problems, right? While harvesting the pirate bounty, you can also enhance the power of Aqua, a partner, killing two birds with one stone. Could it be that when creating the signboard, Aqua had already considered such a long-term place? Lin Ji, who was sitting at the front desk, suddenly had such an illusion and looked up at Aqua with several big lumps on her head. Because the large amount of flood released caused the dining table and chairs to be washed away, she was now responsible for her behavior and put the tables and chairs back in place. What a bunch of bastards who don't care about dying 100 times, they dared to pretend to be Axis believers to cheat for food and drink. The sea is so big, there must be a lot of believers who believe in the goddess of water. I didn't expect to meet a fake as soon as I went out. The more Aqua thought about it, the more unlucky she felt. It happened that the unconscious Smurfs was right next to her, and she kicked him. Looking at the mentally retarded goddess with such a strong desire for revenge, Lin Ji held his forehead with one hand, feeling extremely ashamed of the unrealistic idea that just popped up in his mind. This guy is really hopeless. For the next 3 days, the Infinite Dream sailed normally according to the established route. During this period, Lin Ji and Aqua warmly received 5 pirate groups of all sizes. With the bait of the free meal for believers, the fish who were used to plundering and robbing, without exception, all opened their mouths to bite the hook, and were caught by Lin Ji to fill the small treasury. Among the 5 pirate groups, 3 pirate captains were wanted bounty criminals. They were not strong, and were at about the same level as Smurfs, with a bounty of about 2 million. The other 2 pirate groups that did not have any bounty paid for meals on their own initiative, and the total amount was almost 1 million bailey. Just started at first, Lin Ji was unwilling to charge such a large amount of money compared to the price of the food, but the 2 pirate groups were too enthusiastic and claimed that they had never eaten such delicious food, so they had to give more thank you money. He had no choice but to accept it with tears. At the same time, he asked Aqua to put away the flintlock muskets on their heads. It is worth noting that in addition to the bounty and bailey, Lin Ji and Aqua also seized a number of gold, silver, jewelry, muskets and firearms from the pirates, a yellowed treasure map of the East China Sea, and a dozen civilian slaves who were forcibly taken away and prepared to be sold. In just 3 days, the total assets in Lin Ji's hands exceeded 20 million baileys. This made him, who worked hard to open a restaurant for a year to save up 1 million, couldn't help but sigh, going to sea to make money is really easy. Such a harvest has actually far exceeded Lin Ji's initial expectations. After all, he still underestimated the chaos and brutality in the early and middle stages of the Age of Discovery. First, not to mention those strong men standing at the top of the world, there are countless pirates living at the bottom. The 10 million baileys required for the wishing well have been met. Normally, the next step is to go to the Organ Islands where the buggy pirates are active. However, these few attacks on pirates have brought Lin Ji a lot of benefits, but also caused a lot of trouble. That is, there are too many people on the Infinite Dream now, and it is difficult for Lin Ji and Aqua to manage them alone. If pirates come to eat again, the situation may become quite complicated. Moreover, food distribution has become an inevitable key issue. Infinite Dream, a cabin warehouse for storing sundries. Speaking of which, Lin Ji, if you want to exchange for a bounty, just the head is fine, right? Why do we still have to support them? Aqua reluctantly put down the leftovers in her hand, looking at the pirate captains such as Smurfs who were tied up with a look of disgust. The dozen slaves they rescued were basically beautiful women or cute children. After learning that it was the goddess of water Aqua who saved them from the endless darkness, they immediately knelt on the ground with great sincerity and joined the Acusis religion with a determined look. Compared with the kindness and pitiful faith of the villagers in Windmill Village, it is obvious that these civilians who have experienced hell really regard Aqua as the god who brings light. Thinking of the scene where these devout Protestants insisted on sweeping the floor and wiping the tables for the sea restaurant even though they were dragging their weak and tired bodies, Aqua looked at the pirates in front of her even more unhappy. She didn't care about the miserable lives of ordinary people, but it was very important to her that the believers believed in her from the bottom of their hearts. The pirate captains with their mouths blocked were frightened when they heard the exquisite and lovely beautiful girl in front of them speak so cruelly, and they struggled there. So, Aqua, your thinking is still too conservative. Lin Ji calmly looked at the pirate captains and said slowly, the good pirate life has been interrupted. They must be very resentful now and are trying their best to find an opportunity to retaliate against us. Big brother! How dare we retaliate against you? The pirates hurriedly shook their heads in panic, completely losing their arrogance when they were captains. If they could have a chance to start a new life, they swore that even if they were beaten to death in the future, they would pay for the meal obediently. No, buy it in advance, buy it as soon as you enter the store. Lin Ji, you are really stupid, that's why you should get rid of them. Aqua blinked her blue eyes and looked at Lin Ji with contempt. Guys like you, where do you get the confidence to say others? If they don't come to retaliate in the future, how can we have the opportunity to collect the bounty again? Lin Ji felt offended by being called stupid by the mentally retarded goddess. I see. Aqua suddenly realized and laughed evilly. The pirate captains squatting in the corner heard it clearly. This guy was going to cut them like leeks. This man's idea was even more terrifying than the blue-haired beautiful girl. For a moment, they didn't know who was a pirate and who was a good citizen who ran a restaurant on the sea. In fact, this was just one of the reasons why Lin Ji didn't kill them. When they were released from the Navy's custody or escaped, he would probably have entered the Grand Line by then, and the chance of meeting again was quite slim. The main reason was that the Infinite Dream carried the pure sailing dream of the three carpenters. On this ship, it's better not to stain blood. Chapter 38 Black Cat Pirates. After the pirate captains with a strong desire to survive finished their meal, Lin Ji blocked their mouths again and walked out of the cabin warehouse with Aqua. Considering the current situation on the ship, after carefully looking at the East China Sea chart, he decisively changed the route and decided to go to the nearby island to send the civilians off the ship. Because the nearest island town to their location happened to be Shields Town, which is the town where the 153rd branch of the Navy is located. You can collect the bounties of the pirate captains there, and replenish the supplies on the ship by the way, which can be regarded as killing three birds with one stone. I don't know who is the naval commander who manages the 153rd branch at this time, Lin Ji was quite curious. In the original work, manga, the East China Axe King who chopped Garp's chest and made blood spurt out, became the colonel of the 153rd branch around 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, which is still 6 or 7 years away from now. And Zoro, who will be tied to the cross in the square and exposed to the sun in the future, is still fencing with Kuina in Shimotsuki village. Today's sea breeze is quite powerful, and with Aqua controlling a small area of sea water to accelerate, the Infinite Dream successfully arrived at the port of Shields Town in more than 2 hours. After paying the port manager 100,000 baileys for temporary docking, Lin Ji, Aqua, and the cultists with a look of panic set foot on this prosperous town where Luffy and Zoro first met. He knocked out 5 bounty pirates and put them in bags on his shoulders. This weight was no problem for him now. Lin Ji, the tall tower with green stripes in front should be the guild for exchanging money, right? Aqua immediately spotted the tall tower standing in the center of the town. That's not called a guild, it's the Navy East China Sea Branch 153. Lin Ji corrected Aqua's habitual thinking. In her opinion, bounties are actually similar to commissions in the adventurer's world, both of which are exchanged for money. And the place to exchange money in the adventurer's world is naturally the Adventurers Guild. It's all the same. Aqua looked quite happy, with wise eyes. Her eyes flashed with anticipation. After we get the bounty, let's have a few drinks. Speaking of wine, Aqua, I suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a dozen bottles of red wine missing from our wine cellar. Lin Ji asked in a deep voice. What? Is there? Aqua's expectant eyes suddenly became evasive. Could it be that a thief broke in? Oh, I thought you drank it. If there is a thief, then you should buy a lock to lock it up. Lin Ji said as if it was a matter of fact. No, it was me who drank it. Aqua instantly became extremely firm and admitted frankly. Then it should be locked up even more. Lin Ji did not indulge her bad habits at all. No, Master Lin Ji. That's the source of my life, the spiritual comfort after every day's hard work. Aqua broke down on the spot. If there weren't devout believers behind her and she needed to maintain her dignity as a goddess, she would have hugged Lin Ji's thigh and cried and made a fuss. Lin Ji, who had been successfully controlled, did not respond, and walked along the busy streets of Shields Town towards the 153rd branch in the center. Aqua hurriedly followed, and kept chirping beside her and strongly requested not to lock it. More than a dozen civilian believers behind them stared at Master Aqua's side that was completely different from the sacred image, until Lin Ji and the others walked away. Then they threw away the illusion in their hearts and quickly quickened their pace to catch up. At the end of the street, through a spacious marine training square, Lin Ji and others arrived at the 153rd base of the Navy branch. There were many muscular men with fierce eyes wandering at the door, who were pirate hunters living in this area. Lin Ji, who was carrying a large package, passed by them. With the help of his observation haki, he could clearly sense that the emotions of this group of people were mobilized in an instant. Greed, envy, indifference, or restlessness. These guys who make a living by hunting pirates are really full of hostility. Lin Ji just sighed in his heart and retracted his observation haki. This is the gate of the Navy branch. Even if they knew that the pirates on his shoulders were worth a bounty, they didn't dare to make any big moves. He was not afraid of their moves. Aqua, you and them wait here. Lin Ji turned around and told Aqua behind him, fearing that this guy would make a big noise when exchanging the bounty. No problem, go ahead. Aqua agreed very readily. After a lot of soft and hard talk, Lin Ji finally agreed not to lock the wine cellar on the ship, so she was in a very good mood at this time. Seeing this, Lin Ji said no more and walked into the branch gate with the pirate captains on his back. As soon as he entered the door, a marine took the initiative to ask if he wanted to redeem the bounty. Seeing Lin Ji nodded slightly, the marine enthusiastically said that he could help as an agent and just waited a few minutes. Such a high-quality service attitude makes people want to like it, if his hands did not make the movement of counting money. There is such a process for exchanging bounties? Lin Ji only felt that it was extremely real, but he didn't care too much. He took out a few Baileys and stuffed them over. Sorry to bother Mr. Marine. The young Marine smiled instantly, it should be. After that, he took the pirate smurfs and others from Lin Ji's hand and dragged them into the window in the inner hall that specially handles bounties. Lin Ji looked back at Aqua outside the door and made sure that this guy didn't cause trouble. Then he sat down in a random place in the branch lobby and waited for the bounty to be settled. Suddenly, the discussion of two young Marines not far away caught his attention. The village attacked by the Black Cat pirates is very close to us. Colonel Moss has already led his men there. Maybe we can catch them all this time. It's a pirate group that has only been active recently. The bounty of their captain, Hakuji Crow, has been raised to 14 million Baileys 2 days ago. Oh, I hope Colonel Moss can successfully capture them this time. Black Cat pirates, Hakuji Crow? Lin Ji lowered his head and thought. When he first watched One Piece, this guy who lurked in Usopp's hometown and planned to steal Miss Kaya's property gave him a big visual impact. Especially the classic action of pushing the glasses with the palm of his hand, which revealed a bit of the taste of a suit thug in the viciousness. I didn't expect that the bounty of Hakuji Crow was so high at this time. Because it wasn't long since Crow's new bounty was released, the bounty manual on his hand had not been updated yet. In the so-called weakest East China Sea, a bounty of more than 10 million is considered a great pirate. Sir, your bounty has been exchanged. Excluding the handling fee, the total is 10.3 million Baileys. Thank you for your support and contribution to our Navy's work. The Marine who helped to exchange the bounty earlier appeared and interrupted Lin Ji's thinking. Reaching out to take the large denomination coins handed to him, Lin Ji thanked him after a simple count to make sure there was no problem. By the way, when we were sailing on the sea, we happened to meet a few civilians who were captured by pirates. Can you help send them back to their original village? There is no problem after verifying their identities. The update time will be changed to 10 o'clock in the future. Chapter 39 Forgotten Things. Windmill Village, Corpo Mountain, Bandit Dodden Base Grassland. What did you say? That bastard named Lin Ji ran away with his store. Ace punched the ground angrily, and his young heart was instantly filled with the sinister and dirty from the adult world. What's wrong? Although Lin Ji sometimes beats people up and serves customers beef that has been left overnight, he is a good person who cooks delicious food. The little Luffy sitting opposite was confused. The day after Lin Ji and Aqua set sail, the red-haired pirates left the Windmill Village, and Shanks handed over the straw hat as a legacy of consciousness to Luffy. Coincidentally, just as the red-hair pirates left, the Navy hero Garp returned to his hometown for vacation. Due to their different identities and positions, he deliberately avoided meeting Shanks, who was a pirate. After learning about the tavern incident, Garp sent Luffy, who was clamoring to become the Pirate King, to the Bandit Dodden. I don't know what this old man was thinking, handing over his grandson who wanted to be a pirate to the bandit to take care of him. Maybe it was out of trust in Dodden, maybe it was because Luffy ate the rubber fruit, or maybe it was just a hot-headed move. So, Luffy, who was sent to Dodden's family, by chance, successfully talked to the lonely and cold Ace because of the common topic of Lin Ji. How could a hard-headed bastard who cheated money be a good person? Ace's bond with Luffy was not particularly deep at this time, but he thought that this fool was too simple and didn't even know that he was cheated. Hey! Little Luffy tilted his head and picked his nose, not understanding why the boy who was only slightly older than him was so angry. When I go out to sea and become a pirate, I'd better not catch you. Ace clenched his fists and remembered the insidious man fiercely. Do you want to be a pirate too? Me too. I want to be the Pirate King. When he heard the word pirate, little Luffy's eyes lit up immediately. Pirate King is like adding fuel to the fire for Ace now. Glancing at the naive little Luffy, he stood up and walked towards the depths of the forest full of wild beasts. Don't follow me anymore, we are from two different worlds. Luffy, who didn't notice the impatience on Ace's face at all, hurried to catch up. In the near future, they will experience the Burgemi incident with Sabo and Toast to swear brotherhood. On the other side, on the surface of the East China Sea, the Infinite Dream restaurant on the sea. Lin Ji, who was sitting at the front desk drinking tea, suddenly sat up straight with a start. He finally remembered what the strange feeling of forgetting something was when he set sail in Windmill Village. At that time, he was busy discussing the issue of Haki with the red-hair pirates, and had to deal with Aqua who was constantly making trouble from time to time, and had to make preparations before sailing in advance. After a while, he forgot about it. Forget it, with the maturity of Ace and Sabo, I believe they will understand. Lin Ji sighed lightly. Of course, there is no need to go back now. Anyway, they will go to sea in the future, so they can only compensate them when the time comes. Lin Ji, come and see quickly, this goddess finally caught a fish. The sound of dong 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 came from the stairs, and Aqua, who had been squatting on the second floor deck fishing for most of the day, trotted all the way over. She shook the sea fish that was flapping its tail in her hand, her aqua blue eyes sparkling, exuding an extremely proud look. Sure enough, what I want to do is impossible to do. Lin Ji looked up at the sea fish that was blind in both eyes, and said perfunctorily with a lack of interest, awesome, awesome, worthy of being Aqua-sama. Damn! What does your disdainful look mean? I caught it, I caught a sea fish. Aqua emphasized loudly. So didn't I say you were pretty good? Lin Ji ignored her emphasis and looked down at the newspaper about the Grand Line in his hand. Although this is the East China Sea, it is still easy to get newspapers from other places with a little more money. Everyone in Windmill Village knows about Luffy's troubles in the Grand Line and the New World in the original work, so this is the setting here. Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates, who was formed purely by fishmen and caused a slave riot in the Holy Land of Marijoa, finally received justice and died yesterday. Famous stage actress Victoria Sindoli, unfortunately fell off the stage during a performance and died after rescue efforts failed. Tiger was obviously a real man who saved countless races of slaves, but he didn't expect that he would be a vicious pirate in the news. It really deserves to be the world government under the rule of the Celestial Dragons. Lin Ji couldn't help but complain about the Celestial Dragon's operation in his heart. The current news king Morgans doesn't seem to have the tough attitude of forcibly publishing the image of Nickel Luffy in the newspaper despite the opposition of the 5 elders. Since Tiger died at this time, it means that Jinbei will accept the invitation of the world government and become one of the 7 warlords of the sea in the near future. The imprisoned fishman Arlong will be released without charge and lead the Arlong pirates to the East China Sea to occupy the Kokosia village. As for Victoria Sindori, if I remember correctly, she should be the beautiful actress who was turned into a zombie by Moria, right? In this way, the terrifying 3-dimensional sailing ship in the Devil's Triangle of the Grand Line should have been established not long ago. These are 2 pieces of valuable information that can be used well in the future. Lin Ji remembered it in his heart. When he put down the newspaper, Aqua was still there showing off the sea fish in his hand. Okay, Aqua, since we caught it, let's have pickled fish for dinner. How can that be? I'm going to keep it in the fish tank. By this time next year, maybe there will be small fish to eat. That fish is blind in both eyes. You still expect it to give birth to small fish? Besides, if you want to eat fish, just fish directly. It's not like you can catch one in a whole day. Why are you so nervous? Asshole! Are you mocking me? Wait, I'll catch another one for you now. The boring and tedious sea voyage was spent in the exercise of the 2-color domineering and the quarrels of the mentally retarded goddess. Strangely, since Lin Ji arrived at the sea after the military branch exchanged the bounty, there were fewer pirates who came to eat. The only pirate group paid for the meal very obediently, without any awareness or backbone as a pirate. This made Lin Ji a little disappointed. However, the more than 20 million assets on hand had already met the conditions of the wishing well and daily life needs, so he didn't care too much. 2 days later, the outline of the island finally appeared in front of the vast sea. The area where the clown buggy pirates are active, the Organ Islands, we have arrived. Chapter 40 Organ Islands Orange Town. Please read it later. I'm sorry, you two, Orange Town does not welcome outsiders now, please find another town to land. A coastal town in the Organ Islands, the port of Orange Town. An elderly man with S-shaped eyebrows and white hair sat at the mooring port and persuaded Lin Ji and Aqua, who were about to drop anchor, to retreat. He was the mayor who founded Orange Town, Boodle. Sorry, old man, the supplies on our ship are almost exhausted. I want to buy food in the town. Please rest assured that we will pay the ship management fee as usual. Lin Ji stood on the statue of the goddess Aqua on the bow of the Infinite Dream and explained his intention to the old man on the shore. Hearing that the other party was willing to pay, the wrinkled face of the mayor butler did not show any expression. Recognizing that the ship in front of him was most likely a restaurant on the sea, his attitude was still very tough. I said that we don't welcome outsiders here. If you want supplies, there are other towns 100 nautical miles ahead. Please go back and don't disturb people here. Seeing that this man was not young and had such a bad temper, Aqua immediately became unhappy. Hey! What's the temper of this stinky old man? We went to their town to spend money, but he still had this attitude. I told you to get out quickly, don't you understand what people say? Butler's voice became heavier, with undisguised anger. Aqua's mouth twitched, and she turned around and asked Lin Ji beside her, Lin Ji, I want to use water to wash this guy's anger, what do you think? Lin Ji didn't say anything, and raised his hand to stop Aqua's impulsive behavior. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. He remembered that the mayor of Orange Town in the original book was a man who dared to challenge the buggy pirates to protect the townspeople, and he shouldn't have such a rigid and irritable personality. Sure enough, the next second, two pirates with knives hanging on their waists came from behind Botel, proving his guess. Hey! What the hell do you want to do? If they want to land, let them land. What does it have to do with you, an old man? If you are bored, go back and be your mayor. If you come here to disturb our business, be careful that Captain Buggy will bomb your house with a cannon. The two pirates glared at Botel fiercely, and then walked straight towards the infinite dream. Alas! Botel's eyes, covered by glasses, became dim, and he sighed heavily. You two little guys who run restaurants, why are you so unwilling to listen to advice? Hey! You two, get off the boat. Our boat is parked next to us, I advise you not to do such stupid things as turning around and running away. The two pirate minions drew out the long swords from their waists, pointed at Lin Ji and Aqua and threatened loudly. Oh, interesting. Lin Ji raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The slow-witted Aqua thought for 10 seconds and finally figured out Botel's real intention to drive them away. I didn't expect this old man to be a good person. While thinking, Lin Ji had already walked down the infinite dream slowly and came to the two pirates. I'm down, then what? Are there any other people on the boat? All of you get off the boat, we need to check if you have any dangerous items on the boat. After that, the two ferocious pirates took steps and were about to board the ship for inspection in person. Whether they were checking for dangerous goods or collecting valuable treasures, only they knew. However, just when the two thought they could do whatever they wanted as before, an arm blocked them. My ship, no one can get on without my permission. Lin Ji's eyes were calm. Still a tough guy? Then cut off your arm that's in the way first. The pirate was obviously not a pushover, and with a fierce look on his face, he swung the long sword in his hand, raised it and chopped down Lin Ji's arm heavily. Bang! The harsh sound of metal collision sounded, and the pirate retracted the long sword, looking at the blade with a gap in his eyes and fell into a stagnation. No matter how rubbish the bandit King Sig was, he at least had a bounty of 8 million, and his full-strength attack could only leave a slight blood mark on Lin Ji's chest. Not to mention that Lin Ji at this time had completely mastered the use of armed color domineering. Although it was only the lowest level, combined with physical defense, how could the attack of such a small soldier who was only a few points stronger than ordinary people be effective? You. The arrogance on the faces of the two pirates collapsed on the spot, staring at Lin Ji as if he was looking at a monster. This young man. Botel next to him was also shocked. Boom! In the moment of shock, two heavy punches came out, and the two pirate minions were dizzy and stepped back several steps. You mentioned Buggy the Clown just now, right? It just so happens that I have something to do with him. Lin Ji pointed calmly at Aqua who was walking from behind, and added, this guy's temper is 100 times more brutal than mine. If you don't want to be chopped up and thrown into the sea to feed the fish, lead the way in front. Hearing this, the two pirate minions who were punched out of stars were trembling with fear, looking at the cute Aqua with fear in their eyes. "Here, please come this way." Realizing that they were no match, they admitted their defeat on the spot and hurriedly walked in front to lead the way. That attentive look once again shocked Boodle, who was watching nearby. "You two, they are members of the pirate clown Buggy with a bounty of 10 million Baileys. You must be careful," he hurriedly reminded them. "Old man, I am very satisfied with your attitude." Aqua smiled and waved to Botel, narrowing her eyes and bewitching, "How about joining the Accusa's church and believing in the great and noble goddess of water, Aqua-sama?" "Accusa's church, water, goddess?" Botel was a little confused. He has lived in the East China Sea for so long, and he has never heard of related words? Is it a sect that has only become popular recently? If there are beautiful girls like the one in front of him, he can learn about it if he has time. No, no. The Buggy pirates have a large number of people and weapons such as muskets and cannons. You must be more cautious. He finally remembered the business. Listening to the old man's anxious reminder, Lin Ji waved his hand lightly. "Don't worry, that guy is just a clown." Under the worried gaze of Old Man Butler, he and Aqua stepped onto the streets of Orange Town. "Haha, arrogant guy, I hope you won't be scared to pee your pants when you see how terrifying Master Buggy is." The two pirate minions were submissive on the surface, but they had already seen how scared Lin Ji would be in a while. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but chuckle. Bang! Then, the fragile forehead was hit by two more big dicks. Don't look at me with doubtful eyes, the two hits just now were quite enjoyable, just savoring it again. The pirate minions moved their throats and were about to speak, but they were hit by two more blows. "Really, Lin Ji, this hit feels really good, reminding me of the days when I beat the scabby dogs in the God realm." Aqua waved her fists with great interest. How could these two minions, who were used to being domineering, have ever encountered such humiliation? They were angry at that time and took a heavy step. They walked in front more seriously to lead the way. In this way, under the leadership of the two, Lin Ji and Aqua came to the base camp of Buggy the Clown. "Thanks to everyone for the monthly ticket, Pi is here, take it if you need it." Chapter 41 Buggy Pirates. 4000 for follow-up reading. Orange Town, a brick building with a small colorful flag hanging at the door. The spacious hall was crowded with people, and the pirates in circus costumes were carrying out daily entertainment activities. The atmosphere was quite lively and active. On the viewing platform on the second floor, several Buggy pirates' cotters were drinking leisurely. The owner of the restaurant on the sea killed several bounty pirates. The beautiful waitress on the ship, and maybe a devil fruit ability user. The clown makeup tattooed on his face, and the big red nose hung on his head. The person who was sitting in the main seat and asking questions was none other than the intern on the ship of the former pirate King Roger, the future emperor of the sea who would shock the world, Buggy the Clown. "Yes, I just got some gossip that they are now somewhat famous in the pirate hunter circle of the East China Sea." The juggler Kabeji sat on a unicycle and told Buggy about the news of the sea restaurant Infinite Dream. Lin Ji and Aqua had just arrived in Orange Town, and the general information about them was known by the Buggy pirates, which shows that their intelligence capabilities are still very good. After all, they are all in the East China Sea, and the spread of news among pirate hunters is naturally a few points faster than that of the sea restaurant that is open for business and sailing normally. A pirate hunter under the name of a restaurant. Buggy looked at the crew members performing acrobatics under the stage and asked aloud. "Not really, if you pay the meal normally, they won't care." A businessman with principles and bottom line? It sounds quite interesting. I would like to see what kind of man he is if I have a chance. Bang! As soon as Buggy finished speaking, the wooden door of the base camp was pushed open heavily. The noisy Buggy pirates instantly quieted down, staring at the door with unfriendly eyes. "Lord Buggy! A guy who runs a restaurant on the sea wants to see you. We were beaten up badly, you must help us." Two pirate minions with bruised faces and big bumps on their heads hurried in, and when they saw Buggy on the viewing platform, they burst into tears and confessed. Coming to their own territory, they finally became a little tougher, no longer worried and timid. "Oh." Buggy hesitated slightly, looking down at the two figures who walked slowly into the lobby. "If I'm not mistaken, you are Buggy the Clown of the Buggy Pirates, right?" Lin Ji stood in the middle of a group of vicious pirates who picked up their weapons and were ready to fight. If you look closely, you can see that there is a subtle blue light on his body. Before entering the door, he asked Aqua to give him a blessing to improve his attributes to prevent conflicts that might break out at any time. Aqua next to him was also highly focused, and if something went wrong, she would release a flood to submerge the place. According to Lin Ji's explanation, it should be so, but the mentally retarded goddess at this moment suddenly became a little strange when she saw Buggy's bright red nose. She seemed to want to laugh. "Yes, it's me." Buggy stood up from the main seat, came to the edge of the viewing platform and looked at Lin Ji, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. "I don't know what Boss Lin Ji wants to see me for? If you want an autograph, you have to act quickly, after all, my time is very precious." The younger brother's words "see restaurant," combined with the information he just got about the young man and the blue-haired beautiful girl, he quickly guessed the other party's identity. "Do you know me?" Lin Ji felt a little surprised. "The owner of the sea restaurant who captured 5 pirate captains, your reputation is gradually spreading in the East China Sea." Bag was not stingy and gave a direct explanation. His words made Lin Ji suddenly realize, so that's why the pirate group they met earlier was so active to pay the bill. "Since Captain Buggy has an impression of me, I won't keep you in suspense." Lin Ji quickly regained his composure and stepped forward and said, "Keep your autograph for yourself. I came here to discuss business with you." "To discuss business with pirates, you must be qualified." Buggy turned his head and winked at Kabeji beside him. Kabeji immediately understood, swung his legs, jumped onto the railing of the viewing platform on a unicycle, and rode quickly along the colorful flag rope hanging above the hall. After successfully showing off his useless handsomeness, he jumped off the colorful flag rope again and came to the front of Lin Ji. Buzz! With a flash of cold light, Kabeji drew out a long knife, stepped on the pedals with both feet, and rushed to Lin Ji's face at a very fast speed. "I've given you enough time. I didn't expect your reaction to be so slow." Looking at Lin Ji standing there motionless, Kabeji sneered disdainfully and raised his knife to chop him down without hesitation. A barely perceptible red light flashed in the depths of Lin Ji's calm pupils. After easily catching the trajectory of the blade in the air, the armed color domineering followed and covered his palm, accurately grasping the sharp long knife. Kabeji's pupils shrank suddenly, and a few drops of cold sweat oozed from his forehead as he looked at the blade hovering in front of the other party. No matter how hard he tried, it was difficult for him to move forward. In the East China Sea, where everyone is weak, as long as the other party doesn't want to escape, the two-color domineering plus the goddess blessing are enough to give Lin Ji an absolute advantage in a head-on confrontation. How is it possible that this guy actually took Brother Kabeji's slash with his bare hands? The pirate brothers watching opened their mouths slightly, showing incredible expressions, without the previous cruelty and inexplicable confidence. The opponent's strength seems to be very strong. As Lin Ji slowly released the long sword in his hand, Kabeji, who felt the pressure, hurriedly retreated and stepped on the unicycle to keep a safe distance. In this case, should it be enough? Lin Ji looked at Buggy on the viewing platform and whispered. At this time, Buggy's face covered with clown makeup could no longer remain calm, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Ji's palm that naturally fell to his side. "I didn't expect that someone would use domineering in the East China Sea, which is known as the weakest of the 4 seas. He has been on Roger's ship for a long time. Let's not talk about other things for the time being. His eyesight is definitely far beyond that of ordinary people." The opponent blocked Kabeji's attack just now, which was clearly armed domineering. Damn it! A guy like this should have run into the Grand Line a long time ago, why is he still looking for trouble with me? Buggy, who is used to staying in the East China Sea, is now very panicked, but his foundation is still there, so he won't be scared to flee. After swallowing his saliva to calm his restless heart, he asked in a deep voice, "Tell me about the business you mentioned." "I want your special buggy bomb," Lin Ji said calmly. This time it was Buggy's turn to be surprised. Boss Lin Ji is really well informed. "This is something that I just developed not long ago. Since the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, in order to gain stronger power, he has devoted himself to the research of powerful shells. And only now has some results." After thinking for a few seconds, Buggy narrowed his eyes, revealing undisguised greed, and said in a deep voice, "If you want it, take 100 million Baileys in exchange." This is to test Lin Ji's bottom line. "What did you say?" "It's just a broken thing, and it costs 100 million Baileys." Hearing this, Aqua, who was still trying to hold back her laughter a second ago, froze and exploded on the spot. They sailed on the sea for 6 or 7 days, and caught so many pirates to get 10 or 20 million, and this red-nosed pirate wanted 100 million Baileys right away. Does he know how much wine can be bought with 100 million berries, and how many accuses cult leaflets can be printed? This is clearly blackmail. 100 million berries is too much, I don't have it now. Compared to the excited Aqua, Lin Ji's was quite calm and confident. He didn't seem to be surprised by the offer, or he didn't want to waste money on such a small matter. After all, he had something that Buggy couldn't refuse no matter what. "No? Then please go back, don't disturb me drinking." Buggy's attitude was very tough, and he came up and winked at the younger brothers in the hall. It was just right, so they could test this guy's strength. If he was just an ordinary domineering user, they would have a chance if they rushed up. If it was those domineering masters who were as strong as monsters in the New World. Buggy's hands, feet and head all had a cut, ready to use the body separation technique to escape at any time. Oh! Lord Buggy has spoken. He is not afraid of this guy who came out of nowhere. Yes, that's right. Our captain is a pirate with a bounty of more than 10 million. With Captain Buggy's support, why should we be afraid of him? Brothers, let's kill him. The younger brothers who didn't know their captain's true thoughts thought that Buggy was sure to take him down. Their morale was boosted and they all drew their blades and pointed them at Lin Ji. Lin Ji glanced casually at the pirates who surrounded him, still looking calm. "I don't have any money, but I have a treasure map of the East China Sea," he said lightly. "What? Treasure map?" Buggy's eyes widened instantly, and he was so excited that he clenched the railing of the viewing platform with both hands. As the only real pirate in the entire One Piece who is obsessed with adventure and treasure hunting, the 3 words treasure map are too tempting for him. "Captain, compared to 100 million Baileys, the treasure map of the East China Sea is not worth anything at all. You're going to be fooled by this guy." Seeing their captain wavering, the 2 pirates who were beaten up earlier quickly stood up to remind him. In fact, they were telling the truth. The average market price of the East China Sea treasure map was only 1 or 2 million Baileys. "Shut up!" Buggy's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he scolded the 2 people below, "As pirates, as subordinates of me, the clown Buggy, you can actually refuse the treasure map that is delivered to your door. From now on, you are fired, get out of here." Without waiting for the 2 confused brothers to respond, Buggy looked at Lin Ji again with a smile on his face. "As for the treasure map, it's no problem to exchange it for a buggy bullet, but we need time to prepare. Let's do it in the afternoon, you can come to me in the afternoon." "Okay." Lin Ji chuckled. It just so happened that they were going to buy food supplies in the town, so it didn't matter if they waited a little longer, and they could also stroll around the town. After all, Orange Town was also the battlefield where 2 of the 4 emperors had fought in the early days of the original work, and there were many familiar things. In this way, both sides got what they needed, and an unnecessary conflict was avoided. "Captain, don't we have an idle shell in our warehouse? Why do we have to wait until the afternoon?" Until the figures of Lin Ji and Aqua were far away, the trainer Machi on the viewing platform came to Buggy and asked in confusion. Hearing this, Buggy raised a signature sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. "The special Buggy shell is a product that I have worked hard to research. How can I easily give it to others for analysis? The power of the special shell is only slightly stronger than that of the ordinary shell. If the other party is not for the technology and material ratio inside, how could he come here to exchange for the treasure map?" "What do you mean? It takes time to prepare a shell that is so real, ha ha ha." Beiki was laughing, and Aqua, who was walking on the street, was also laughing. "Ha ha ha, he asked for 100 million berries right away. I thought he was such an insatiable pirate, but he turned out to be a red-nosed idiot. I have been a goddess for so many years, but this is the first time I have seen a human nose that is so round and funny, ha ha ha." Although Aqua did not know the specific value of the treasure map seized from the pirates, the reactions of those minions just now were already quite obvious. "This thing is not worth much money at all." Thinking of Buggy's unusually eye-catching big red nose, Aqua laughed even louder. The wild laughter that was not at all like a goddess. Even the residents of the town passing by couldn't help but look back. The Buggy pirates are such bastards. This beautiful girl was fine when she walked in, but she became crazy when she came out. The kind residents shook their heads and sighed, denouncing the Buggy pirates who occupied this place. Lin Ji's face turned red when he heard their conversation, and his feet moved uncontrollably, keeping a certain distance from Aqua who was laughing. A few days ago, they blew up Mr. Hoka's pet shop to test the shells. It will take a long time to reopen it. Alas, I don't know when these days will end. The resident's subsequent conversation drew his attention. Hoka, the owner of the pet shop, should be the owner of the dog Shiu Shiu who swallowed Luffy's cage key in the future, right? That is to say, in a few years, Hoka will die of illness, and his pet dog will guard the pet shop. Of course, the pet dog Chuchu has not been born yet at this time. Let's take a look here and there if we pass by later. Lin Ji had such an idea in his mind. Traveling through the pirate world and seeing these inconspicuous people and things in the original book with his own eyes is a very wonderful feeling. Until Aqua recovered, Lin Ji walked over again and took her to buy materials in Orange Town. After going around in circles, when they moved all kinds of daily necessities and restaurant ingredients onto the Infinite Dream, it was just the time for the transaction agreed with Buggy. Before leaving, an unexpected person stopped Lin Ji and Aqua. It was Botel, the mayor of Orange Town. Chapter 42 Detailed Explanation. I have heard about everything, Mr. Lin Ji. You have captured several brave pirates with bounties, right? The old and haggard butler apologized solemnly. Please forgive the old man's previous rudeness. Compared to the pirates of Buggy Pirates, he got the news much slower. After knowing the power of the two young men in front of him, he had more hope in his eyes. They are all smart people, Lin Ji immediately saw through his mind. I'm sorry, we are just ordinary people doing the restaurant business on the sea. We came to Buggy Pirates just because he has what we want. If you want to solve Buggy and bring peace to the town, it is recommended to seek help from the Navy. Hearing this, Old Man Butler was obviously stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the other party to be so direct. The many prepared remarks in his mind suddenly became meaningless. Yes, the purpose of his coming here was indeed to ask Lin Ji for help to drive away the Buggy Pirates who were doing evil in Orange Town. I'm very sorry, but we have no other way. After a few seconds of silence, Old Man Butler sighed helplessly, and his turbid eyes were dim. He had contacted the Navy many times, but every time they came, the cunning Buggy Pirates turned around and ran away, and would not confront them head-on. He chased them, and when the Navy left, he turned back again. In addition, the buggy pirates were not as brutal as other pirate groups, burning, killing, looting, and killing the entire town. Over time, the navy came less and less frequently. We can't do anything about it. After all, it's a well-equipped pirate group. Lin Ji was not shaken by this, and he passed by Boodle with Aqua. He is not the kind of warm-hearted good guy. The town's affairs must be solved by themselves. Bottle saw that the only chance was shattered before he even started to fight for it. Thinking that the townspeople will always live under the shadow of the buggy pirates in the future, he couldn't help squatting on the ground in despair, tears streaming down his face. How could this happen? It took a lot of effort to raise 5 million Baileys from the town. Is Orange Town really hopeless? Suddenly, Boodle, who was squatting on the ground, felt that the light around him became much darker. Subconsciously looking up, he saw that Lin Ji and Aqua, who had left, came back again and stood in front of him. Tell me in detail. Lin Ji asked. Ah. Boodle was a little confused and couldn't figure out what the other party meant for a while. I mean, tell me in detail about the 5 million reward. Lin Ji had a faint smile on his face. I thought you wanted to get it for free. If you were willing to spend money, you should have said it earlier. With his and Aqua's current combat power, it would be difficult to defeat the large number of buggy pirates head-on on land, but it is not impossible. Moreover, if we really want to deal with the buggy pirates, we don't necessarily have to do it on land. Okay, okay. Butterl, who had reacted, stood up from the ground excitedly. After a few minutes of negotiation, the two sides made a verbal agreement on the occupation of Orange Town by the buggy pirates. Lin Ji took action to completely drive the buggy pirates out of Orange Town. If the action was successful, Orange Town would give a reward of 6 million Baileys. In addition, the townspeople also need to join the Accusa's church and become believers of the water goddess Aqua. In the name of beauty, this can prevent them from being harassed by the buggy pirates in the future. In fact, only Lin Ji and Aqua know the real intention. It's a pity that you don't become a profiteer, Lin Ji, to raise the price from 5 million Baileys to 6 million. On the way to the buggy pirates, Aqua narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, expressing deep contempt for Lin Ji's behavior. Aqua, if you think it's immoral to do this, then I can also cancel the conditions of the Accusa's church with them now. This casual remark exposed the hypocritical and mentally retarded goddess. She cried and rushed over to hug Lin Ji's thigh. Don't. I was wrong, I was wrong. It took a lot of effort to make Lady Aqua's fame spread in this world. Please don't do this, Lady Lin Ji. Such shameless behavior once made Lin Ji doubt how this girl became a goddess and had so many elite juniors. In Aqua's crazy pulling, they soon arrived at the transaction location agreed with the buggy pirates. This is located in the center of Orange Town, an open square paved with stone bricks. The buggy pirates and others have been waiting here for a long time. Surrounded by a group of younger brothers, Buggy sat on a luxurious sofa, and the lion Machi next to him was holding a parasol for him. Boss Lin Ji, you are late for a long time. I thought you were like a coward and were so scared that you ran away by boat. Under Buggy's malicious gaze, Lin Ji and Aqua came to a few meters in front of them and stopped. It's hot. I just want Captain Buggy to get some sun so that the water in his brain can evaporate. Lin Ji responded calmly. You. Buggy, who was used to bullying in the East China Sea, was immediately angry. Thinking that the precious treasure map was still in the other party's hands, he suppressed his anger and asked coldly, "Did you bring what I want?" Lin Ji took out a yellowed parchment from his trouser pocket, held it between two fingers and shook it in front of Buggy. "Where is the thing I want?" he asked back. The moment he saw the treasure map, Buggy's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and a pirate brother standing behind him came out holding a cannonball with a clown pattern on the surface. "Since you took the initiative to send the treasure map, I will be merciful and give you the special Buggy bomb first." Bakey's face, which was covered with clown patterns, showed a cunning look. The cotters such as Cabbagee standing next to him, as well as the younger brothers around him, all couldn't help but show meaningful smiles. The pirate younger brother who received the signal did the same, with a smile on his face, took the initiative to walk to Lin Ji, raised his hands and offered the shells. Lin Ji was not polite, and while taking the shells with one hand, he threw out the parchment in the other hand. The speed was so fast that Buggy, who was sitting on the sofa, almost didn't catch it. So far, the transaction between the two parties was successfully completed. However, the smiles on the corners of the Buggy pirates' mouths did not dissipate, but became more intense. "Well, happy trading, boss Lin Ji," Buggy said with a sinister face. Lin Ji stood there without any sign of leaving, weighing the special Buggy bullet in his hand. "Captain Buggy, this one you gave me should not be a special bullet, right?" Just now, he used the wishing well deep in his consciousness to conduct a simple test on the cannonball, and the wishing well was completely silent. The result is obvious. Puff, ah. Looking at Lin Ji's serious face, Buggy couldn't help it and laughed out loud with his head tilted back. With the captain taking the lead, the younger brothers who had been holding back their laughter all the time also let go of their throats and burst into treacherous laughter unscrupulously. Sure enough, he is an idiot who only knows how to open a restaurant. How could he naively think that we pirates would keep our promises in good faith? That's right. What I gave you is just an ordinary cannonball. He ha ha ha. Chapter 43. Which bastard taught you to use a sword like this? Becky laughed while slapping the table, and ridiculed Lin Ji's naivety. After Lin Ji left the circus base camp, he thought about it carefully. If the other party was really a ridiculously strong monster like the New World, there was no need to go to such great lengths to ask him for special Becky bullets. The treasure map was already in hand, and now he was well prepared, so even if the fake shells were discovered in advance, he had nothing to fear. Asshole! How dare you deceive the great goddess of water, Aqua! The sharp and piercing laughter instantly made Aqua's temper rise. She took a step forward and water began to surround her body. She wanted to take action directly and summon a flood to drown all of Buggy's people. "Calm down, Aqua." Lin Ji, who was standing next to her, had a calm expression and gently patted Aqua's shoulder to interrupt her casting. You can only blame yourself for being foolish. Do you want to go to war with us?" Becky noticed Aqua's action and clapped his hands. The pirates behind him immediately pushed out 2 large-caliber cannons. A mechanical creaking sound came, and the dark and cold muzzle was aimed at Lin Ji and Aqua. Even so, Lin Ji's expression was still calm. "Captain Buggy, do you want to take a look at the treasure map in your hand first?" "What did you say?" Becky was startled and quickly spread out the parchment in his hand. The new strokes and paint gave him a bad guess. The treasure point indicated on this map looks a little familiar. Asshole! It's the garbage dump in Orange Town. After carefully studying the winding and straight paths on the treasure map, Buggy's arrogant smile froze on the spot. But this smile did not disappear, but moved to Lin Ji and Aqua's faces. "Although it is garbage, if you look carefully, you may find unexpected treasures, right, Captain Buggy?" Lin Ji smiled. "Ah ha ha ha. It turned out to be a garbage dump. It is really suitable for a useless, dirty, and ugly red-nosed idiot like you. But you must be careful not to step on dog feces when searching for treasure." Aqua laughed wildly. Machi, the trainer of the Buggy pirates, came over and added a knife at this time. "You have been fooled, Captain Buggy." "Shut up." Buggy was so angry that he tore the waste paper in his hand into pieces. "Let's stop these boring tricks, Buggy." Lin Ji returned to his original calm appearance. "That's true." Becky stood up from the sofa with a gloomy face. Until this moment, he really regarded the young man in front of him who was as insidious as himself as his opponent. Then, there was nothing else. The two looked at each other from a distance, and neither of them was willing to take out their own things first. "How about this, Buggy, since we don't want to give it first, let's decide it in your pirate way, how about it?" Seeing Buggy squinting his eyes and showing a puzzled expression, Lin Ji paused and said seriously, "I will stand still, and any of you can chop me 3 times. If I hum or dodge, then I lose, and I will take the initiative to take out the treasure map." As soon as these words came out, before Buggy could respond, the younger brothers behind him all came to their spirits, with murderous intent in their eyes. How can there be such a stupid guy in the world? No matter how hard the body is, the eyes and throat little brother will always be unable to bear it. Ha ha ha! My big knife is already thirsty, quickly agree to him Captain Buggy. The urging of the younger brothers did not make Buggy lose his mind. He stared at Lin Ji, who had an expressionless face. In the morning, he had seen the other party's armed color domineering. Although attacking the weak parts of the body might work, it cannot be ruled out that the other party is a devil fruit ability user who is immune to slashing like himself. Wait! Buggy's eyes suddenly lit up, and a brilliant plan came to his mind. Instead of guessing the other party, why not let himself who ate the 4-piece fruit take the initiative to appear? Ha ha ha, I am really a super genius. I agree with your proposal, but the protagonist has to be changed. Buggy raised his hand to stop the noisy younger brother, stepped forward and came to Lin Ji, "You, come and chop me 3 times. Hearing this, the younger brothers were stunned at first, and then they laughed when they thought of Captain Buggy's fruit ability. As expected of Captain Buggy, this wisdom of turning the tables is simply beyond the reach of others. No problem. Seeing that Buggy, this idiot, was so easily hooked, Lin Ji chuckled and agreed without thinking, "Please lend me a knife, preferably a thick one." Reaching out to take the machete thrown by the wheelbarrow cabbage, Lin Ji held the handle tied with coarse cloth with one hand and waved it twice in a decent manner. During the year he stayed in Windmill Village, he also learned swordsmanship for a period of time. Before setting sail, he also had actual combat exchanges with the cotters of the Red Hair Pirates, and had a certain foundation. Of course, he was far from being a swordsman, and could only be said to be an entry-level swordsman. This attitude of confidence in his own strength and swordsmanship made Buggy even more complacent. "Let you, an arrogant and ignorant guy, see my ability." He took the initiative to put his head in front of Lin Ji, and smiled proudly, "Hurry up, remember to use some strength, I can't wait to see your embarrassing failure." "Hey! Lin Ji, can you do it?" Aqua, who was standing behind, saw the smugness on the faces of the Buggy Pirates members, and she couldn't help but feel a little worried because she had never seen Lin Ji use a sword before. In response to her worries, Lin Ji's voice was as calm and steady as ever. "Watch out for Aqua. This knife will be very cool." Buzz! The moment the words fell, Lin Ji no longer hesitated, and swung his knife directly at Buggy's dog head that was sticking out. Time seemed to slow down extremely at this moment. 0.1 seconds, Lin Ji drew his knife. And Buggy had a smile on his face that showed that his conspiracy had succeeded. 0.2 seconds, the sharp blade reflected the cold light, reflecting Buggy's still arrogant clown face. 0.3 seconds, Lin Ji twisted his wrist slightly, and the smile on Buggy's face became more intense, as if he saw victory waving to him. 0.4 seconds, Lin Ji completed the micro-movement of his wrist, and the blade that was supposed to be aimed at Buggy's head became horizontal, and was replaced by a palm-wide blade. Buggy's scalp was inexplicably numb, and he smelled a hint of bad smell. 0.5 seconds later, under Lin Ji's full force, the thick blade was like a stretched brick, pushing the air and making a whirring sound. Buggy finally realized that something was wrong, and his eyes suddenly widened. However, it was too late. As soon as the idea of dodging came up, there was a loud and crisp bang. The thick blade hit his head hard. Hiss! The unimaginable severe pain came like a tide, instantly spreading to Buggy's whole body, constantly stimulating all the pain nerves in his body. Bucky's head was buzzing, and for a moment, he seemed to see Captain Roger waving at him with a smile. "Asshole! Fuck you! Which bastard with a serious brain disease taught you to use a sword like this?" Becky, who finally recovered, couldn't help cursing. The pair of crazy and violent eyes were full of bloodshot and hot tears, and foam flew all over the mouth. Lin Ji's unconventional attack actually knocked out the snot bubbles of our majestic Captain Buggy. Chapter 44 Good Shanks, it's you. Aqua blinked her wise eyes a few times and stood there in a daze, looking at the clown Buggy whose expression was twisted in pain, and didn't know what to say for a while. "This knife, what's so cool?" The pirate brothers on the opposite side were all dumbfounded. This was the first time they saw someone chop people with a blade. "What kind of swordsman is this?" "Bucky, who taught me to use a sword like this." Lin Ji turned the long knife in his hand, recalling the feeling of the blow from Buggy's head just now. "If you really want to say it, it's the Red Hair Pirates." The Red Hair Pirates. The familiar name made Buggy's eyes widen, and he didn't care about the severe pain in his head and exclaimed, "What did you say? Did Shanks teach you to do this?" Thinking of that extremely annoying smiling face, he gritted his teeth in hatred. If it weren't for Shanks, he wouldn't have swallowed the devil fruit by mistake and become a landlubber abandoned by the sea. Since it was Shanks who taught Lin Ji to use the slashing attack, it means that the shattering that he regarded as a trump card had already been known to the other party in advance. No wonder this bastard Lin Ji didn't use normal swinging and slashing. It turned out that this so-called pirate bet was a trap set by him from the beginning. All the things were connected in an instant. Buggy was furious on the spot and blamed all the faults on Shanks. "Good Shanks. Next time we meet, I will definitely cut you into pieces." In this way, the strange hatred between Buggy and Shanks added a strong touch. At this time, Shanks, who had arrived in the New World and was at war with a big pirate, sneezed inexplicably. "Wait, do you know Shanks?" Becky, who had reacted, stared at Lin Ji and asked. "Not long ago, he invited me to board the ship." Lin Ji looked into those bloodshot eyes calmly, put one hand in his pocket, and let out a long sigh, as if he was talking about something insignificant, "but I refused." "I see." Buggy gritted his teeth. This is indeed very much like Shanks' style of doing things, and he completely accepted the fact that he was being played around. "You made me look at you with a new perspective. You didn't even scream like this." Lin Ji sighed. There was nothing false about these words. With Buggy's cowardly personality, he was suddenly hit by a powerful blunt blow that was unexpected. Normally, shouldn't he scream in pain? Maybe because it was 10 years ago, Buggy had not been away from Pirate King Roger for a long time, and he still had the recklessness of his childhood in his bones? He guessed so. "Damn bastard, you dare to play dirty with me." Becky's mouth twitched constantly, and he sucked back the snot bubbles hanging from his red nose. At this time, he had his back to the members of the Buggy Pirates, so the younger brothers did not see his true expression. "I am honored to be remembered by Captain Buggy." Lin Ji held the handle of the long sword with both hands and made a golf-hitting motion, "But before that, you still owe me 2 swords." After that, he turned his head to look at Aqua, who was in a daze behind him. "Aqua, I'll trouble you to help strengthen my strength from now on." Aqua, who was still thinking about how cool that knife was, heard this and murmured, "Sure enough, it's still the goddess who has to take action." Then her long aqua blue hair fluttered, and a complicated and mysterious blue magic circle began to light up under her feet. The members of the Buggy Pirates were shocked by this unprecedented scene, and their eyes were wide open. With the attribute increase imposed by Aqua, Lin Ji's strength suddenly increased a bit, and the outline of the muscle lines in his arms became more obvious. "Then, I'm going to go, Captain Buggy." Becky's eyes were as big as copper bells. Recalling the severe pain that went straight to the top of his head just now, the arrogance on the clown's face gradually dissipated, turning into panic and fear. Since the other party knows the ability of his fruit, then he will definitely not play by the rules. In other words, damn, do I have to take 2 more hits for no reason? What a joke. Wait. Just when Buggy was about to say something, the younger brothers suddenly shouted in admiration behind him. Oh! As expected of Captain Buggy, even without using his abilities, he can withstand the opponent's attack with his monster-like body. Haha, that restaurant owner is so naive, thinking that he can shake Lord Buggy by increasing his strength a little. Let this ignorant bastard see your unparalleled terror and feel the gap in the world, Captain Buggy. Buggy. As expected of the Buggy pirates with full loyalty, these shouts one after another completely cut off Buggy's retreat. Although his expression was more uncomfortable than eating shit, as the captain, he still stood up straight, raised his hands high above his head, and left his younger brothers with a very reassuring and majestic back. Leave it to me, guys. Lin Ji looked at Buggy, who was holding on because of his idle burden, calmly, holding the machete tightly with both hands. He wanted to see today whether Buggy was tougher in the head or in the mouth. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of breaking wind sounded immediately, and the heavy blade drew a beautiful mark in the air. Bang! Buggy was still showing off in the previous second, and the violent impact in the next second was accompanied by dizziness and severe pain, which was transmitted from the head to the whole body. The knife of Lin Ji, who had been strengthened by strength, directly knocked out his expression pack, and his upright posture hunched down, holding his knees with both hands and gasping for breath, looking quite embarrassed. Even so, Buggy still relied on his strong willpower to hold on, covering his mouth tightly and not making any sound. This strength even surprised Lin Ji. Is this still the clown Buggy he knew? But think about it carefully, guys like Buggy and Usopp who major in Conqueror's hacky luck are not strong, but they are really strong. They are the kind of freaks who have the strength to stand up after being beaten madly by the enemy. Ah ha ha. I've survived. Buggy, who recovered, was full of pride, and laughed loudly in response to the even stronger cheers of his younger brothers. He was so simple-minded that he even forgot that he was only being beaten unilaterally now. Hey, is that guy okay? I think he can't even stand steadily. Kabeji, who was sitting on the unicycle, saw some clues. Compared with the mindless younger brother, he, as a cotter, obviously knows Buggy's character better. It's okay, just one more blow. The trainer Machi whispered. Awoo. The lion Machi holding a parasol followed and called out twice. Chapter 45 Buggy bets on his dignity as a man. Buzz. In Buggy's extremely horrified eyes, the machete in Lin Ji's hand was stained with a thin layer of black. There was only one blow left before the three-sword agreement, so he naturally would not hold back and used the limit he could do at the moment. If Buggy can still resist like this, then there is no other way. Anyway, we have to fight in the end, so let's just rob it openly. Lin Ji pondered secretly in his heart. That's right, even if he lost the bet, he didn't plan to do it obediently and take out the treasure map first. What does the bet between pirates have to do with him, a restaurant owner at sea? Feeling the oppression brought by the armed color domineering, Buggy, who had a big bag on his head, swallowed his saliva and his eyes became more determined. This was the last one left. If he gave up because of fear, wouldn't the previous two be in vain? However, just as Lin Ji was gathering strength to give Buggy the final blow, Aqua's voice came from behind him. Lin Ji. It looks so fun, can I have a go? Aqua rubbed her fair palms and looked at Lin Ji eagerly, her wise blue eyes full of anticipation. As a goddess of water who has seen all kinds of things in the world, she didn't expect that there would be a big fool like Buggy who would take the initiative to get beaten. What's more, she had long been annoyed with this red nose. Lin Ji obviously didn't want this mentally retarded goddess who could cause big trouble at any time to intervene, but he caught a glimpse of Buggy's fleeting relief from the corner of his eye, and suddenly changed his mind. Perhaps, to deal with a funny character like Buggy, letting Aqua come would be a miraculous effect? No problem, but remember to use the blade like me. This guy can be immune to slashes by splitting his body. Lin Ji gave a simple explanation, removed the armament color domineering cover, and handed the machete to Aqua. No problem, leave it to me with confidence. Aqua held the machete tightly and waved it twice with great interest. The contrast between this beautiful girl swinging a machete is quite cute. Then, after testing the knife, Aqua's expression gradually became serious. The blue dress on her body moved without wind, and her soft water blue hair also fluttered in the wind. Buzz! Aqua released the limit of the divine power that can be exerted at present. The hands holding the knife flowed with aurora, and colorful and hot flames emerged. The flames spread along the handle of the knife, and in an instant, they covered the entire blade, burning it red and shiny. As one of Aqua's iconic means, the power of the fist of God is blessed by the number of believers and the degree of faith. After the accumulation of the villagers of Windmill Village and the civilians rescued from the sea, the power of her move is not small now, at least it seems that it should be so. The sacred aura that burst out is too oppressive. This stinky woman who doesn't look very smart, how come she looks more scary than Lin Ji? B.A. Buggy stared blankly at Aqua, who was walking towards him slowly with a flaming sword in her hand and a smirk on her face. The relief in his heart completely disappeared. Instead, he was filled with endless panic. Stupid red nose, to be honest, this goddess has disliked you for a long time. In Buggy's increasingly panicked eyes, Aqua, with her fluttering blue hair, looked like a demon king bathing in darkness. I'm going to die. I'm going to die with this knife. At the last second before Aqua raised her knife to chop, Buggy, who was afraid of death, finally retreated, split his legs, and retreated his upper body in an emergency. Bang! The sound of iron colliding came. Because she lost her target, Aqua's powerful blow directly chopped on the stone bricks of the orange town square. Crack! A small crack appeared in the hard stone bricks. The power of the fist of God is indeed related to the faith of the believers, but to be more precise, it should be the madness of the believers' emotions. Most of the villagers in Windmill Village believe in Aqua out of pity, so it's not crazy. To put it simply, if the believers are die-hard fans like Bartolomeo, then the increase he brings to the fist of God is enough to crush the entire Windmill Village. After working there for a long time, it's just this little power. Buggy, whose upper body was floating in the air, was stunned. He wanted to sneer, but suddenly found a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Because he was in a hurry to escape, his movements were too large, and he accidentally bit his tongue. Damn it! Don't hide! So spineless! After being briefly shocked by Buggy's splitting ability, Aqua raised her sword and pointed at Buggy's red nose with contempt. She was completely unaware that there was only a small gap in the floor tiles under her feet. The pirate brothers who had high hopes for their captain stood there stupidly, their mouths slightly open, and could no longer shout for reinforcements with full momentum just now. How is it possible? Captain Buggy dodged. Stop kidding. Captain Buggy was obviously trying to avoid unnecessary damage. Look carefully, his feet are still in place. A pirate brother found the key point. No, that's right. Captain Buggy's feet are still there, it doesn't count as dodging. We won this bet. As expected of you, Lord Buggy. At this time, the members of the Buggy Pirates fully demonstrated their shameless tradition. Aqua was about to argue when she saw this, but Lin Ji came to her first. Hey! What about your awareness as a member of the Buggy Pirates? He shouted and interrupted the guilty cheers of the pirate brothers. Everyone looked at them with unfriendly eyes. Open your eyes and look carefully. Your captain has admitted his failure frankly without saying a word. Lin Ji, who noticed that Buggy bit his tongue and couldn't speak clearly, suddenly became very serious and shouted to his brothers. Failure is not terrible. Sometimes it takes great courage to escape because of fear. Becky gambled his dignity as a man and would rather face the most real feelings in his heart than make a shameless excuse. And as his most beloved subordinates, is this how you respond to his awareness and responsibility as a man? The impassioned speech directly confused the pirate brothers who were about to take action, including Aqua, who tilted her head. They all looked at Captain Buggy on the field. The silent back bathed in the bright sunlight was so resolute and majestic. Compared with such an upright Buggy, the brothers instantly felt like clowns. "Mr. Buggy, you actually... I'm sorry. We shouldn't trample on your enlightenment so casually." The pirates were moved to tears. In order to respond to Mr. Buggy's masculinity in facing failure and redeem his mistakes, 2 pirates raised their hands to wipe their tears and took out the special Buggy bullet hidden behind them while crying. Becky, whose body was reassembled and restored, saw this and made an unclear cry. He turned around and shook his hands wildly at the 2 idiots, signaling them not to do stupid things. "Captain, we have understood your true thoughts. Please rest assured that this special bullet is real." The 2 idiots seemed to have misunderstood their captain's meaning and happily pushed the Buggy bullet in front of Lin Ji. "Woo, woo, woo, woo. 2 big idiots, believe it or not, I will kill you now." Becky was so angry that he vomited blood. Chapter 46. Who do you look down on? Well, happy cooperation, Captain Buggy. Forget about having a party to celebrate. We're in a hurry. Lin Ji smiled as he took the special Buggy bullet from the 2 younger brothers, and kindly helped the slurred Buggy to translate. "Hehe, even if you want to have a party to make up for the previous offense, this goddess will not easily forgive you." Aqua put one hand on her waist, her wise eyes rolled, "But if there is a more expensive sparkling wine or red wine, it's not impossible to consider it." Such a smart speech made Lin Ji, as a partner, stop and marvel at it, looking at Aqua with pity and pathetic eyes. This kid's IQ is so low that even the brain fruit can't be saved. Lin Ji raised his hand and threw the folded treasure map to the furious Buggy, pulled up the drunk Aqua, turned around and walked towards the street at the end of the square, keeping a safe distance from the Buggy pirates. "Aqua, the rest is yours. Let's cool them down with a big flood." The special Buggy bullet was thrown into the wishing pool by him, without worrying about being damaged by the flood. In other words, now they can finally do it to Buggy without any scruples. The pirate group has taken action. Although Aqua was still immersed in the wine at the banquet, she became determined in an instant when she thought about the reward of 6 million this time and the large number of believers she could gain. "All my followers in this world, obey the order of Aqua, the goddess of water." Lin Ji looked at Aqua, who was bathed in the holy blue light. For the sake of safety, he hurriedly instructed, "This is a town, don't use too much force, just put out their firearms and cannons, and leave the rest to me." Hearing this, Aqua, who was standing in the center of the water column, frowned. "Leave the rest to you? Who are you looking down on?" "I am the goddess of water, Aqua. I will kill them all with one move." She was stubborn and strong, and seemed to have misunderstood Lin Ji's meaning. The wise eyes made Lin Ji inexplicably have an ominous premonition. He was about to stop her, but it was too late. "Follow my request, fulfill my wish, show your power to the world, holy water is generated." Buzz! A huge blue magic circle was formed above the heads of the Buggy pirates. At the same time, after Buggy kept waving his sword, Kabakimachi and others finally understood the captain's true thoughts. The younger brothers, who realized it later, immediately cursed at Lin Ji, quickly turned the 2 large caliber cannons, and lit the fuse to blow him up. Unfortunately, the fuse burned a few points slower after all. The sound of rushing water resounded throughout the square. Buggy and others looked up at the sound and were so scared that their eyes jumped out of their sockets. The flood, the endless water, fell from the sky. Boom! The flood was raging, and almost instantly dispersed the buggy pirates and the two cannons. In this case, they had no time to react at all. Aqua, who gained faith and restored some divine power, exerted all her strength to generate holy water, which was naturally much more powerful than the windmill village period. The roaring water was overwhelming and pouring in all directions. Damn! Is this idiot goddess's head full of water? When Lin Ji saw the several meter-high waves rushing towards him, the first thought in his mind was to beat Aqua up. Before he could put this idea into action, the ferocious water like a beast occupied his entire vision. As expected, he and the culprit next to him were completely submerged by the rushing water. The water that rushed out of the central square was no longer restrained, and it hit the surrounding town buildings wantonly. These included the home of Mayor Botel, the shop of bookstore owner Polo, and the pet shop of Hoka that was under renovation. The raging flood flowed through the streets of Orange Town until it sank into the sea on the shore, and then gradually calmed down. Most of Orange Town was destroyed to varying degrees. The townspeople stood on the messy streets in confusion, looking distressed. Aqua, what are you thinking about? Didn't I tell you that it's enough to put out their firearms? Ah, what? Knowing the true meaning of Lin Ji's words, Aqua stayed where she was and scratched her head awkwardly. It seemed that he had gone too far. Looking at Aqua, who was full of wisdom, Lin Ji helplessly covered his eyes with his palms. If he didn't know her nature, he would have thought that this guy was deliberately making trouble. At present, the buggy pirates have a higher priority. As for the damage caused by Aqua to the town, it can only be left for the time being. Following the flooded streets back to the port on the shore, Lin Ji and Aqua boarded the Infinite Dream, a sea restaurant. Including Buggy himself, the people of the buggy pirates were basically unable to cause fatal damage to Lin Ji, who had strong defense. With Aqua's assistance, if he simply fights head-on, he is fully confident that he can defeat them without firearms. But the key point is, will the insidious and cunning buggy pirates really do this? Now, except for his strong defense, his strength, speed, and physical strength are all mediocre. Once Buggy discovers this obvious shortcoming and chooses to use the advantage of numbers to harass, the situation will become difficult to control. Therefore, Lin Ji's idea is very simple, preparing to transfer the battlefield with the buggy pirates from land to sea. As long as they reach the sea dominated by Aqua, the advantage of numbers owned by the buggy pirates will be wiped out under the absolute home field suppression. Only a fool would leave Aqua, the sea killer, unused, and go to the ground to fight with the buggy pirates in a melee. In the corner of the square, Buggy, who lost his strength due to the flood, finally recovered after being rescued by the pirate brothers. Looking at the backs of Lin Ji and Aqua going away, he clenched his fists angrily and said in unclear words, "After playing tricks on me like this, you want to run away? How can you get away with it so easily? Brothers, chase them. No matter what, we must cut them into pieces today." Under the captain's order, all members of the buggy pirates drew their swords and rushed to the port with anger. Chapter 47 The Strongest Man on Earth. Lin Ji and Aqua, who arrived at the port first, had already collected the anchor, set sail, and sailed towards the vast sea with the refreshing sea breeze. In the main hall of the restaurant on the first floor, Lin Ji pushed several tables to the corner, leaving a large enough area. In order to avoid more trouble, he decided to complete the second summoning of the wishing well while the buggy pirates had not yet caught up. Buzz! As Lin Ji's mind moved slightly, the light and shadow intertwined, and the wishing pool formed by the gorgeous and mysterious colorful light intertwined and entangled appeared on the wooden floor of the restaurant. The pool surface reflected the stars in the sky, exuding a strong sacred atmosphere. This is the thing that brought this goddess here. Aqua looked at the wishing well on the ground curiously. Even the well-informed goddess of water could not see through the essence and origin of this small pool. This is something beyond her cognition. Lin Ji's pupils turned and noticed Aqua's surprised eyes. When he was in Windmill Village, he tried it. People in the pirate world could not sense the existence of the wishing well at all. Even if it was placed in front of them, they would not react. And Aqua, who came from other worlds, could clearly see it. This is actually not surprising. After all, she herself was bringing the wishing pool over. Next to the wishing pool, there is still the small stone slab standing upright. Without hesitation, Lin Ji threw all the 10 million Baileys he had prepared into the pool, and Aqua next to him felt a pain in his heart. Conditions for this wish: 10 million Baileys and special buggy bullets, already satisfied. Please make 2 descriptions of the characteristics of the character you want to summon. The familiar scene made Lin Ji's heart tighten. He glanced deeply at Aqua, who was full of wisdom. Without any hesitation, he resolutely decided on the first description. IQ online. Hey? Lin Ji, are you mistaken? There are only 2 pieces of information that can be described. You must fill in super strong or super good alcohol tolerance. With me, a great goddess, and you, a sinister villain, there is no need to worry about the IQ of the new partner. Is it necessary to waste time on such a small matter? Aqua frowned and was very puzzled. It is precisely because of seeing you that everything is more necessary. Lin Ji said faintly. Now, his description of IQ online is almost to the level of obsession. No matter who it is, don't think of shaking it. He put his eyes back on the wishing pool with a faint glow. As for the second description, Lin Ji had a general direction a long time ago. The last time he wished for Aqua, he tested the upper limit of the wishing pool. This plugin can indeed get god-level combat power, but it is closely related to the funds invested, or to be more precise, the value of the items invested. If you want to use 3 million Baileys to exchange for god-level combat power, you have to bear the corresponding risks and defects. For example, Aqua. So this time, Lin Ji decided to be conservative and try the lower limit of the wishing pool. Obviously, the price and difficulty of wishing are gradually increasing. While the cost to be paid is not very high now, he wants to collect more detailed and comprehensive information. In this way, in the future, when making wishes, you can avoid detours and make more accurate descriptions. And apart from other factors, for him alone, the 3 physical strengthening options after making a wish are the most critical and important rewards. No matter how strong the partner is, it is only an external force after all. Only when you are strong can you be truly strong. After careful consideration, Lin Ji finally decided on the second description, domineering. With brains and domineering, it is impossible to have another dishonest and pit-good beautiful girl like Aqua, right? He thought so in his heart. IQ online and domineering, conditions confirmed. Searching the dimension library, search completed. The information on the small stone slab slowly sank into the wishing pool. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The calm wishing pool suddenly became colorful, and the stars in the pool shone, bursting with dazzling golden light. Could it be that this is a golden legend? Looking at the completely different movement from when he made a wish to Aqua, Lin Ji was confused but excited. No matter what kind of card-drawing Krypton gold game, the grade represented by gold is usually not too low. In other words, if you actively lower the requirements of your wish, you can summon a reliable and powerful person. With the expectation of a powerful partner, Lin Ji and Aqua, who squeezed her head and face together, watched the new partner's gorgeous appearance with their eyes fixed under the shining golden light. Only the cheerful and noble golden short hair swayed in the breeze, and the slightly bulging muscles on the tights interpreted the beauty of strength belonging to a tough guy. A pair of tiger-like eyes, set off by 3 hideous scars on the left eye, looked particularly domineering. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong. The back bathed in golden light was tall and steady, and the heartbeat as strong as an airplane engine resounded throughout the infinite dream in an instant. I won the prize, I won the prize, this is the serious partner I want. Watching the man slowly walk out of the wishing well, Lin Ji was in a very happy mood at this moment, with the sense of excitement of using the free times to draw a limited character. Wait! Wait, 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 this face? Unfortunately, the joy came and went quickly. When the man walked out of the range of the golden light and showed his specific appearance in front of him, the crazy smile on Lin Ji's mouth froze on the spot. Thinking that he might have been stimulated by the golden light, he raised his hand and wiped his eyes. This time, he completely recognized the other party's true identity. Damn! Dead otaku! That's right, the second partner who walked out of the wishing well was the S-class hero in One Punch Man, King, the strongest man on the surface. A otaku like Buggy, who only has the appearance of a strong man, and his own strength depends entirely on the enemy's imagination, and likes to play video games. It is said that this is the guidance of the Supreme God. Is this the legendary other world? King, holding the game controller in his hand, stopped and looked around curiously. The retro wooden sailboat and the messy dining table, the man with a strange expression and the super cute girl. His face was calm, and his deep eyes revealed calmness and indifference. It seemed that everything strange in front of him was an insignificant scene to him. But the loud heartbeat that kept getting stronger was the most true portrayal of the endless fear in his heart. The strange world full of dangers and unknowns, just thinking about it makes people scared. Alas! Lin Ji covered his face with his hands and sighed heavily and melancholy. He wanted to test the lower limit of the wishing well, but this is too low, isn't it? Putting aside that domineering face and the heartbeat that roars like an engine starting, King is just an ordinary person. Although Aqua's brain zombies shook their heads, she is still a goddess of water. How can someone like King survive in a world of pirates full of strong people? The next chapter will usher in King's highlight moment. He will blast a piece of forest, wrong, and in the later stage, he will be strengthened by Lao Bei, probably, Pi 1, the Book of Popsicle Boss. The quality is very high. Chapter 48. Where is Master Buggy? Combined. Hey, you are our new partner? You look very reliable. I didn't expect that Lin Ji could summon a strong man like you without me taking action. Aqua took the initiative to greet King. She seemed very satisfied with the partner in front of her who exuded reliability from head to toe. Goddess. King suppressed the panic in his heart and asked in a deep voice. Yes, I am the goddess worshipped and revered by the Axis Church, the goddess of water, Aqua-sama. Aqua patted her chest proudly. Hello, I am King, the 7th-ranked hero of the Hero Association. King tried hard to communicate with Aqua. Hero? In other words, you have conquered the Demon King. Aqua immediately became excited. According to her worldview, adventurers or heroes can only get the title of hero after defeating the Demon King. Strategy to conquer the Demon King. King looked down at the girl hero adventure game he brought with him, and was shocked by her precognitive ability. He coughed and said, well, you can say that. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad, this goddess recognizes you. Aqua chuckled and patted King on the shoulder. King was shocked by this action, but on the surface he still looked as steady as an old dog, and continued to talk to Aqua about the hero and the Demon King. It is obvious that the two people's communication is not on the same channel at all. Lin Ji, who was standing next to them, ignored their conversation and lowered his head to think about something. Suddenly, light and shadow intertwined, and the dissipated wishing pool light board reappeared in the field of vision. The wisher's partner Aqua successfully accepted the wisher, and this wish is completed. Fuck. You can choose one of the following 3 abilities. Super Firepower Devil Transformation, the whole body below the head is changed to steel machinery, and Powerful Thermal Weapon Suppression ability is obtained, the first step from a man to a robot, but parts replacement may become a big problem. Sonic speed may not be your limit. Get a speed far beyond your physical fitness. Running fast is a good thing, but you must pay attention to safety and don't become a lone testicle warrior. The power of sexy prisoners who know men, at the cost of sacrificing gender orientation, you get perfect 8-pack ABS and combat potential, a shortcut to becoming a pervert. Compared to the last time when he had to make a difficult choice between the two options, this time, Lin Ji did not hesitate too much and directly focused on strengthening his speed. As analyzed when facing the buggy pirates in the square just now, he now has only defense power, and other physical properties are too ordinary. He can only save his life when fighting with others, and it is difficult to gain an advantage in active attacks. Even because of his slow body coordination, even if he captured the trajectory of firearms such as muskets and cannons through his observation haki, it was difficult for him to make evasive moves, which greatly increased the threat of ordinary pirates to him. Once the speed is enhanced to an epic level, all the above defects will no longer exist. Whether it is dodging, chasing, or running away, it will become free and do whatever he wants. More importantly, speed is power, and with the already strong physical defense, his attack power will also rise to a higher level. Although he was very worried about King's joining, Lin Ji had to admit that he could not refuse this wish reward. Unfortunately, there is no option to kill with one punch. If there is, it would be no problem even if he is bald. He felt a little regretful. Lin Ji, what did you want to say just now? Aqua's voice interrupted Lin Ji's thinking. Nothing, I mean, welcome to join, King. Lin Ji smiled and stretched out his palm to King. At this point, he can only take one step at a time in the future. Think positively, maybe King's own super luck aura can offset Aqua's bad luck? Seeing King standing there and keeping a cautious look, he added, don't worry, I know your situation very well. What do you mean? King raised his eyebrows. About the fact that you are actually a otaku who never goes out. I understand. King felt an arrow hit his knee. Lin Ji was about to introduce the current situation of the world to King, and suddenly a flash of red light flashed in his eyes. I can only introduce you to the specific information of this world later. Boom! The moment the voice fell, a huge artillery sound came from outside the sea restaurant, and water splashed at the door. Along the stairs, the three came to the second deck of the Infinite Dream. Looking up, I saw the skull flag with a big red nose printed on it fluttering in the wind in the direction of the Orange Town port, and the buggy pirates, who had been reorganized, drove a boat to chase them. Guys, fire hard and take down that damn restaurant on the sea. Bucky, wearing a white cape, sat on a high seat. After the emergency treatment by the ship's doctor, he was able to speak clearly even though he had bitten his tongue. He raised the long knife in his hand, and the clown's face was full of anger. He stared at the opposite side with fierce eyes, and he was determined to make the three bastards on the deck who dared to play tricks on him pay the price. Wait, 3 people? According to the information from the pirate hunters, aren't there only 2 core members? Buggy narrowed his eyes slightly and looked carefully at the man with his hands on his chest next to Lin Ji. The tall body, the gloomy and indifferent expression, and the 3 familiar fierce scratches on his left eye. In addition to Lin Ji and the blue-haired girl, are there other guys like this on their ship? Buggy's eyes turned. Whether it was Lin Ji who mastered the 2-color domineering, or the girl with the devil fruit ability, they were not ordinary fish in the East China Sea. To be their partner, this blonde man who looked very strong must be very extraordinary. In a world dominated by pirates, the one standing on the bow opposite is the captain of the pirate group. While Buggy was looking at himself, King was also looking at Buggy. Even when facing the danger of being bombarded, there was still no obvious emotional fluctuation on his face. But his heart had already set off a storm. Vicious and brutal pirates, this world is really scary. Lin Ji glanced at King, whose engine was ringing beside him, and Buggy in the distance. For some reason, he seemed to be able to feel the invisible domineering collision in the air. That was the domineering luck of the 2? Don't they want my special bullet? Then give it to them. Little guys, just use Buggy bullets on me. Buggy, who recovered from the shock, gave the order directly. After all, he was a pirate who followed Roger to fight in the New World, and King was completely unreputable now. So, although Buggy felt an inexplicable sense of oppression from King, he was not scared to turn around and run away by a guy he had never heard of. As long as the opponent's incapable sea restaurant is sunk, victory will be his in this vast ocean. Understood, Captain Buggy. The pirate gunner immediately loaded a more powerful special bullet, quickly turned the muzzle, and aimed at the Infinite Dream swaying in the waves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The special shells printed with the clown pattern whistled out, flying straight to the Infinite Dream with the sound of breaking wind. Aqua. Lin Ji just wanted to remind Aqua to defend with water flow, but he didn't expect that Aqua, who has always been unreliable, had already guided the sea water one step ahead and built a water curtain in front of the Infinite Dream. Boom boom boom. The powerful bomb hit the water curtain, bursting with brilliant flames. The exploded water curtain turned into tiny water droplets, falling like a rainstorm. There is 10 years of fine wine on this ship that Makina gave me. How can I let you destroy it at will? Aqua's body is surrounded by clear water. In order to protect the fine wine from being destroyed, she stands on the deck with an extremely firm look, like an indestructible barrier. Although the focus is a bit absurd, this guy is still quite reliable when he is serious. Seeing this, Lin Ji finally put aside his worries and began to stretch his muscles and bones to get used to his body after the speed enhancement. Compared to the most intuitive change before, the whole body has become much lighter, and there is a constant flow of power in the legs. As a result, the coordination of other parts can also feel obvious changes, such as punching speed and reaction speed. Aqua, the defense of the Infinite Dream is left to you, use the water flow to send me over. Lin Ji looked at the buggy pirates who continued to load shells on the opposite side, and his deep eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Since the shortcoming of speed has been made up, there is no need for too much planning and arrangement, just rush over and do it. Actual combat is the only standard for testing strength, and it is just right to practice with the buggy pirates. We must give that annoying big red nose a good beating. Aqua seemed to have noticed the subtle changes in Lin Ji, and the corners of her mouth raised to reveal a cute smile, holding the constructed goddess staff with both hands. As the divine power poured in, the tightly closed buds of the staff slowly opened, and the micro-magic circle lit up. The turbulent water column then erupted and shot towards the buggy pirate's ship in the distance. Lin Ji jumped up and jumped into the water column without hesitation. But in his conception, he should stand on the top of the water column, ride the water like a brave surfer, and then land gracefully, shocking the entire buggy pirates. However, in reality, the moment he touched the water flow, he was sucked into it by the powerful suction. The body was completely out of control, and could only drift in the water column without any rules. In the water flow, Lin Ji drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then landed accurately on the sea next to Buggy's pirate ship. Plop! The sea surface was splashed. Ah, what? Aqua on the deck blinked her wise eyes, hurriedly put away the goddess's staff, and hurriedly raised the water curtain in front of her vision, pretending to seriously protect the Infinite Dream. I really can't trust this unreliable guy. I might as well swim over here by myself. Lin Ji poked his head out of the sea, looked up at the pirates gathered in front of the railing, sighed, stepped on the side of the ship, jumped high with a powerful burst of speed, and landed safely on the deck of the pirate ship. Ha ha ha, what a stupid guy, he actually ran over here to die. Bakey slowly stood up from the main seat, his face covered with clown makeup was full of pride. Just now he was still worrying about how to break the opponent's water curtain, but he didn't expect that Lin Ji, this idiot, would come to them alone. On the ship. Little guys! Come on, take him down and I'll give you a big reward. Following Buggy's order, the ferocious pirates shouted loudly, drew their blades, and surrounded Lin Ji who was standing on the deck. The sharp blades reflected the chilling cold light, and a pirate in a circus costume was the first to lose his temper, waving the long knife in his hand and slashing at Lin Ji. Bang! The deck shattered with a sound, and a flurry of wood chips flew up. Hey? Where are the people? The pirate blinked and looked at the empty deck in front of him in astonishment. Be careful! Behind you! The other pirates hurriedly reminded him. When he turned back in panic, his vision was occupied by a fast-swinging fist. With a muffled puff, Lin Ji punched the pirate away, and the latter hit the railing of the pirate ship heavily, and his neck tilted and he fainted directly. With the help of speed, the attack power of the hard body was much stronger than he imagined. Lin Ji bent down to pick up the long sword that fell on the ground, and after swinging it a few times in a very professional manner, he raised his eyes and looked at the pirates gathered on the opposite side. So, who is next? The pirates were frightened by his ghostly speed just now. They were used to being domineering in Orange Town, but they had never encountered such an enemy. The deep eyes made them take 2 steps back involuntarily. Why panic? We have 50 good people here, and he is only 1. 50 to 1, the advantage is on our side. Buggy, who was sitting in the main seat, crossed his legs and supported his side face with one hand, showing disdain in his leisurely and indifferent expression. Yes, that's right. We still have Captain Buggy and the officers. With them backing us up, we're not afraid of him. Yes. Let this ignorant guy see the horror of the Buggy pirates. Thinking of the adult sitting behind them, the pirates who had been thinking of retreating were instantly like chicken blood, with strong fighting spirit and confidence on their faces. Bang! In the crowd, a pirate holding a flintlock musket took the lead and pulled the trigger at Lin Ji on the deck. Although most of their muskets were soaked by the flood summoned by Aqua, a small number of them were still stored on the pirate ship. With the loud gunshots, in the smoke, the black bullets whizzed towards Lin Ji, aiming directly at his head. A flash of red light flashed in Lin Ji's eyes, and his observation haki quietly activated. Through the perception of danger, he could originally capture the trajectory of the bullet, but his body's reaction speed could not keep up. He could detect it, but it was difficult to make evasive actions in that brief moment. And this kind of thing is obviously not particularly difficult for him now. He just stood there motionless, just slightly turned his head, and easily dodged the fatal bullet. Bang! The bullet passed by his side face, lifted a few strands of black hair, and hit the steel guardrail of the pirate ship, bursting sparks all over the ground. Almost at the moment of avoiding the bullet, Lin Ji, holding a long knife, suddenly exerted force with his legs, rushing towards the pirates on the opposite side like a wolf into a flock of sheep. The pirates who had not yet reacted were panicked and hurriedly raised their knives to fight. With his indestructible defense and speed as fast as the wind, in just a few minutes, more than 50 pirate minions on the scene were knocked down by Lin Ji, some fainted on the spot, and some lay on the deck groaning in pain. But, damn it, even if you beat us all, you can never defeat that lord, defeat Buggy. The pirates who still had willpower raised their heads with difficulty and looked behind them with hope. Then, they were dumbfounded. The gorgeous and spacious leather sofa was empty. Not to mention Buggy, even the shadows of Kabeji, Machi, and Lion Leaky disappeared without a trace. Only a sun umbrella fell to the ground and swayed in the sea breeze. Hey! Where are Lord Buggy and the Cotters? Chapter 49, The Next Island. A speech value is set. Just press and hold this paragraph to throw 2 coins directly. No need to reward specially. On the calm sea, a small kayak floated, with a bow in the shape of a big red nose. Ah ha ha ha! What a group of loyal brothers! Thanks to them, I can escape so smoothly. Bakey had a sinister smile on his face. Looking at the open sea ahead, he felt that the road ahead was full of light. Captain, what is the origin of that monster-like guy? Kabeji, with a green scarf around his neck, put his long knife on his shoulder. Even if he ran away, he did not forget to take his unicycle with him. Behind the two, the trainer Machi was combing the white hair on his body, and the lion Leaky was waving his 2 paws that served as oars with an unhappy face, stirring the sea water to push the kayak forward. Because they ran too hastily, they forgot to take the oars with them. How could I know that such a person would appear in the weakest East China Sea? Buggy clenched his fists, feeling very aggrieved. Mastering the two-color haki, not only does his body have amazing defense, but his speed is also comparable to that of the Navy's 6 styles. Shouldn't a guy with this kind of strength have already run to the Grand Line? How could he be willing to open a restaurant on the sea in this small East China Sea? How much money can he make? Well, don't worry about others for now. We have lost our pirate group and pirate ship now. What should we do next? Machi stopped combing his white fur clothes and let out a heavy sigh with his head down. As if he had guessed his worries, Buggy's eyes condensed and a spirited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hee, of course, we are looking for the priceless treasure. I have something good for a comeback. As he said that, Buggy took out the treasure map he had traded with Lin Ji. Even if he chose to escape with all his heart, even if he forgot to bring the oars, this treasure map still lay safely in his arms like a treasure. Seeing the parchment tightly held by Buggy's white-gloved hands, the eyes of the other cotters lit up instantly. It's worthy of you, Captain Buggy. I didn't expect you to have this trick up your sleeve. If we're lucky, we might be able to find valuable treasures. Ha 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 ha, let's act now without further ado. But Buggy, are you so sure that this treasure map is useful? There aren't that many pirate treasures in the East China Sea. A strange voice interrupted. Buggy was completely unaware of this, staring at the slightly yellowed treasure map. You know nothing, based on my many years of experience in treasure hunting, this map indicates an incredible treasure. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably, with a bit of sarcasm and ridicule in his words. Lin Ji is a simple-minded idiot. He actually used such a treasure to exchange a useless shell with me. Really? I think he is quite handsome. The strange voice came from the back again. Hearing such a speech that boosted others' ambitions and destroyed his own prestige, Buggy was angry at the time, turned around and scolded him. Now we have fallen into this situation, how can we not have a positive and optimistic attitude? Lin Ji. After seeing the annoying face of the person who spoke, Buggy and other cotters were so frightened that their expressions suddenly changed. Especially when they saw that Lin Ji could ignore gravity and stand lightly on the sea level, they were even more shocked. What the hell is this monster? Good afternoon, Buggy. The sun shines on Lin Ji's bright smile, which seems particularly warm. Gurgle. Under the sparkling sea, a bubble emerges and bursts after leaving the water. Looking along Lin Ji's feet soaked in the sea, you can see the long blue hair scattered, rising and falling with the waves. Lin Ji on the sea is smiling happily, and Aqua under the sea is also smiling happily. As a rebellious and noble goddess, Aqua was unwilling to do this at first. It's just that after Lin Ji promised to buy a batch of sparkling wine in Orange Town after the matter was over, and to hold a banquet to celebrate King's joining. This shameless goddess immediately changed her face at the speed of light, saying that she was very happy to serve. Hey, good afternoon, Lin Ji. Buggy smiled and greeted normally, and the next second he suddenly raised his leg and pressed the mechanism hidden in his shoes with his toes. Take my fascinator, Buggy. Swoosh! The mini cannonball flew past Lin Ji's side face and exploded with a fire on the sea farther away. That's it. As a courtesy of meeting again, fireworks are definitely indispensable. Ahaha, ahaha. Buggy scratched his head and laughed awkwardly after missing the target. Lin Ji, who saw the tempting bounty of this guy, didn't care about that and rolled up his sleeves to get to work. Buggy and his gang, who tried to escape, wanted to rise again through treasure hunting, but their lofty ambitions came to an end before they even started. As the sun set, a Navy warship slowly sailed into the port of Orange Town. We have understood everything. Thank you very much for your contribution to the safety of the town and the work of the Navy. The Navy commander wearing a Navy hat and a white cloak made a standard salute to Lin Ji. Lin Ji glanced at the buggy pirates who were tied up not far away, and replied calmly, "It doesn't matter, as long as the bounty is in place." Such a straightforward answer made the young officer speechless. "Please rest assured about this." After capturing Buggy and other cotters, Lin Ji asked Mayor Boutel to contact the nearest naval branch. Although he had to pay more handling fees than taking them there to collect the bounty, he could save a lot of time. Sailing on the sea with the cunning Buggy, who knows what unexpected troubles might arise. The Buggy pirates are currently on the bounty, naturally, Buggy, the captain, and Kabaji and other cotters. Except for the 50 Bailey bounty of Lion Leaky, which can be ignored, the amount Lin Ji received from the Navy this time totaled 14.3 million Baileys. For the current situation, this is a considerable fortune. Then, please continue to support our Navy's work in the future. The young naval officer thanked Lin Ji and others again, then turned around and called the accompanying Marines to escort the Buggy pirates onto the warship. "Lin Ji! You damn bastard, wait for me. When I come out, I will definitely settle this account with you." Buggy, whose hands and feet were bound by hemp ropes, was furious and turned back to curse Lin Ji. Lin Ji acted very calmly about this, with a smile on his face, raised his arm and made a gesture of farewell, then, "Goodbye Captain Buggy" on the Grand Line. "Don't worry, you will know what the consequences will be if you provoke the terrifying Captain Buggy." Buggy's face was extremely gloomy. As the last pirate was taken aboard the warship, the Marines put away the moving ladder, set sail, and embarked on the journey back to the branch. Aqua looked at the Navy warship that was gradually going away, and remembered what Lin Ji had just said to Buggy. Her delicate eyebrows frowned slightly, and she couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Lin Ji, wasn't that big red nose captured by the Navy? Why did you say that you would see him again on the Grand Line?" "Because the prison in the East China Sea can't hold that guy. Lin's hilly, of course. Even the deep-sea prison Impel Downs, where Magellan is in charge, can't hold the cunning Buggy, let alone the small East Sea branch prison." "Ah? Is that guy so powerful?" Aqua was surprised for a moment, and soon a new question popped up. "In that case, why don't you take back the treasure map on him? If there is really a treasure, wouldn't we lose a lot?" She was not very interested in treasure hunting, but when she thought that the treasure could be exchanged for a lot of fine wine, she couldn't help but feel a pain in her flesh. Seeing that this stupid goddess finally thought about the problem seriously, Lin Ji showed a trace of relief on his face, and explained with a smile, "The map I gave Buggy actually points to the 106th branch of the Navy. The 106th branch of the Navy is similar to the place where we went to exchange for the bounty before, right?" Aqua lowered her head and thought for a few seconds, and exclaimed, "I didn't expect that there would be treasures in that broken place." Looking at the pair of wise blue eyes, Lin Ji's face was covered with countless black lines. "Aqua, are you serious? Why do you suddenly say such things? This goddess has always been super serious, okay?" Aqua tilted her head and didn't understand. At this time, King next to him guessed the cause and effect through the conversation between the two, and stood up and whispered, "Well, Mr. Lin Ji meant that he gave the other party a fake treasure map, right?" This perfect explanation made Lin Ji cry with joy. It turns out that having a normal-minded partner is such a happy feeling. "Hey? In other words, you prepared 2 fake treasure maps?" Aqua was stunned by this and felt a pain in her head. She seemed to have a brain. "Aqua, my bottom line is very flexible when dealing with bandits and pirates," Lin Ji said. "In other words, there is no bottom line." Aqua's understanding ability in this regard is quite strong. You can say that, after all, they were the first to have no bottom line. Lin Ji did not deny it. "These 2 guys don't look like serious people at all." King next to him was silent, and suddenly felt like he was on a pirate ship. Mayor Butler standing behind was even more hesitant, not knowing how to start. In the end, it was Lin Ji who took the initiative to bring up the issue of compensation. Because it was designed to be a storefront such as a bookstore and a pet store, after a rough calculation by Butler, the flood summoned by Aqua caused the town an economic loss of nearly 5 million baileys. Combined with the originally agreed 6 million reward, Lin Ji only had more than 1 million baileys left in his hands. Although it was a bit insignificant compared to the 14 million he got from capturing the buggy pirates, Lin Ji was still very satisfied. After all, this amount was his income from running a restaurant in Windmill Village for nearly a year. After solving the compensation problem, Lin Ji wanted to set sail and start a new journey, but he couldn't resist the kind invitation of Mayor Botel, and finally stayed in Orange Town to attend the large banquet held by the townspeople to celebrate the expulsion of the buggy pirates. It just so happened that he could hold the banquet promised to Aqua at the same time. As the sun in the west completely set over the mountain, a bright flame lit up in the central square of Orange Town. As the goddess of the banquet, Aqua won cheers with her superb talent performance, and soon became one with the simple townspeople, and was a well-deserved protagonist. Even Lin Ji had to admit that this guy was quite good at something as insignificant as a banquet performance, or two fans. In the great pirate era filled with chaos and blood, where countless strong men competed for the ultimate secret treasure, I didn't expect that I would actually travel to such a world. In an inconspicuous corner of the square, King sighed heavily after learning about the general situation of the pirate world from Lin Ji. He was not afraid, after all, he came from the one-punch world where monsters were rampant. Just thinking about himself as an ordinary person and having to take risks in such a dangerous world in the future, the sorrow in his heart gushed out like a flood, filling his domineering face. Actually, it's not bad. Even in this world, your luck is one of the best. If you are lucky, maybe you can attract a group of strong men who are loyal to you until death. Lin Ji took a sip of the iced beer on the table and looked up at the starry night sky above his head. This sentence seemed to comfort King, but it was actually comforting himself. Late at night, the lively banquet finally came to an end. As expected, Aqua got drunk again and vomited a lot of colorful rainbows at the port. Lin Ji had long been accustomed to this. He walked over and carried Aqua, who had vomited clean, and walked towards the Infinite Dream docked on the shore. King looked at the rainbows floating on the sea with surprise. He was stunned for more than 10 seconds and still couldn't figure out the principle. Seeing Lin Ji carrying Aqua gradually going away, he also dispelled this insignificant curiosity and followed him. At dawn the next day, Lin Ji, who got up early, put away the anchor of the Infinite Dream and prepared to go to the next destination. The next wishing condition in the wishing pool is 30 million baileys and a devil fruit. The baileys that remained unchanged in the previous one are easy to say, it's nothing more than catching a few more bounty pirates. With his current strength, not to mention being able to walk sideways in the East China Sea, it is still no problem to catch some pirates. The point is that the devil fruit is something you can only encounter by chance. Even in the underground black market, the minimum price is hundreds of millions. It is far more difficult to get it than the buggy bomb. Lin Ji didn't want to get it too early. Entering the dangerous Grand Line, he could only accumulate wealth in the East China Sea and try his luck. If he only had Aqua, a bad luck partner, he would not dare to think about luck. But now with the addition of King, who has an extremely lucky value, he has more confidence. Yes, he dares to think about it now. Without a clear goal, Lin Ji's destination naturally prioritizes the original work. In addition to experiencing the familiar scenes in the original work in person, if conditions permit, he can also save some regrettable people and things. And now, the closest to them is the Coco West village in the west of Zumiada Island. Before leaving, Botel brought the townspeople of Orange Town to the shore to bid the warmest farewell to their benefactor. After Botel's explanation and Aqua's hard work last night, the townspeople learned about the Acusis cult, which believes in the goddess of water, and were very happy to join this cult that brought peace and joy to their town. Therefore, the warmest way to say goodbye is naturally Axis doctrine. First, as long as the Axis believers are serious, they can do anything. Thanks to Thorn, Mo King 2, Watchko, Chi Ni Dufu, I am not Amen, Dabi Gazi I love to eat and all the big guys for their rewards. Chapter 50 Hundreds of Stratagems of CLO. In the restaurant on the first floor, the drunk Aqua slept like a rough man. She kicked the quilt covering her body away, scratched her exposed belly, turned over and continued to sleep soundly. Invisibly, there was a faint holy white light gathering and turning into pure power into Aqua's body. Lin Ji, who saw this scene for the second time, still couldn't help but exclaimed. Sleeping like a dead pig can make you stronger. Even in the world of pirates where monsters are rampant, it is a unique existence, right? But think about it, Aqua is a goddess who is ridiculously strong. Think about this unparalleled talent is exchanged for IQ, the envy and jealousy in my heart will fade a little. To be honest, isn't King, who is studying how to steer the ship on the deck, even worse? There is no harm without comparison. At this time, the role of ordinary people, King, is reflected. The refreshing and cool sea breeze blew in from the doors on both sides of the restaurant. Riding on this powerful sea breeze, the Infinite Dream sailed towards the destination, Kakozia village. A few hours later, Aqua, with her long blue hair, finally came alive from her drowsiness. As soon as she opened her eyes, she looked extremely frightened and panicked. Red wine. Where did you come from, old man? Don't try to steal the 10-year red wine that Makina gave me. Aqua was bathed in the flames of God. Without saying anything, she rushed to the second-floor cabin angrily. The extremely oppressive atmosphere made Lin Ji and King sitting at the front desk stunned. Looking at Aqua who disappeared from his sight, King asked seriously, Miss Aqua, has she always been like this after waking up from drinking? No doubt, whatever strange things that guy does are reasonable. Lin Ji leisurely took a sip of the black tea in front of him, and said slowly, if I'm not mistaken, it's probably a nightmare. No one knows a daughter better than her father. Sure enough, not long after, Aqua, who had recovered to normal, walked down again. She was grateful to hold the bottle full of red wine tightly in her arms, constantly rubbing the bottle with her side face, muttering, fortunately, it's just an insignificant dream. King, who witnessed the whole process, looked at Lin Ji again, and there was a little more admiration in the depths of his domineering eyes. The next voyage was smooth. Perhaps it was because their reputation spread among the pirate hunters, and then was known by the pirate group in the East China Sea. After a few hours, no pirates dared to come to eat a free meal. This made Lin Ji sigh. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being fat, the maritime business is really not that easy to do. When she was free, Aqua performed quite stably and made some strange moves from time to time. King tried to understand all kinds of information about the pirate world by flipping through past newspapers. But after a while, the old otaku couldn't stand the loneliness, took out the game console brought with him, and played a fighting game with the confident Aqua. Lin Ji didn't bother to pay attention to these two unreliable guys at all, crossed his legs and sat in the front desk seat, sipping black tea and looking at the East China Sea newspaper that the newspaper Seagull had just delivered. Captain Moss led the team to repel the vicious and brutal Black Cat pirates on Windpipe Island and successfully protected the attacked residents. Kuro of the Black Cat pirates is a very powerful pirate in the East China Sea, but he was repelled so easily. In the original work, Kuro had killed more than 50 assassins. In order to disguise his death and seek the property of the Kaya family as a butler, he even dared to attack the Navy warship head-on and slaughtered all the Marines on the ship. He was a brutal pirate with both intelligence and strength. Now he has not wasted 3 years as a butler and nanny, and his strength may be a few points stronger than in the original work. What is the origin of this Colonel Moss who can repel such a guy? Looking at the illustration on the news that he had no impression of, Lin Ji can be sure that this person did not appear in the original work. Even so, Lin Ji did not delve into it. There are so many generals in the East China Sea Navy. It is impossible for any of them to appear randomly, and they are all familiar to him, right? That's too unreasonable. After reading the rest of the news, Lin Ji looked up. He saw King sitting alone in front of the game console, playing an unknown girl's dress-up game. As for the one who claimed to be extremely talented and shouted that he would beat King to a pulp. The goddess of water. At this time, she was squatting in the corner of the restaurant with her hands on her knees, her dim eyes flashing with tears, and she was completely in a state of self-doubt and autism. King used only 2 fingers to torture her so much that she couldn't tell which way was which. She secretly gave herself several goddesses' blessings, but it was useless. 2 days passed quietly in such a plain and noisy atmosphere. During this period, several waves of guests finally came to the sea restaurant. But most of them were serious caravans. Even pirates would pay obediently and abide by the rules. They defeated the Joker buggy pirates with a bounty of more than 10 million, and their reputation had spread throughout the nearby waters. In addition, with King's extremely oppressive face, ordinary pirates no longer dared to provoke them. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day of the voyage, the sea restaurant welcomed the serious customers that Lin Ji had been thinking about. Open your eyes and look carefully. I'm a pirate. You want to charge me for a meal? The burly pirate with a full beard roared arrogantly, and smashed the mace on his shoulder heavily, making a hole in the floor of the restaurant hall. Oh! Lin Ji, who was sitting at the front desk preparing to collect money, suddenly became energetic and didn't even bother to drink the black tea in his hand. Here it comes, it's really a nostalgic sound. Aqua waved her fist, eager to try. King, who had just moved a box of beer from the kitchen, was stunned in place, and his heart beat faster. Perhaps because of Lin Ji and Aqua, his heartbeat was far from the state of the engine. The ordinary customers sitting around eating were relatively calm, but they just kept a vigilant look at the pirate who was making trouble. They were all doing business in this sea where pirates were rampant, so their psychological endurance was naturally stronger than that of ordinary people. Iron Rod Simo, bounty of 2.2 million Baileys, not bad. Lin Ji found the bounty of this man in the East China Sea Pirate Bounty Manual. After confirming that he could be captured and exchanged for money, he slowly stood up from his seat and stretched his muscles. Seeing this, Iron Rod Simo took the initiative to say, Lin Ji, the captain of the Infinite Dream restaurant on the sea, I know you are very strong. Many pirates with high bounties have fallen into your hands. Since you know, you still dare to eat and drink for free here. Lin Ji felt a little strange. Hearing this, Iron Rod Simo shook the mace in his hand and sneered confidently, other pirates don't dare, but it doesn't mean that all the pirates in the East China Sea don't dare. To tell you the truth, I joined the powerful Captain CLO a few days ago, and now I am a cotter of the Black Cat Pirates. Hearing the name of the Black Cat Pirates, the customer who was able to remain calm just now was suddenly frightened. He hurriedly got up and left the meal money, ran out of the restaurant in a panic, and drove his boat away quickly. As pirates with the same bounty of tens of millions, it is obvious that the Black Cat Pirates, who burn, kill and plunder everywhere, are more frightening than the buggy pirates, who entrenched in towns and rarely went out to sea. Seeing the customers who were frightened out of their wits just by hearing the name of the Black Cat Pirates, Iron Rod Seamus's brutal face exuded unbridled provocation. Ha ha ha, if you have the guts, try to touch me and see if the Black Cat Pirates will tear your restaurant on the sea into pieces. Bang! The moment the voice fell, a fist with a residual image fell from the sky. Before the arrogant Seamus could react, his head and fat body were smashed into the floor, and sawdust flew everywhere. I've never heard of such a strange request. Looking at Seamus, who fainted on the spot with his eyes rolled back, Lin Ji retracted his fist, patted the dust on his palm, and called King to pack him up and kidnap him. No matter if you are a black cat, white cat, or tabby cat, the money is delivered to your door, so why not? After this short episode, the Infinite Dream continued to sail towards its destination, Kakozia village. As customers who witnessed the whole process spread out, the Black Cat pirates in the nearby waters soon learned that the new cotter Simo was captured by a sea restaurant. In a port somewhere, the Black Cat pirates' pirate ship Bezan Black slowly pulled up the anchor, and the pirate flag with a black cat pattern swayed in the sea breeze. He is just a mere owner of a sea restaurant, but he is so courageous that he even dares to capture my Captain Clo's people. In the dimly lit room, Clo sat high on the main seat with his hands on his knees. With a gloomy look, he raised his palm with 5 sharp blades and gently pushed the glasses that had slipped down his nose. A flash of light flashed across the round lens, revealing his ferocious and violent eyes. It just so happens that our next target is on the island of Jamida. Let's go. Let me meet the guy who defeated Buggy the Clown. Because it is not a pirate that needs to avoid being captured by the Navy, the root of the infinite dream is not hidden, and it is easy to guess and determine. So at noon the next day, the pirate ship Bezan Black of the Black Cat pirates successfully locked and caught up with the infinite dream. Bang! The side door of the restaurant was violently kicked open, and a group of ferocious pirates filed in. Welcome, do you want to eat or drink? Lin Ji, who was sitting at the front desk drinking tea and reading the newspaper, looked calm, and seemed not surprised by the arrival of the Black Cat pirates. Aqua and King stood behind him on the left and right. Creak, creak. The sound of leather boots stepping on wooden boards came from the door, and the fully armed pirates made way. I saw the black pirate cloak swaying slightly, and CLO, wearing a suit and combing his hair back, walked slowly. The round frame glasses that should have shown off his gentle temperament exuded a cold-blooded and sinister aura visible to the naked eye. No food, no drink, come to ask for someone. CLO stopped 5 or 6 meters away from Lin Ji, habitually raised his right palm wearing a black plush glove, and pushed his glasses. The iron rod Simo who was captured by you yesterday is my subordinate, can you please let him go? Unfortunately, that guy didn't pay for his meal, and we were planning to hand him over to the Navy. Lin Ji looked at CLO and chuckled. I paid for his meal. Thank you, 2.2 million Baileys. Lin Ji said seriously. Hearing such an exaggerated number, CLO subconsciously thought that this was a black shop, but then he thought that this was just Simo's bounty, and his face immediately became gloomy. Boss Lin Ji, right? I think you haven't heard of my name, CLO? As soon as the words fell, the sound of leather boots stepping on the wooden floor at high speed was fleeting, and Clo's figure disappeared instantly. The black shadow flashed, the cold light was cold, and when Clo appeared again, he was already in front of Lin Ji, who was a few meters away. This is his most proficient assassination skill, the silent step. I'm sorry, I'm doing serious business, I don't know much about the pirate circle, are you famous? Lin Ji raised his arm covered with entry-level armament haki, and blocked it in front of him, blocking all the sharp blades from CLO's palm. 5 cold lights reflected on the calm side face, with a bit of domineering. Seeing that the quick attack was blocked so easily by the opponent, CLO's forehead oozed a few drops of cold sweat. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly retracted the cat claw blade and stepped back several steps. Just as he was about to speak, a burst of roaring sounds suddenly rang in his ears. CLO looked up and saw that behind Lin Ji, the man with 3 hideous scars on his left eye was holding his chest with his hands, staring at him with murderous eyes. The long-lost sense of oppression made his pupils suddenly shrink, and he instinctively smelled a strong breath of danger. This restaurant on the sea is much more powerful than he imagined. I see, I was a little offended. After suppressing the shock in his heart, CLO turned around and said to the younger brother behind him, take the money and get our people back. The pirate stood there stupidly. Although he had not recovered from the conflict, he obeyed his captain's orders almost reflexively. He ran to the pirate ship and took out 2.2 million Baileys and put them on the dining table. After getting the money, Lin Ji returned the pirate Simo who was tied up. Captain Clo is really straightforward. In this case, you don't have to pay for the damage to my floor and dining table. Lin Ji glanced at the hole in the floor that Aqua had repaired with a small wooden hammer, and smiled, "Thank you for your patronage. Welcome to come again next time." On the other side of the Black Cat pirates, Simo was extremely excited and happy to see his captain. Just as he was about to speak, he was frightened by Chloe's eyes and stood there trembling. "Let's go." Knowing that it was difficult to get benefits here, Chloe turned away with a group of younger brothers. "Captain Chloe, why did you let that bastard go? He didn't give you any face at all." Back on the pirate ship, Simo's courage grew a little bit, and he began to talk about the arrogance of the sea restaurant. "Compared to this, Simo, don't you want to know why I brought you back?" Chloe's voice sounded very calm and indifferent. "Of course, because I am your capable subordinate," Simo replied as a matter of course. Puff. In response to him, there were 5 cold blades that pierced his heart. "Because I want to personally execute you, a useless waste. Sorry that things are a bit late, thank you Bishop Otto for loving me again, Karen, and Galaxy Romance for the reward."